I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. find my way, on my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember to, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
For another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
We bound if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from
got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Sprightling! This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprightling strike! Ha! I'm a Sprightling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Sprightlings. I'll take you to our annual Sprightling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Sprightlings.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Oh! I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final, solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones Living with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. And letting go. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Kings Major West. We are here, and I'm here together with you guys. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. Phil, it's gonna be a very, very great morning or a great night at your place because this is the Kings Major West, and we have a lot of games in store for us. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We have 4 amazing best of 3s just like yesterday here. And since this is the round robin format, we're not going to be seeing any of the same games, right? All the teams are going to be playing different opponents here. Very, very exciting matches coming up that we're going to be excited for. Fan favorites yesterday, BTK is playing a lot more today, guys. Instead of playing for only 1 match, they had 2 matches there. They had 2 more rounds to go ahead and redeem themselves there and get a win on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun time for everybody out there. But if you are looking for something, the Mirage City skins arrive on September 11th. Stand a chance to get a free Fang skin, everyone. I have seen the new skins and they are very neat. But again, as we were talking about the teams here, they already had their first days from yesterday here, Phil. So yesterday was a very fun time. We've seen how the teams are playing. I'm doing a bit of predictions in my own channel, and it's really interesting because I made a lot of mistakes. What are you thinking, Phil?
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely going to be a shock because look at what these players are playing for here. A 50,000 USD prize pool here. Champion gets 10,000. Even if you come in last place, you still get 6,000 US dollars. So you're getting a lot of prizing just for playing here. But obviously, everyone wants to go for that top there and be the champion.
Yep, everybody, right now we have a 50,000 US dollar total prize pool, 10,000 for the champion, 8,500 for second, 7,000 for the third place. For the fourth place, we have 6,500 US dollars, and lastly, 6,000 US dollars for the 5th to 7th place. So this is what everybody is fighting for, and that's why they're looking at it. But take a look at the participating teams here, everybody. These are all of them. You see some familiar faces, and you see some very new ones too.
Absolutely. We have some returning classics like OG Esports, Twisted Minds, 9Z Globant, and AYLO Gaming, as well as some new kids on the block, Boars Gaming here, BTK, and LM. And how they go ahead and clash is what we're all here for today.
Yeah, and there are a lot of fans here waiting for some of the teams here play, and I'm very excited too because right now the matches, we have 4 matches for today. We have Boars versus AYLO, we have Twisted Minds versus BTK for the second match. We have match 3 with OG versus Boars, and match number 4 with BTK versus 9ZG, which are going to be fighting for today. We have 4 days of this, 4 days of ranking week, everybody, and today is the second day.
Absolutely. And here in the rankings week, no one's going home yet, right? But you still want to place well. Top 3 teams get into that Group S and gives them a lot better time of surviving the survival week, right? So placements here do matter. You don't want to drop into that Group A where you're going to be fighting for your life in survival week there. Speaking of fighting for lives here, here's a look at what the teams have been doing so far with these fights. We see OG leading the pack here as the favorites with their 2 match wins and a clean 4-0 record, as well as Twisted Minds and 9Z Globant as well. That match actually was not broadcasted, so that's an update there. 9Z Globant actually took a 2-0 versus LM yesterday, so that has LM kind of leading the rear here in a 0-2 match win right here.
Yeah, new kids in the block, also BTK and LM here. At least BTK was able to take a win from AYLO from yesterday's match, so I like that they were able to do this. So I'm kind of expecting that in day 3, day number 4, they would find a way, a leeway in order for these 2 teams to actually get some punches in, get some wins in. But looking at this, the teams that played from the last season, the old people from the spring season are still doing a good job at staying at their place.
Yeah, the veterans there are you know, placed 1 to 4, you know, and it makes sense, right? They've already played this before. This is not their first rodeo. They have that experience and it's shining through, but it's just we have day 2, day 3, day 4 coming up, and today we have very exciting matches here as we have, I would say, more of these middling matches here. We have, you know, first up Boars Gaming versus AYLO Gaming. So let's go ahead and check out Boars.
Let's go! The battle's calling.
Here we go. Here's a look at Boars Gaming here. The Royal Hunters with 3005 in the Clash lane there. Interesting name for sure. We have West in the jungle, Mac on the farm lane, Plasma on the roam, and then Red QT in the mid lane here. Yesterday, we saw them have a decent performance. They weren't quite able to secure a win, but the matches, I'd say, were close. They didn't really get stomped. And now they're against AYLO Gaming, which is kind of a more middling team as per the prediction. So this match could honestly go either way here.
Yeah, I like that Boars Gaming are really getting some punches in, getting some experience. Fighting against Twisted Minds isn't really easy, but they were able to get a decent amount of time against them. It was a 13-minute to a 14-minute game. So, you know what? That's doing a good job. As the new kids in the block, getting that experience in and being able to fight these stronger teams are very, very important.
Absolutely. Their first match here was against the prior, Kings Major West champions here. So now let's take a look at who they're playing against here, AYLO Gaming.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a block. Yeah. 'Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And AYLO Gaming from Argentina, this team is composed of Doxa from the Clash lane, Alonso from the jungle, Lomax from the mid lane, you right now on the farm lane, and Robo Alma on the roaming side. This is a team that has played from the last season. They are now comprised of different people, but Doxa and Robo Alma are still in their respective roles and are staying for the team. So how are they going to be adjusting from this new teammates from their side? So I hope they would be able to get the adjustments so they could fight well against this team.
And we've seen them play yesterday. I think we've seen a lot of adaptation already. AYLO game coming into this, I thought they were going to be dragging out the games, right? In the first Kings Major West, they dragged out almost every game to the Tempest Dragon. And, they were kind of known for not being able to finish out those games there. But, yesterday we saw no Tempest Dragons. They really made sure to seal the deal in games that they were ahead and closed it up and kind of shored up that weakness we saw last season.
Yeah, at least they're keeping up. They're trying to change things up. They're doing a good job at doing so. And now I really feel like, especially for these players, I love that they're facing each other right here on the venue and just having like a face-off because they're seeing each other in front of each other. And you know what? It's going to be very heated up, especially when they're at that point in the game.
Absolutely, and this is going to be getting them ready for that LAN competition. They're on LAN now. Not quite an audience, a live audience yet, but the winner of the Kings Major West League gets a ticket to the KWC, and there will for sure be a live audience there to watch them play.
Yeah, very excited though. I love this. Now we are ready and are heading into the drafting phase here. AYLO versus Boars right now. Phil, very excited. What are your expectations? We're going to be seeing like the same bans. We're gonna see the Arlie, the Maisha, Nui not getting played in these games.
Absolutely. I think the bans are going to be pretty cookie cutter for now. These are going to be, I say that as Motsu gets banned here. But in these best of threes, you're going to see very high powered drafts. Interesting to note, similar to kind of how the wild animal, the Boars in their names, yesterday we saw them draft a very dive heavy composition with 4 melees, with the Mai, with the Dharma, with the Liang Po, a lot of dive. I'm interested to see if they will go ahead and bust it out again today. Maybe that's their style, but it wasn't quite successful yesterday, so maybe they'll switch it up. Only time can tell.
Yep. We have seen some very interesting... Oh, Maisha Nui. I said it a while ago. Arlie, Maisha Nui not going to get played, but never mind, Phil. I'm very, very wrong because they're both are going to get played in this game.
Hey, when we mentioned high-powered games, we were not kidding here, right? So this is a kind of draft strategy that teams are starting to kind of adopt here. In the second pick team, not really banning too many high-priority targets, leaving those picks up and, making the enemy choose. Sure, we'll give you first pick of what priority pick you want, but we're going to go ahead and get 2 of them. So Borg, on their side here, now has the option to pick something like the Arlie. Dharma gets banned out, so maybe they'll pick up something like the Long. Well, they can't go Arlie and Long, but... They'll go Ogren maybe, right? Oh, but they do go long actually. Okay.
Yeah, you were right, man. You were right. You called it. It's the long together with the Dolia on their side. So most likely what they're going to be needing here is to be able to pick up the Dun on that third pick so that they would have that easy combo setup and have two good ults that they will be able to reset here. But on the side of AYLO Gaming, they can go with the Arlie. They have the Arlie on the same team. That's actually going to be crazy if they're going to be able to pick that up here.
Absolutely. In a best of 3, giving over Mai and Arlie is a strategy for sure, okay? We're about to see if it works out or not, but looking at the composition side of AYLO Gaming, look at that. Arlie, Luna, Mai. This is not a composition you want to stare down.
Yeah, this is the first time we haven't seen this from yesterday. AYLO Gaming wasn't able to play the Luna, but at least now they are able to. There's no more Liang in the drawing board here for Boars because they already pick up the Dolia, and that's usually the counter that everybody's looking for whenever a Luna gets picked.
Absolutely. Then they pick Flowborn Tank. Now that's a pick I was mentioning yesterday. I'm surprised did not see much play. Flowborn Tank with the Chow has been a really, staple combination in what I see in competitive play in some of these other circuits here. And it looks like on day 2 of the Kings Major West League, it is coming here as well.
Yeah, I like that it's coming up, and I like that they're picking this up together with the Dolia, because the usual problem whenever you're picking up the Flowborn Tank is that you go in, you're dead. But here, if you have the Dolia, you can reset your ult for the 3rd time, even if you have the conversion, so it's still good, right? But that is at least a bit of a safety for that Flowborn Tank because of that Dolia.
Absolutely, and they elect to go the Lady Jen in the mid lane here. Some teams actually go something like Dolia and then take the Chow mid to really play up that synergy of Flowborn Tank. We've only really seen Flowborn Tank be largely successful with a roamer kind of like Sunbin maybe, or the Chow, something to kind of speed him up, because he's not known for having that mobility. It's kind of like a brick there is what I always call it, right? It has all those stats. You just have to be able to maneuver around it.
I'm really surprised that Diazia was not banned in the second phase of things, because usually whenever an Arlie comes up, you're expecting a Diazia because she's the best partner to the Arlie, because she can really go in and out of the fights almost the same as what the Arlie does.
Absolutely. I'm thinking Boars game here, likely trying to draft some sort of a higher damage burst style Clash laner here, because they removed the Yang Po, they removed the Zhang Fei, so they don't want to deal with some heavy front line. So I had to think that's what they were going ahead and thinking there. But looking at the drafts here, as Fatih gets locked in, AYLO Gaming has 5 S-tier, top tier picks on their side. And we seen it yesterday. We seen something like this happen yesterday, and they actually lost. Our team that drafted all strong picks lose, but it is not going to happen very often with a composition like that.
Oh yeah, and the Fatih coming out from here, I think this is one of the picks that I'm really good with, because having the Fatih with your team, even with the nerfs, is still a very good pick against the Byron, because he could really just tussle with the Byron right there in the Clash lane.
Absolutely, yeah. Fatih kind of fell off a bit after he got nerfed, and the nerfs were justified because he was the strongest Clash laner in the game at the time. But it's still very playable, right? It has that side lane pressure, it has that scaling. The only kind of weakness in Fatih's power curve is maybe a little bit in that early game, but you can go ahead and elect to play a little bit safer to make up for it there, especially against a Byron. You're going to have to play a little bit safer, but that scaling, that side laning presence is going to be something that's very good into the late game.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here for both of our teams here, Phil, because we've seen AYLO, we have seen Boars. They have played from yesterday, and now they're going to be tussling against each other here on ranking week. It's important for them to win 2 games, right? Because there's a lot more points in store for them if they win it on a 2-0 rather than a 2-1.
Absolutely, and as we mentioned, both these teams have kind of middling performances, right? It's now their chance to go ahead and set themselves apart, show that they are a cut above, and distinguish themselves and try to get into that Group S.
Yeah, right now, AYLO versus Boars. This is the first match of the day, everybody. This is ranking week day number 2, and you can see the pickups here from both of our teams. So you have like a generalization on what these teams or these compositions are gonna do here, Pill?
Yeah, basically AYLO Gaming went ahead and Googled Honor of Kings tier list, all right? And then they look at every role and they went into the S tier. They're like, okay, Byron, okay, pick that up. jungle. Luna, S tier, picked that up. Mai picked that up. Arlie. They have a super individually strong team there. And their synergy is not bad as well, too. But on side Boars Gaming, while they have a little bit more of a conservative draft here, they have great synergy. They have the Dolia Long there, the Dolia Lady Jen being able to output a lot of damage there if those resets go down properly.
Yeah, I like that they have a lot of AoEs because there's a lot of engage coming in from the side of AYLO, and we all know that AoE is really good against a lot of the engagers that we have on the other side. The only problem is how they are going to be pinpointing these guys because they do have a lot of ways to go in and go out on the side of AYLO. So Boars need to be, what do you call this? Precise on how they use their skills.
Absolutely. As we mentioned, kind of like AYLO Gaming has that brute force composition. They're picking all of these picks that we know are tried and true and are strong. So Boars, they can't really play things as traditionally there. You know, they have to play with a bit more finesse and kind of outmaneuver them there and use their synergies and their picks to their best advantage here to go ahead and kind of get the lead on them there.
Oh yeah, and now let's go right here, everybody. This is, again, one of the best things that we're going to be seeing here for the matches. This is number 1 of the matches for day 2.
Absolutely, and having a look at our sponsors here, Realme 15, Series 15. This is exactly what our players are armed with here. It's built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demands it. Ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
Wow, the difference is being felt here right on the Clash lane because we already saw a bit of a tussle on the top side. They had a skirmish and Weiss actually got a lot of damage from there.
Absolutely, that's the power of that deity early game, right? Along with the Byron, they have some of the strongest burst potential there, and even, you know, a really durable target like Weiss, their gang almost bursted out. But a bit of a 1v1 here in the bot lane here, Arlie versus Long. Both, you know, usually you think of marksmen, they want to, you know, sit back, relax, and farm. Not these guys here, playing super aggressively to try and get this fire beak.
Ooh, still was able to take it for Mac though, even with that Maple Zans that they use on the bot side of the map. But I like that what's happening here is really benefiting AYLO Gaming because, right now I think they want to fight here on the blue side of the map. But no, they are not going to be continuing with that.
Yeah, it's a bit dangerous. It looks like Boars Gaming knows where they're all at here. No surprises here. If they're going to fight, it is going to be a clean fight here. But Luna setting up in the bush, stacking up that enhanced attack. Looks like just probably trying to clear the wave here, you know, get this pushed out and then freeing up time for their marksmen to go ahead and clear up the jungle.
Yeah, they're just clearing it up. Both of them were able to do it. And now we are on the second phase of the jungle camps and where everybody's going to be clearing for the second time, especially for Alonso here. I'm really surprised that not a lot of both of our teams aren't really prioritizing the top side because that is where it is. Most of the time, macro is on the top side of the map because to the teleportation circle, but Robo Alma actually going in with a bit of farewell. That's just a bit of a poke on the bot side.
A lot of action here on the bot side for sure, right? That teleport is opened up as we see Mai go ahead and teleport back to the mid lane here. Pretty passive, all things considered, though. Not many crazy big plays coming out yet. Both teams are kind of waiting for their ultimates to be available before they want to make something happen here. And Tyrant is going to be coming up in a minute 30 now. And that's usually when you see the first kind of forced fight there from these teams.
I like that AYLO is recognizing that Luna needs a bit of a help just for her to get lifted up in the early phases of the game because she isn't really that strong in the early phases. But right now on the top side, who knows who is strong because the body with the Sacred Sheath Blessing is very, very strong. Doxa doesn't have any flashes anymore. Stormstrike is going to be on cooldown in just a bit, and they're able to get out.
And that's just the mobility on the side of AYLO Gaming. They have a dash on Byron, they have dashes on Mai. Even if they're kind of caught a little bit out of position in the enemy jungle there, they're able to expend that flash and those skills and get away. No worse for the wear.
Yeah. Right now, there's a bit of a priority here. AYLO Gaming recognizing that they need to help out Doxa. As much as you want, you need to give Byron a bit of space in the lane because you want him to be strong and be able to carry the early to mid game.
Absolutely. Very, very passive game here for sure. Kind of really contrasting to what we saw here in day one, but there we go. Not passive anymore as Arlie takes the kill onto Mac.
Oh yeah, Mac wasn't able to use the infinite vastness on that fight though. He was moving forward and you and Robo Alma were like, yeah, we're gonna take you.
Yeah, that's just the early game burst of the idea along with the Arlie's ultimate there. Speaking of burst, we see Lady Jen getting bursted down here, almost going down to the Mai as she goes ahead and retreats away. And now that we're getting closer to that Tyrant, we're seeing a lot more action coming out from these teams.
Yeah, Tyrant is going to be up. Everybody's getting ready. Right now, Boars is already in position to be able to take it. But right now, Alonso is not here. So this is going to be a pretty one for the side of Boars Gaming.
Wow, AYLO Gaming kind of, just gave it to them there. They're like, all right, we're not in position for it, right? We're on a bad timer here. Let's go ahead and back up. Even with that Tyrant going down, though, AYLO Gaming is up gold.
Yeah, got the knock up a while ago. Lomax has been everywhere. You can see him everywhere. This is the power of the Maestro Dewey. Goes anywhere, dashes anywhere, try to engage and maybe find a kill.
Oh, look at him sneaking in the bush here. Can he get something done here? No.
Yeah, good knockup though. I thought that Destructive Deluge would be able to get the stun, but not enough.
And we saw yesterday a lot of people trying to, set up ambushes in the bush, and then people know they're there. Everyone always knows you're there here, including that Mai there, it seems.
Oh, yeah. Always expect that everybody knows. Always expect that they're going to be able to try and at least poke you out on that brush. Right now, there's 4 people in the bot side of the map, though. So Wise is level 9, and they will be able to get the knock up here in the bot side. Phasma able to keep everybody topped up.
Lomax spending a lot of time in that bot lane, kind of trying to force a gank to happen there. It seems like Boars is ready for their plays really safe. Even though they get comboed up by Mai, they're in a decent position there to not get taken down. We see Lomax coming back to middle here now. 1-0, but AYLO Gaming is up about 1,000 gold.
Yeah. Right now, look at the fight, though. What I like about the Flowborn tank is that Flowborn tank is really good against the Luna because you can really target people, but Yu is not really good at this point. Would be able to jump? No, he's not going to be able to jump, but everybody's here to help him out. Infinite Fastest has been popped already very early. Could they chase? No, they won't be able to. They don't have the firepower.
Yeah, I think you overstayed a little bit there to go ahead and take down that tower. They did get the tower, but because of it, they were able to rotate and catch him out and claim a kill there. It is 1-1, but AYLO is still kind of holding that tiny bit of a lead.
Man, look at the shield bashes from Wise. It's so hard to play against the Flowborn tank this early in the game because you can't even get the combo in. Never mind, Lomax had to really jump out of the way because, as you said, Phil, everybody knows if you're hiding in that rush.
Yeah, hey, these pros, they're great with the vision game. They always know it's so hard to go ahead and sneak around them. And speaking about the Flowborn tank, we were mentioning earlier, it kind of needs that mobility, right? It has all those stats. It needs that mobility to go ahead and get around. But if you look at the composition from side of AYLO Gaming, Globant tank, they don't really need to engage, right? The Byron's jumping in, the Luna's jumping in, the Mai's jumping in. All he has to do is sit back, relax, and wait for that engage and counter-initiate on them.
Destined Encounter has been used. Not going to be able... Actually, not going to be able to steal that. Phasma was able to steal it from Wise.
Yeah, the support here taking the Azure buff here, but hey, it was a dire situation, all right? Yeah. Every man for himself.
Yeah, they had to. They just had to. Phasma had to. It's okay. It's no problem for the side of Boars Gaming. They'll be okay with it as long as the other team doesn't take it. Right now, it's still very equal here, Phil. We're not seeing any changes on the gold for both of our teams. The gold gap very minuscule, so it's still okay.
Both teams kind of feel like they're walking on eggshells a bit here, right? They don't want to give up that pivotal kind of churning point here. And that's what they're both looking for here too, because once you break that game open, it's going to be really hard to recover when both teams are capable of playing this safe and disciplined.
We have the 35-second mark here, Bill. We're waiting for everybody to go in. We still haven't seen Alonso try to take a fight right now, but the bot lane is very open, right? So you just knows that the bot lane is open. I will be able to take this tower, but now I think Yu is out of position because look at this. Everybody's going to be able to cut him off. This is a very big problem. If Yu dies before the Tyrant fight, the push comes in. Maple Dash, but the knockup was able to pull him back. Wise is left alone inside, and he's not going to be able to survive that. Backline is open. Doctor was able to push everybody away, but Max is in front of everybody. Is he going to survive this? No, I think not. This is not good for Max. 2 kills for 1, and that Tyrant could be free for AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely super sloppy fight there. Arlie gets all the way away, but then Long just invests the infinite vastness to go aggressive there, fly right over that tower to secure the kill, but that leaves him in no man's land, so he did go down for that. Boars Gaming getting a little bit of the short end of the stick on that trade there, and then afterwards as well too, as we see Luna pull off a beautiful combo under tower to go ahead and take out Plasma.
Insane combo right under the tower, was just dashing in and out, and now this Tyrant is definitely free. That's technically 3 kills for AYLO before they went to the Tyrant.
That's the turning point we were talking about earlier, right? Both teams are playing so safe, but it looks like AYLO Gaming was finally able to find that opening, get a few kills, and now we're going to start to see that gold lead kind of break away here as they're up 2,000 gold.
Yeah, right now, Wise needs to be very careful. This is what we were talking about a while ago, right? The problem with the Flowborn tank, whenever you pick it, once you go in, you usually are going to be committing fully, unless the Zoya will be able to reset your ult. Now, they have to think about it, because Alonso can dash in and out of the fights. Actually, everybody from AYLO can do that.
Yeah, Flowborn there really committed under that tower. They're trying to take out the Arlie. Was just missing a tiny little bit of damage, and that made it so they could not really go ahead and leave. When you invest all your skills to go in, you don't have any more to go out there. Yeah. Arlie did end up going down, but that trade kind of upset the tempo of the game here. Now it's no longer as even as we mentioned. And speaking about bot lane, you're mentioning Arlie, lower with the Arlie. Look at those minions going right down into that bottom tier 2 facade Boars Gaming, and minions just take down the tower solo.
Yeah, good catch there, Phil. That was a good take for the side of AYLO. Not even putting a lot of effort, just push the wave, try to make sure that they have a better wave state before they go in for this Tyrant take. That is a good investment. 2 towers down in the bot lane. It's going to be hard to take this Tyrant.
Boars Gaming does have positioning on this, but they're trying to play really safe here. AYLO Gaming is around, waiting for them to go ahead and make a mistake and capitalize on it, and this might be it here. No, both sides still playing really passive, even into the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, that's very smart, though. Top side is pushing, and nobody's there to defend. Alonso recognizes this. That's why he's trying to take the jungle camps on the top side of the map, because they need to. And the tower is already down. Boars Gaming missed that, and that is not good. They're losing a lot of towers in trade for the position of the Tyrant take.
Absolutely. I think we're starting to notice a little bit of Boars' weakness here, as they're kind of hemorrhaging map pressure as they're trying to group up for these objectives.
Very smart play from AYLO. They're not even doing this. Right now, the mid lane at least has been pushed. Alonso trying to take some pressure on the team. Red QT has been pulled up. What a good knockback coming in from their side. Wise just saved the fight on the side of Boars Gaming. They can now take the fight in Infinite Fastest a bit too early. Right now, Lomax is just running away, trying to buy some time in order for them to just take this, dashing in and out of the way, and Boars Gaming trying to chase him, but was able to flash away. One more hit.
He might get out.
But he was able to survive, circling around from the bottom lane to the top side.
Wow, absolutely getting away with murder there. My runs all throughout the map while everyone's chasing them here. But 3005 does take out Arlie here as a contingency prize, because cannot get the Mai, but we will take the Arlie as they're still chasing here now on the side of the Boars Gaming, all grouped up.
Top side has been taken down here, Phil. That is not good. Two inner turrets have been taken down because of the minions. And right now, Boars Gaming have to think about this. Do they go for the fight? Do they go for the objective? Because if not, AYLO Gaming is doing a good job making them chase for them.
Absolutely. If I was AYLO Gaming, I would be like, hey, they're just losing the side lanes. Let's just keep, keep them busy here, watch them. They want to group up and force these 5v5s. Don't give them that fight. If they're losing on the side lanes, don't let them have that 5v5 they want there. As we see objectives being traded here, kind of maybe in that same vein, they don't want to fight Boars. They give them the Tyrant, and they go ahead and take the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, I like that Boars Gaming was able to take the Tyrant, because they're the type of team that really is looking for those fights, right? So the Tyrant is just going to be able to help them out with that objective for them. But AYLO Gaming getting the Overlord, that is going to be really hard for Boars. If they drop this on the mid lane, they can maybe able to take the first tier tower.
Yeah, map-wise, Boars not looking too good here. They only have 1 tower, whereas both the side lanes are clean on the side of AYLO Gaming, and they have that Shadow Enhanced Vanguard summoned whenever they need it to go ahead and split another lane, too.
Good use in that bitter farewell, just to push back 3005. No more Sacred Tree Blessing. Mac trying to go for a flank here, but the top side, though, look at this, Bill. They're already going to be able to take the top side tower. They can't defend this. this is going to be a free one coming in from AYLO Gaming.
Boars Gaming, they're too focused on these team fights. They move as a unit here, as you can see, as they 5v1 the Luna, but it's too little too late. They take down the Luna after they lost their high ground there.
Yeah, look at what they're going to do here, right? AYLO is going to be taking the pressure on the mid side of the tower. Everybody from Boars is on the top side. So with this, they might be able to take the tower on the bot lane, or they can trade it for the first tier tower right down on mid lane. Wise, right now, is trying to take out the Azure buff, but they are going to be knocking them up. Wise is not going to be able to do this. He's going to try to survive with a Blood Rage, but it is not going to be enough damage from the side of AYLO. Good jump coming in from you. Not able to get the kill just yet. Good juggle from the side of Boars Gaming. 3005 is going to be left alone, and he's going to be dead.
Fabulous.
Wow, Flowborn Tank actually not going down there. Tried to do as much as he can there. Got a lot of crowd control off on that Byron. They had a nice juggle, as you mentioned, but it's just not enough there. They kind of got caught with their pants down there and lost a lot of health while they were on the Azure Golem. But this game really reminds me of AYLO Gaming versus BTK yesterday. They're playing the map right now. They're playing for these objectives, these high grounds, these towers, whereas Boars Gaming is kind of rigid. They're playing as like a 5-man core, walking around the map, and that's, you know, getting them not enough map pressure.
What a fight, though. They are already starting right now. The pushback coming from Wise has been enough to take down Doxa, pushing to the team, but mission complete from AYLO.
AYLO, every time, it may not look like they're winning the fights, but they're getting these objectives. It is 6 towers to 2 here. The gold is, I would say they're crazy ahead on gold, so Boars will always have a shot here to win a fight, but it looks like Boars is kind of angling towards that Tempest. They're just down so much map pressure right now, that's probably going to be their only way out, to stall it out to Tempest and win that.
Yeah, they need to take the inner turret here right down the middle lane, because this is going to be an important take for them. Right now, everybody's waiting for this. They are going to try and maybe take this fight in the mid lane, but no, for now, it's going to be okay for them to take this, then go back to maybe take a tower or an overlord.
Luna once again, we don't even notice it, and we get the map hacks basically. We see everyone. Luna steals another tower there. 2 high grounds down for the side of Boars Gaming. They're really lacking that pressure on the side lanes. You know, they're just not paying attention to those side lanes, and they're leaking towers left, right, and center.
Yeah, it's doing good. Good knock up on Wise, but still a good kill on you. He has been taken down time and time again, and right now, Doxa is just going to be backing off. They got some towers, but you has been picked off again.
Yeah, and it seems like AYLO is so ahead now that it is going to be the time that they try to fight for once here.
Yeah, good knock up right now. Doxa is in front of everybody, just being the tank for the team here. Alonso is just trying to take the damage up on their faces. Doxa, is he going to be able to survive? No, still a good knockback from Boars, and this Tyrant is going to be theirs.
That might be why AYLO's trying to avoid Boars Gaming all game. It seems like in a traditional 5-on-5 fight, they don't have enough juice. But in these small skirmishes, we see Luna instantly pop the infinite fastness as they go ahead and look to clean up the bot lane on side Boars. They kind of equalize that trade there with that pick.
Yeah, good pickup, good take. Phasma doesn't have any flashes, that's why it's easier for them to do so. And AYLO Gaming was able to take it. Look at the gold here for most of their team, though. It's still very much equal on that gold gap thing, but right now, it's still looking like AYLO has the advantage here.
Absolutely. You coming in here with a bit of a solo kill potentially onto Fatih. He's forced to run, and then they will actually let him go here. Flowborn tank. A lot of that gold on the side of AYLO Gaming is actually all on the Luna. We see Luna's up 3,000 gold on the Flowborn tank. So they realistically should not be fighting without the Luna here, as Luna's going ahead and soloing this enhanced Overlord.
Yeah, taking the Overlord going to be free. Wise right to jump in, but not going to work out for the team here, so that's a free one. Could help them push the mid lane tower once they put the Shadow Vanguard on that mid lane.
I'm surprised at the gold. Look at the economy there. Even though AYLO Gaming is up 4 towers here, they took 2 high grounds. The gold, they're actually down gold. So Boars Gaming is doing a great job of getting that farm in, right? Getting that economy from these 2 kill advantages they have here and the farming.
Yep. Taking a lot of time here for Boars. Really struggling on that department. I just hope that AYLO Gaming would be able to get the pushes here, but I hope Boars still has a lot of hope here. If we go to a Tempest fight right now here, Phil, there's a chance that Boars could take this.
Absolutely, there's 2 minutes left. AYLO Gaming needs to go ahead and mount a push here and end the game before that happens there. Because as we've seen in prior, Boars Gaming, their team fighting is extremely strong. AYLO Gaming has not been able to win a team fight on them. They've been able to play the map and steal towers. But when it comes to Tempest Dragon and that all-out fight, Boars Gaming's composition looks a little bit stronger.
Yeah, pretty scared of the team fights here, and Wise being a good counter to the Arlie and also to the Luna. Right now, it's gonna be easier for them to do so. Shadow Path is in the mid lane. They're looking for a good engage here for the side of AYLO Gaming. Right now, they can go in if ever they want to, but Boars, they are being pushed away. Alonso, good position to cut them off, and they were able to take the tower.
This is looking like the final push here. Luna on the side trying to drag someone away as they're methodically walking these dragons into the base.
Yeah, onto the back line though. Infinite Vastus has been popped already. They're going to be starting. Doxa was able to get the knockup to save his life. The Infinite Vastus is down from Matt. And right now, 45 seconds on that Tempest. We're not able to get the push in the mid lane, but it's very, very close.
Yeah, that final tower, the lone tower on side of Boars Gaming is hanging on by a thread here now as we see this might be the first Tempest of the Kings Major West League here as it's spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah, right now we're going to be starting. 25 seconds on the clock on that Tempest. Everybody's getting ready, but what's really hard about this, Phil, is that the side lanes, it's natural lane push for AYLO.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here, Boars, because if they overcommit for this fight here, they could just get backdoored by someone like that Luna we've seen in the past.
Yeah, they can do that. Right now, that is going to be 30-05 probably down here, but he has to save the Sanctuary. That was very scary, but never mind, he has healing a bit. That's a lot of healing coming in from his side, though. 30-05 is going to go down with the Save the Sanctuary, but is he going to survive? Save the Sanctuary also pop. Destiny has been bought, and that is one down. That is a good kill for their side. I think Red Cutie doesn't have any flash. Yes, he doesn't have it anymore. Right now, this is going to be a dangerous spot for the team, and they are falling down like flies also on the fight in the mid lane. And that's not good. Boars Gaming got a 2-for-1.
Fight's going all around the map, but surprisingly not actually where the Tempest Dragon was, right? We see 30-05 with a super clutch 1v2 survived so long there, being able to cycle up that Sage's Sanctuary into a Destiny there and almost churning it there. Lady Jen coming in for the save as well too. And it looks like Tempest Dragon is starting to be brought low here. It looks like Boars Gaming wants to go ahead and force this.
Oh, look at the chase from you. That is scary though. If he dies here, it's gonna be bad. Right now, they're waiting for 10 seconds for Robo Alma to come in. Right now, the mid lane is pushing. Tempest Dragon is ticking. Alonso on the position to be able to take this, but Yu is trying to take out some HP from him, almost getting the kill. And the Sage Sanctuary, Alonso trying to cut them off, trying to be the distraction for the team. Right now, they're trying to take a bottom lane, though the tower there might be in danger. Now, 5 people are up on the side of AYLO. They can take this Tempest and maybe take this fight.
AYLO knows that Fatih is forced to play housekeeping in base there. Maybe this is their chance to go ahead and force a 5v4, but it looks like they were not quite able to do that. They don't want to pull the trigger yet. They're trying to play this really slow.
Yeah, right now Tempest is up. Right now Doxa is looking for a very good flank here. Was found out. Good take.
They always know.
Yeah, they always know, as you said. Right now, AYLO gonna take the target, and that might be it. Phasma is gonna go down. That is big 4v5. This is good. AYLO Gaming might be able to take this fight. And right now, the bot lane is pushing.
Here, Luna sets up in the bush, waiting for someone to walk in here. Fatih doing a great job of face checking that for his team here, as well as Flowborn Tank. Dolia is down. It is one of the lesser impact players on the side of Boars here as the roamer, but they are going to try and take this opportunity to try and force the Tempest Dragon, though.
Yeah, 4v5. Not going to be good for them. Bot lane, top lane closing in. It's going to be bad. They have to take the fight right now. AYLO is taking their time. You have no vision on that Tempest. Wise needs to find a way to get in, to get close, but it's not happening. The distraction was there. The Tempest has been taken, and Boars need to run away. Good flash, good knockup. Mac doesn't have the Infinite Vastus anymore, and they might be looking to end this.
This might be it here. That Tempest Dragon is one of the strongest buffs in the game here, as all of them go ahead and just brute force down the towers here. Minion wave in Crystal. This is going to be the final fight here. Last stand for Boars Gaming.
Yeah, last fight. They're looking for it. Sage Sanctuary already up for 30-05 in Mac. And here comes the Vanguards. This is going to be scary here, Phil.
Dash, why was I saying how AYLO Gaming kind of sped up their game now? And then the first game here, we got a 23-minute game. And they're playing really safe, right? Look at this. They're playing really safe, walking in the Tempest Vanguards here. All right.
Oh, good flash, good denied. He was able to get the knockup, though Doxa would be able to survive for so long. The Crystal is going to be killing him. Infinite fastness in front of everybody. That's a good first kill. Alonso is also going to fall down. 3 people with Tempest are down on the side of AYLO Gaming, and Boars was able to stand up to them.
Wow, Boars doing a great job. That I was almost certain that they were going to go down there with the Tempest Vanguards and everything, but they actually win the fight 3-0. Not a single member of Boars went down there. I've been in this situation all too many times. It's too stressful. All the lanes, there's no more towers. You have Tempest pushing into your base. You got to really pay attention to those Tempest Dragons, because if you ever leak one of them into your crystal, they are, 1 or 2 of them are just enough to solo your crystal.
At this point in time, you need to at least take like 2 good fights. If you win 2 big fights, you might be able to win the game. So Boars got 1. So maybe this next one would be the next one they need.
Those are the last 2 remaining Tempest Vanguards on the map here. So they've basically outlasted the Tempest buff that AYLO has here. We have another Tempest Dragon coming up very soon, and that is going to be the other decider of the game, it seems like.
Yeah, 24 minutes, Phil. You know how fast the minions are, right? It's very scary to leave them. That's why they are just really running a marathon just for them to get onto their base. Now, it's going to be scary for Boars. They have to be very careful on defending. 48 seconds. They need to clear the waves first, push them very far. But AYLO in position to be maybe able to take this. Wise is just scouting the area to maybe even able to get some vision here.
AYLO just not quite able to close out the game here. 25-minute game here, a record for this league here for sure. And we're gonna see another Tempest come up here. Can AYLO secure another one? If Boars Gaming secures that Tempest, I'm pretty sure they got it, because they're able to just brute force down and win the team fight.
Yeah, this might be a me problem here, Phil. I got here and we have a 25-minute game. This is crazy.
I jinxed it. I was mentioning how they cleaned up the closing act. It seems like the closing act still needs a little bit of work here from AYLO Gaming.
That's true. Second Tempest off the game. I've seen this a lot on the other leagues too. So right now, with the second Tempest, Wise is at least taking a good position here, trying to take it very, very early. Already in position. Right now, AYLO Gaming, Alonso is just taking some space here, right on the river. But Boars just needs to go back.
Arlie's pushing that wave bottom. They have to be very careful. They have to send the Fadi go in and answer that, because even if you get the Tempest Dragon, if Arlie's able to push a wave in your crystal, you just lose the game for it here. Both teams are playing so cautious here. Mai getting caught, Splendor being popped, Flash being popped to go ahead and get out.
Very early. Alonso already threatening a bit of the HP here of the Tempest. It's very tanky. You can see it, right? It's very tanky. It's so hard to take down. That's why you need to set it up perfectly in order for you to take this. Right now, Boars trying to take the fight here. Alonso already low HP. Just 1 hit coming in from Mac, and he's already very, very low.
Boars is fighting their heart out, but those minions, look at those minions. They're just inevitable. They just constantly march into the base.
Oh, Wise is going to be dead now. They can go in for the fight here for the side of AYLO Gaming. They're starting the Tempest Dragon. No way for Boards to be able to contest this. 3 people are playing guard, bodyguarding this take on the Tempest. You is already in position. Pharma or Phasma might be taken down, and that Tempest is going to go to the side of AYLO.
AYLO gets their second Tempest here, and surely this is going to be the nail in the coffin for the side of Boars there. I'm so surprised Dolly actually survived that there. They were so tanky. But look at these minions, how quick and strong these minions are as they go ahead and march into the crystal.
They're going to be starting it right now on the back line, already low HP. Destiny has been popped. They have to take the stack straight too. They're going to try to end this. You right now is taking a lot of damage, and they're going to be able to take down everybody. And AYLO Gaming will take the first game.
Oh man, what a first game here. 2 Tempest Dragons. The AYLO Gaming takes both of them, and they needed to use both of those for the win there, because Boars Gaming was fighting tooth and nail to go ahead and defend their base there. Super impressive gameplay from both sides here. But yeah, as we mentioned, may have jinxed it a little bit, right? AYLO Gaming off to an early lead, but they were just not able to close out the game. They took all the towers. They stole all these towers in the side lanes there, but they were not able to close it out here, even with the first Tempest Dragon. They needed the second one there to go ahead and hammer in that win.
Yeah, it was very hard, right? We can see there that they were kind of struggling because they have a problem with the Flowburn tank. Flowburn tank is very hard to deal with when you're playing a Luna, when you're playing an Arlie. It was such a good pick from the side of Boars Gaming because every time that they try to dive, they try to engage, the shield bash from the Flowburn tank is so hard to deal with.
Absolutely, that targeted move is able to just lock onto all these mobile characters like the Luna, right? Doesn't matter how many times you dash, I'm just gonna lock onto you and then knock you up there. And that's why Flowburn Tank was pivotal in that game. I would say the composition from Boars Gaming was amazing. It's just that they were playing on the back foot the whole game. They never once got the momentum. They were always playing catch up, and they were doing a great job of it. Masterclass in turtling, being able to defend the Tempest Dragon with 3 high grounds down. But if the whole time you're trying not to lose, you're not going to be able to win, and that's what we saw there.
Yeah, and I like that AYLO Gaming is able to play like this, right? The macro coming in from this, guys, is good. They were letting Boars Gaming chase the objective. They're letting them chase the heroes. So it was hard for Boars Gaming to keep up because, as you said a while ago, their team was built to be a death ball, and they're doing that. And that is what AYLO is doing. They are just keeping them at bay. They were just going to the side lanes to be able to take the pressure out of that death ball.
Absolutely, but one of the weaknesses, you know, with that death ball style composition, you're so strong in a fight, right? You're able to just send people into the blender, but you guys can only be so many places at the same time, right? If you have 5 people in the mid lane, 4 people in the Tempest here, you're gonna leak pressure in the side lanes, and that's why we saw Luna going ahead and stealing all those towers multiple times. Even minions sometimes. We see minions leak through and take down the towers.
Yeah, this game is very, very close. I like that we're seeing the new kids of Boars Gaming able to play like this and able to take this game to 27 minutes, if I'm not wrong, because that was a very, very long game. Second Tempest, they really had a hard time making sure that they have their base intact and also trying to get information in that Tempest Dragon. And here you go. You can see the stats here, Phil, on what happened that game.
Absolutely, it was such a long game. You see everyone's fully itemized up with their ultimate builds here. Even the roamers have their full builds, selling some of the items to be a little bit greedier as well too. We saw Phasma on that Dolly, how tanky they were at the end. They're getting caught out and actually not dying, sitting in the pool and regenerating and barely getting away. But Boars Gaming coming up a little bit short once again. Kind of like the story of Boars Gaming. So where yesterday we saw they had some great performances, but they came up a little bit short. But the games were always close. They always had a chance. They were never stops.
Yeah, I do think you got caught up a lot during that game. He got caught by Weiss, he got caught by Mac every time because it was not even a him problem. It was the Flowburn problem that they kept on trying to solve during this whole game. And also, just to give a highlight too, 3005 was very scary. A late game Fati is very strong, everyone. Almost as strong as a marksman, which is why it's so scary to face off against him whenever you're trying to go for a 5v5 in that later stages of the game.
Absolutely. They even, we saw that 1v2 from Fati, right? It looked like he was going down there. All that healing and sustain came out. He was able to cycle the Sage Sanctuary into Destiny and kind of churn that fight here. But looking at the gold graph, AYLO Gaming won while down thousands of gold. This is really not something you see very often.
Yeah, all I can say is that because everything has been pushed on the side of Boars Gaming, it was easier for them to get gold just because of the space that they have, right? They're getting a lot of big minions. So that's why they're going to get a lot of gold in that sense. But in that end, later stages of the game, at that point, it won't really matter how strong you get because you already have full items. But Alonso getting the MVP, even if not getting a lot of kills, it was good because he was the reason why they got all the pushes on the side lanes.
Absolutely, he was able to steal away a lot of those towers there, and then he always kind of went in and kind of tested his luck, it felt like, and tried to get picks. Not many of them went out favorably, but he was able to survive it, right? He goes in, tries to see if he can get a pick on someone else, and it doesn't happen. He goes in and backs away and always applies that pressure on them.
Yeah, good work from the boys from Argentina. AYLO was able to do a lot of great jobs here. You can see everybody, the highlights here for our game. Alonso was also doing a good job surviving and trying to take down some key targets on those fights with that Luna. But you can see how Weiss has been like a very big wall that they have to go through.
Absolutely, yeah. Alonso's been landing some great combos with Luna. It's just the composition on side of Boars is just so tanky. They're not really ever able to really confirm these kills. Look at the durability on side. Even the Dolly is fairly durable. Most of the times it goes down, they have to spend a lot of resources to take them down.
Yeah, it was a very hard game for both of our teams, but I like it. I love these types of games, high pressure, very long, and they were able to get 2 Tempests at that point. But this last fight, it all came down to who is just stronger at this point, right? 23 minutes in the game. I was surprised that AYLO Gaming lost this fight, though.
Yeah, I think they maybe rushed it a little bit too quickly there. They went in before they had those Tempest Vanguards go ahead and disable the crystal. So they were fighting a little bit of a uphill battle there. But nonetheless, they were able to just constantly apply pressure on the side of Boars Gaming, forcing them to just play in base all game. I think after the 15-minute mark, we didn't see a single member of Boars Gaming cross the midway point of the map because they were just too busy stuck cleaning out minions in their base.
Yeah, love it. Love the performance here from our teams. I love that we've seen a lot of different changes. And also, this has been a thing for a lot of the teams in Global, right? A lot of teams in Global have been doing a great job here at upgrading. But again, everybody, before everything else, right now, it has been a good game. It has been a great time. We are still going to be having just a bit of break. Don't go away. We're going to be right back.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
It was a great first game that we've seen here, everybody, in the Major West League. We have seen a 27 minutes and 23-second game on that first game alone, everyone. We're going to be up for a long time here. It's going to be fun. We're going to see a lot of things. Still, we're going to be your casters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. Phil, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. We were wondering yesterday if the Tempest Dragons has gone extinct, and day 2 here shows that they have not. First game here, we see 2 Tempest Dragons. The game's really going the distance, and man, I just gotta say, I've played games like that before, where you drag it all the way out, you defend, but when it comes down to the wire, it's just not quite enough, and we're seeing what that looks like on Boars Gaming's faces there. That has to be soul-crushing, that game 1.
Oh yeah, they were defending for their lives. Their third-tier towers have been taking down. The high-ground towers not able to survive. Usually, whenever that happens, it's so hard to come back from those moments. You need to get one big ace in order for you to win those types of games.
Absolutely. If Boars Game was able to turn that one around, that would have been the most hype pop-off moment ever. You know, when those games where you're just defending the entire time, and then you just see one angle and you take it there. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that, so they will be starting the series 0-1 to AYLO Gaming. And since this is a best of 3, this is match point.
Yeah, match point for AYLO Gaming. We've seen the Lone getting banned. Usually that's what happens, everybody. Whenever you pick something on the first game, you will ban it on game number 2 because you don't want the other team to pick it up.
Yeah, we're seeing that from AYLO Gaming as well. They're likely to go ahead and ban the Mai and the Arlie. Whereas Boars, let's see how highly they value the Dolia, because they did first and second pick the Dolia long. They might just ban out that 2-piece combo here as well.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. As you were saying, the Lung and the Dolia are going to be out of the picture in AYLO, most likely. As you said too, it's going to be an Arlie gonna get banned here just so Boars Gaming wouldn't be able to pick that up. There was some good counters that we've seen from Boars Gaming during the last game, so I hope they do prioritize a good one for the first pick here for their side.
Absolutely. We have potentially a a Dharma being picked up here maybe, as well as Ogren. So there's still some powerful picks on the board here for the side of Boars Gaming, and they do have the option here. And they actually pick Yuan here, which is very interesting.
Ooh, that is interesting. Right now, the Yuhuan has been picked for Boars. It's a very flexible pick. In the Kings World Cup, we have seen Yuhuan as the most picked on every game that we've seen there, but the pay is up and the Dharma, so this is not good. That is a lot of faster face for AYLO.
AYLO Gaming is now 7 for 7 on those S-tier picks. They are keeping up the same strategy. They said it worked out last game. Pull up the tier list again. Okay, what's next? Dharma and Pei. Lock those characters in. Where it seems like Boars Gaming here, they go ahead and they're playing their own game. They're in their own world. They don't care what you pick. We just want our heroes and then our synergies. We're gonna pick the Yuan here and then pick the D Renji and Zia here too.
Oh, the Zia together with the Direnjie. I think these are good picks coming in from the side of Boars Gaming. I'm just really surprised with the Direnjie that they went in for that first 2 picks, because usually you pick the Direnjie in the second phase of the pickings because he's usually not prioritized.
Absolutely. He's a great pick when, you know, you identify the enemy team has some tank, someone durable that you want to go ahead and knock down. But it's also a good blind pick, I like to say here, the DRNG. So they're probably picking it to hide some of their later picks to maybe get some counters off here. But that is just exactly as you mentioned. They're in their own world right there, right? Picking the Yuan, picking the Jia. They have their own style they want to go ahead and play, and that's what they're doing here today.
Yeah, the Leon Paul has been picked here for the side of AYLO Gaming. They have a lot of tankiness just from this alone, and that's what you need whenever you have easy targets like the Direnjie and the Ziya on their side. So they could definitely chase down the back line with these picks.
Yeah, if I was Boars Gaming, I would be looking at their composition and saying, okay, the enemy team has 3 melees so far. Let's go ahead and try to beef up our composition, because, you know, when it gets down to the brawl, we don't want to get run over. They have the Liangpo, they have the Dharma, the Pei, they have a lot of dive. With these last 2 remaining picks here, they need to go ahead and counter it out. And look at that, the Yi Jing there to go ahead and lock them in and make it so they cannot escape from the divers of AYLO Gaming.
I like that they picked up... Oh, okay, they pick up the Ukyo. This is what we were talking about before. Like, the Ukyo is a very good counter against the Pei. He could match the pacing of the Pei, and when he gets the stun, he could definitely kill the Pei whenever it needs to be.
Absolutely. We did mention a little bit of this yesterday as well too, because it was picked. Again, everyone kind of says Ukyo is a counter to Pei. I've not really been seeing it too much here. Yesterday, the Ukyo kind of had a bit of a struggling game against Pei. We joked around and said, sure, it counters Pei, but then everyone counters Yukio, so that's why it's kind of hard to go ahead and pick that pick there, especially in the face of all this crowd control on the side of AYLO Gaming. The Liang Po, the Dharma, the Yijing, and Yukio's gonna have to play really, really careful with all those dangerous skills running about.
Yeah, one thing good about this pick, right, Phil, is that they have the Byron on their side. What I like about the Byron together with the Ukyo is that they do have a lot of pressure in the early game, and Pei usually needs somebody to help him out in the early game, and Dharma is not the best when it comes to that. If that was a Ma Yin, that could have been better.
Absolutely. Boars Gaming has a really strong topside 2v2 skirmish, right? The Byron is able to get that lane priority, and the Yukio is just as strong as Pei and is able to clear just as fast, so they're able to go ahead and react whenever they need to be. Yesterday in the game where we saw Yukio versus Pei, they actually kind of handshaked each other a little bit and then just split the map and then took each other's side of the jungles, and there was not much combat. I want to see more combat today. I want to see some bloodshed, some 2v2s between the Pei and the Yukio.
I agree. Whenever you're playing the Ukyo, I think you need to be a lot more aggressive compared to the Pei, because you're going to be sure that the Pei is not going to be fighting you, because once you get the stun is easier to get in compared to the Pei just punching you from far away. But now, everybody, this is the pickups from both of our teams. Very different play styles, but AYLO more on the all-in side of things.
Absolutely. Boars composition, I would say, is relatively fragile. That's a term I like to use here, because once they fall behind, it's going to be really tough. They do have the wave clear in that Zia to kind of stall out the games there, but you don't want to be put in a situation like last game where you're just defending all the time and you don't even get a chance to win.
Yep, same strategy from last game. Wise is going to be taking a bit of the XP here on the top side of the map, but right now Lomax is going to be in danger right down off the middle. And this is going to be it. I think Boars is... Wait, they're going to be stealing the jungle.
Yeah, they know they have that early game power like we're mentioning here, and they go ahead and force these fights. 4 members of Boars Gaming here in the jungle of AYLO.
Yeah, they're going to be taking it Wise. Right now is just going to be running. At least they were able to get the Boars, if you may, on the side of AYLO Gaming.
But then Pei goes ahead and steals it back away. So that's what I mean. You know, when you have both these super aggressive junglers, if they don't go ahead and fight each other, they're just gonna kind of be trading monsters there.
Yeah, they were able to trade it up. At least it's not really a lot of pressure from both of our junglers. I like this Ukyo pick so much just because of the fact that you don't see it a lot, except for a counter to Pei. 30-05 on the top side though, forced to flash away.
Yep, and we're going to see ultimates start to come up here as heroes are going to tick over to level 4. Of course, Zia is already level 4. We're going to see Zia able to transcend the level 15 mark in this game. So Boars Gaming's late game, on top of, you know, the enemy team having Pei, they have the Zia as well. Their late game is pretty much locked in.
Yeah, one thing that they could do here is make sure that Red Cutie is going to be getting a lot of the XP, accelerate his level 15 so that Wise, if ever they're going to put the Sanctification in Wise, will be able to have a better levels than Pei, and that's what you need whenever you're fighting against a Pei. You need to get earlier levels, better levels than him.
I don't know if Weiss would be the best investment into late game here. Usually we go ahead and bless the marksman because Weiss will still get one shot. But Board coming out here.
Yeah, that was a good knockup though. Phasma was able to at least flash away, but it's still going to be a kill coming in from AYLO.
The perfect time to go ahead and fight there right before Phasma is able to get that ultimate, right? And then, you know, go untangible and dodge that all out. That has to be a really bad feeling for the Yuan there, getting caught right before you get your ultimate.
What a great takedown there. And that is good. As you said, level 4 still not up for Phasma. That's why he was an easy target. And losing that flash is also not going to have that for a very long time before the next fight, though. And it's important for the Tyrant battle.
So similar to last game, AYLO Gaming kind of starting to pull away a tiny bit here. We saw last game, they're up like a few hundred to 1,000 gold for a long time before, you know, a real churning point happened here. This game, we're going to be trying to look for that same churning point in the middle of the game here. But both teams extremely passive here, I'd say, in the early game.
Yeah, very, very passive for both sides. So I hope they take some changes here. I like that they're putting a lot more of their presence on the mid lane here for the side of Boars Gaming, giving a bit of XP for both Red and Wise, so they could accelerate this Zuya for their side. 30 seconds on the clock, 15 seconds for them to get close on that last minion. Phasma, very low.
Yeah, I think if this game goes ahead and goes long once again, similar to last game, Boars seems like they kind of drafted their composition with that in mind, right? They did not like the fact that they stalled out and lost last game.
Yeah, that's a good bird though. That is at least able to push them back. Mac doesn't have any way of safety here, but they were still able to survive right now. AYLO Gaming is very low on this Tyrant fight.
Lomax is making a lot of plays down the Yijin, getting these boards down, really sneaky being in the bushes. I'm surprised none of those confirmed.
Yeah, now this is going to be a very early take of that Tyrant. AYLO a bit too late just because of that fight that they took. That was a bit of a risk. And now Doxa does have a flash, but they were not able to follow through.
And now after they take the Tyrant, they're going to retreat back into the jungle here and play a little bit of cleanup here. I want to see Boars Gaming kind of press the lead, you know? They haven't had a lead in a while.
What a good knockback, though. Good take on that, taking liberties coming in from Lomax. Able to take him down, and this tower in the bot lane is going to go and fall through.
Red team has destroyed
now, this is kind of going in the way of last game we were mentioning, right? Boars Gaming getting the objective, but they're losing these towers. They're losing that map pressure.
Yeah, they're really losing a lot of things, though. You can see the board being pulled through here. I like that AYLO Gaming. Lomax doesn't even care about his own economy. He's just putting pressure on the bot side. Oh, this is very dangerous, though. Wise at least was able to back off.
He's leaving all those minions in the mid lane for Pei to go ahead and clean up. He's kind of playing as a secondary support here, just always being really sneaky in that bottom lane to ensure that his lady soon can go ahead and get ahead.
Yeah. This is way easier right now. Boars at least are taking their time. Even though that they were losing a bit of the fights there, Phil, they still have a very good gold. There's no gold gap that we're seeing here.
Yeah, Boars Gaming, they know how to go ahead and team fight. It's just they lack that, you know, a bit of that map pressure there. They kind of play the fights instead of playing the map. So we're seeing those, you know, ideologies clash here in this game between Boars and AYLO, which is a team that, you know, plays the map and does not play for the fight.
As we were talking about it, they are playing it pretty well. They're playing it pretty well. Second tier tower on the bot lane at 5 or almost 6 minutes in the game.
They're able to just find these angles where they can just sneak, you know, some damage onto the towers here. Once again, look at this. They're able to potentially sneak some damage on the tower here.
That is very smart, though. They used the board just to cover it up, and now Wise, trying to fight back against Alonso, didn't hit the stun. And now they are not going to be able to take down the tower in mid lane. At least the teleportation circle was helpful for them to keep the tower in mid lane. Oh, what a good trick matchup. Good command. And that was a good one. Throws him to the wall, and now they're going to go in, get the stun, get the knock up, and AYLO Gaming was able to get the thing for one.
Wow, just the instant follow-up from the Yang Po there. He sees that Dharmic goes in, lands that beautiful Truth Mantra, immediately follows up with the Tremor Smash to take a beautiful 1-for-3 for the side of AYLO Gaming. And we're starting to see AYLO Gaming really walk away this game here, you know? They were playing really passive, but once this mid-game hits, they're known for this beautiful mid-game kind of wave management here where they're able to take down these towers and play the map here. And Boars is kind of getting caught in the same situation they were in last game.
Yeah, they're even taking the jungle camps here on the side of Boars. And so hard for Boars to even take a step forward out of the map just because the towers are already down. Every part of the jungle is not even safe. Top side is where AYLO is going to go next. And now the Naka comes in. Also, put pressure with the damage. Might be able to go with the Tremor Smash. No, the board was able to catch up too. It's going to be good. At least the Naka from taking liberties was able to take them down. Red Cutie is in danger. The Naka comes up, but nothing matters because AYLO is already dominating.
AYLO Gaming, now they're playing the death ball, right? All 5 members of the team moving in unison here. But while they're doing this, Boars Gaming is not able to capitalize. All the waves are still pushing onto their side there.
Yeah, they almost launched the assault.
Ooh, there's another one
right here. Another one comes up. And that is another tower in the top side.
Red team.
Something tells me this game is not going to go as long as last one here. AYLO Gaming identifies that Boars Gaming, they have that Zia, they have that late game. They don't want it to go late.
Tremor Smash comes in, gets the knockup. Good using that Imperial Order. Gets Roba Alma onto lower resistances.
For sure. I gotta flex a little bit of my Yukio knowledge here, as Yukio gone ahead and used the Concealed Saber Heavenly Hack onto the Lady Sun there, taking him out.
Yeah, and the Concealed Saber Snowfall Slash to get the,
there you go.
Get the damage in. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Dash knows. I was quizzing Blam on this on another show, and he was not quite sure. But we're gonna see some concealed sabers come out this game, guys.
Yeah, that's what it's called. That's what the moves are called whenever he starts. But everybody, this is now the board onto the mid lane. But at least they will be able to take the tower. That's good. Never mind, 3005. There's going to be a major Glimmer Smash on the 4. And they're going to follow through. 3005 is going to fall down. Alonso is on the side lane. Doxim has the flash though. He's looking. Oh, what a good flash from Red Cutie. Was able to react in time. And now they got the knockup too. Good stuns coming from their side. And that's AYLO just going to be backing off in shame.
Raba has actually been playing out of his mind this game on the Liang Po, hitting amazing engages all game. They're right there connecting a beautiful 4-man tremor smash to kind of counter initiate and take a kill on what looked like a pretty bad setup.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they were still able to run away from that. It was also because Lomax used the ult a while ago, which is why they didn't really have that follow-up that they need. Board, not going to hit anyone.
Board comes out a little bit wide here, but it's okay as we see Weiss getting caught out there on that Jerome. This is what I mean about that Yukio pick. It's so squishy, it's so fragile. If you're not able to accelerate and snowball the game, that pick in the mid to late game doesn't really do much.
Yeah, that's true. He's really struggling right now. Look at the gold gap from Alonso and Weiss. It's a 3k gold gap at this point, and that's not good. Right now, 3005 got caught up. Tremor Smash not going to hit anybody. They were able to clear the wave on the top side of the map, so very safe for Boar.
Absolutely, AYLO Gaming definitely applying a lot more pressure than last game here. They're backing up. They might opt to go ahead and take a double objective here.
Go.
We see the blessing coming out onto DRNG here. Boars Gaming, they need to survive. Again, they have that late game. They can have 2 level 25s potentially. They just need to stop the bleeding and go ahead and hold the line.
Dark Tyrant has been
taken. That is for free. They can't even get in position to go for the trade on that Overlord because they don't really have any towers anymore outside. So it's very scary. Every brush is very scary.
Absolutely. We haven't talked much about the economy in this game, but AYLO Gaming now has a very sizable lead, about 5,000-6,000 gold. Even last game while they were ahead, they were never up this much.
That's not good. That's not a good fight to take. He was able to flash in, but at backline, what a good truth master again. Doxa was looking for it. And now that's a 2-kill advantage for the side of AYLO.
Doxa and Ramba here are just cleaning up these fights here with these crucial initiations.
Unending Sorrow has been used by Phasma. He's going to be running away, but it's not going to matter even with a flash. Oh, never mind. He was able to run away. Now on the top side, they're waiting for the minions. No minions on both sides. Both of them are low HP. Through Barry comes in and under their own base. Yu was able to take down the tower. They're tanking up a lot of the damage here. This might be the end here. Phil, this game is going to be over. Red is going to be up in 1 second. He's up, but that's a tad bit too late. That's a win for AYLO Gaming.
While first game seemed really close, that game did not seem close at all. At the end, they're pushing, I think it was Yuhan out of base there with the Truth Mantra. That one was personal there. They already had the win. They knew it. But he just had to sacrifice himself for one more there, sending a message over to the side of Boars Gaming and saying, hey, that game one, you know, all right, we dragged it out a little bit longer. This game, we're ending it.
Yeah, this game, at least they changed it up a bit of a faster pace compared to the Luna game that they had. And I like it. At least now on game number 2, a bit of a faster game, a bit of a change from the team, and the facing is way better than before, but Boars Gaming tried their best, and it was not enough.
I'm gonna have to officially put Yukio on fraud watch, guys. I'm sorry, I love the hero, all right? But the myth has been busted. We've seen it play against Pei so many times.
Yeah.
Like, for someone that counters Pei, he's often down 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold, it seems like, in these games.
That's true. That's true. Even in the Kings World Cup, we've seen a lot of Ukyo picks, and it didn't work out. Usually the Pei just outpaces him most of the time, was able to run in and out of the fights way better. And in the late game, I think even if they're both early to mid-game heroes, I think Pei does a better job than the Ukyo.
Pei just has that range. He's able to push towers and play as kind of like a little bit of a secondary marksman when he's pushing those side lanes, right?
Yeah.
Okio definitely has his advantages in certain instances, but again, it's such a fragile pick. You need to execute it on it so perfectly, and it doesn't have the durability Pei has. It doesn't have the shielding, right? It's a bit more squishy, goes with more full damage build, so the execution is really difficult. You get hit by one crowd control there and you go down. We saw that in the mid game there as Yukio's trying to secure his own jungle. Liang Po flies flies over the wall, knocks him up, and then that's all she wrote.
Yeah, it was a very hard game for Boars Gaming in game number 2. It was very easy to pull off. What they wanted to do was very easy to pull off on the side of AYLO Gaming. That's why they were able to get the advantage there, the Tremor Smash. And usually Dharma really needs somebody to set up the fights for him, so he would be able to sneakily get that group mantra. And we've seen Doxa do it like 3 times, and it was so good.
Oh, Doxa and Raba there. Game 1, you know, we mentioned there, it's really early over there where the players at. They really woke up here for this game too. Beautiful plays there. They really churned it up to 11 there, making all these crucial engages, crucial counter initiates here coming out. I'm actually not sure who the MVP is. We're going to see coming up here in a second. Honestly, it's a coin toss between the Liang Po or Dharma. They both did so well in the game.
Yeah, they had a lot of really good setups here for the team, so I'm very excited to see who's going to be able to get that MVP. It was a nice game, honestly, for Boars Gaming, especially game number 1. But in the series alone, AYLO Gaming just did a better job at doing playing the game and just outpacing Boars Gaming. They caught them on the macro on game 1, and that's the same thing they did in game 2.
For sure. And I would say instead of kind of avoiding those fights and shying away from those fights, this game, they draft a composition that could really go ahead and scrap with that Liang Po, with that Dharma. So instead of like game 1, they were trying to avoid Boars Gaming all game. Once they had the advantage, they pressed at this game, and that's why they gone ahead and ended the game super quickly.
Yeah, that was good. AYLO Gaming, you can see it right here. I think Lomax could also be in position to get that MVP spot because of the boards that he has been doing in the early stages of the game. So, and also the damage dealt on that Yixing is also very high in this game.
Absolutely. But look at that Liang Po doing almost as much damage as a Yukio too. I might be a little bit biased here as the residential tank player, but I gotta give the MVP over there to Raba here. I'm not sure if it's the official MVP, but that is a master class on how you play engaged tanks and engaged supporters there.
Yeah, it was doing a good job waiting for not even using his flash defensively. Usually he uses it for a good, very fat Tremor Smash, and he was able to get it. And now, this time you can see the gold graph, everybody. AYLO was just taking over the game the whole time, and it was not even close this time around.
Yeah, they definitely just flipped the switch, you know. If the names are covered, I would not even think that was the same AYLO from game 1 there. They really woke up that game, and here as they look at the MVP, it is the Dharma here from Doxa. We were mentioning it was going to be a little bit of coin toss between the Liang Po and the Dharma. Dharma also made some insane 3-man the truth mantras there, being able to surprise the member of Boars Gaming multiple times too. Usually one good combo is enough to win a game. Doxa actually pulled it out multiple times in that one game.
Yeah, this is the reason why Dharma is such a contested pick, right? It's usually a 50-50 in where you don't make a play or you make a lot of plays. And Doxa was able to get a lot of that, especially this one. This was such a good one. It was a very good truth.
That was a pivotal fight there. Before then, it was what I think it was 0-2. The games was relatively even, but that is the momentum that AYLO Gaming needed. And off of that play, they're able to transition that into lots of towers and into more of these plays here, trapping Boars Gaming inside their base.
Yeah, it was very hard. Right now, you can definitely see that Doxa was doing a good job, definitely deserving of that highlight for our game. So this is such a good showing, and look at that. Raba with a 4-man Tremor Smash in that game.
That's why it was hard to pick right there, right? Liang Po also made so many clutch plays there. Here's another one here. Knocking up 2 right as the D-Renji jumped in there. Is forced to burn that cleanse to just not get knocked up by the Tremor Smash.
Yeah, and this was the bait that we saw from the last part, right? He was
they're showing it again.
Yeah,
brutal there.
Yeah,
Doxa sending a message.
Yeah,
on 1 HP there, in his dying breath, is like, here, take this. Boom, shoots a Yuan into the Lady Sun for him to go ahead and take it down there. And the game was over at that point, right? It was 5 members up, I think, on the side of AYLO Gaming. Yuan, no shot. They can go ahead and hold that 1v5. So great match coming out from AYLO Gaming here, really cleaning up in game 2.
yeah, it was a good game. It was a good time that we've seen here from our players. They were really just playing their hearts out the whole time. But again, everyone, that was just our match number 1. We still have 3 matches to go after this. We have in your casters. We're going to be taking a bit of a longer break than before. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. And that has been us. Don't go away. We're just going to be taking a short break.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
And now we're gonna go to match 2, the most awaited for all the fans out there of the Major West League. We're still gonna be your casters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Phil. Phil, this is game number 2, or rather match number 2. What do you think about this next match?
Now, yesterday we made all the fans wait, right? We put BTK in that final game there. Today we called them up, all right? We said, hey, move them up a bit. We got to see more BTK. Today we got 2 matches coming out from BTK. We got them first coming up against Twisted Minds here, and then in the last game of the day as well, too. But this game here, there's no way to sugarcoat it. It is David versus Goliath, right? BTK, the new kids on the block, versus the former Major West champions there, Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, right? Because Twisted Minds, even though we have some changes with this team, some of their players are not going to be playing anymore here. It's going to be tough for them in a way for BTK that this team is already here. We've seen them in the Kings World Cup playoffs, everyone. So this team is no joke. They're a very strong team. BTK, I know that they've been playing a lot. I have seen their streams. I played with Zane during the yesterday, I think, on Peak, and I'm really surprised that they are really trying their best to get in shape for the Major West League, and I like that effort.
Absolutely. Dash with the hands-on reporting there, finding Zane in Peak, checking out his skills there. Hopefully they won that game there. But this game here coming up, ooh, that might be a sign of things to come here, actually. But Twisted Minds versus BTK. Twisted Minds, again, as we mentioned, is a team from the KWC, right? They got 4th, if I'm correct here. So this is a world caliber team. Not only are they a world caliber team, they ranked really highly there. So this is gonna be one of the ultimate tests here for BTK. We are still in the rankings week, so no matter what happens, all the teams are gonna be staying and moving on to survival week. But this is gonna be a good taste of what they're gonna need to be, the level they need to go ahead and play at if they wanna be the best.
Yeah, it's gonna be really scary though. I think this is one of the best experiences that BTK would be able to get fighting against the strong teams, because Twisted Minds are very strong. At least they are very new, so maybe there's some weakness there that they could use against Twisted Minds. But I'm really hoping for the best here, at least for BTK.
I think Twisted Minds shows and kind of encapsulates, you know, all the things BTK is potentially lacking right now, right? Twisted Minds having amazing experience. They're a roster that's played together, very seasoned roster there. They have that hero ocean there. Not even, we don't call them hero pools anymore. We call them hero oceans now when it comes to world-class teams, right? So they have all of those, and those are the ones we were mentioning yesterday. Potentially BTK might be lacking, being one of the newer teams here, right? They don't have as much experience, but let's go ahead and check out Twisted Minds in their team intro.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here we go, Twisted Minds, as we mentioned prior, the former KMW champions here, with Clean now in the Clash lane. He used to be in the jungle there, and Knightley was in the Clash lane, but as we mentioned, there's a little bit of roster swaps right there. We have Zhu in the jungle, Shanks on the marksman role, ACC in the roam position here, a newer player as well too, and then once again, we have Hai Lang there in the mid lane.
Yeah, very different team from what we've seen from before. We're not going to see the same roster, but at least Hai Lang is still here. We're seeing Clean also here for the team. A bit of a change on that role going to the Clash lane, so this is some adjustments that they've did, but it was like a month, right, after the KWC, so I hope that month is enough for them to adjust.
Absolutely, and we've seen, speaking of adjusting, we're joking around as the intro was playing. Hai Lang switched up his hero here. Usually he has Gan-Mo behind him. That's one of his favorite mages. But today he actually picks up the Shangguan, which I would love to see him go ahead and bust out against the team we're about to see now, BTK.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, it's right for you to raise a bar, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Bloodthirsty Kings. This team has a lot of fans though, has a lot of backing from them. And now one thing that they would need here in this game is a lot of experience, and they are doing that job. They are doing a lot of effort to get into shape to get here. We have Fried Chicken right there on the Clash lane, best player 1 onto the jungle, Moba Zane on farm lane, and Shark on the roamer, and Hoon right there on the mid lane. And this team are facing against the best of the best here in the Major West.
Absolutely. BTK coming up just a little bit short yesterday, taking the only match of the day to game 3 there against AYLO Gaming, but they did end up losing that match. Here they're coming back, and it is going to be another tough one here. They're getting the tough games out of the way early, as they're going to be against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, right now BTK are gonna get a lot of experience from Twisted Minds and how they play the macro. One thing that they would need is how to play the map more, because we've seen that from yesterday, and AYLO did a good job at showing them how it's done.
Absolutely. BTK, their mechanics are solid. We've always mentioned this, right? It's just that their macro is not quite there. They're able to get outmaneuvered there. We saw AYLO Gaming when they tried to go ahead and play more team fighty versus BTK. They actually got stomped in that game, in the game 2 from BTK. But when they go ahead and hang back and play the map similar to how they played against Boars Gaming there, it seems like BTK didn't really know how to react against that.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do here. They need to adapt pretty fast, because ranking week is just a week, everybody. It's just a week. It's going to be fast. It's going to be hard to adapt that fast, because we have 4 days of ranking week today. We have day 3 and day 4 tomorrow and on Monday. So this time, Twisted Minds, they know what to do here. They banned the Liang for the first ban.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds coming in here with a bit of an interesting draft here. They might know something we don't, but they ban out the Liang. They don't want to give BTK that easy option there. We always mention Liang makes a really streamlined game plan for your team, right? They go ahead and remove that, make sure that BTK needs to, go ahead and earn it here, not giving them those easy kills.
Yeah, Arlie, we were talking about this a while ago. Arlie, it's going to be important to take that out of the picture, because if it's going to be hard for BTK to play it, they need to ban it every time. Now it's going to be open. I think Hoon's My Shiranui, never mind. They're going to be banning the My Shiranui on their side, so that nobody on Twisted Minds will be able to play it.
A lot of powerful picks going down here. We see Ogren and the Long still up here. Dia. These are some potential options for the side of Twisted here in their first pick.
Yeah, right now, it's going to be a lot of potential first picks here for their side. The Dharma is also open. The Pei is also open, and that's why Pei is going to be the first pick here for Twisted Minds. Probably a Byron on that second will be good.
For sure, Twisted Minds going like, okay, we're going to try and end this game early. Twisted Minds not necessarily known for their early game pressure, kind of like how OG is, but they can definitely still play all these heroes. That's what we were mentioning about that hero Oceaneer. Twisted Minds has so many strategies and compositions kind of available to them that they can bust out in the perfect situation.
Yeah, Long and Yuhuan for BTK, very good first picks. We've seen this a lot just because of the flexibility of this too. And they can even slot in Adolia on that third pick, so that Hoon will be able to play that Yuhuan in the mid lane.
Absolutely here. We do see him play Yuan a good amount, when I tune into streams in the mid lane. So that's why that Yuan pick is so valuable. It's just so flexible. We see Yi Jing and D Renji being hovered on the side of Twisted Minds here. A relatively, standard traditional pick from Twisted Minds here. They're saying we don't need to pull out any cheap tricks. All right, nothing crazy. We're going to put Hai Lang on one of his signatures there, Yi Jing. We're going to use the D Renji, the Pei, and we're just going to play this by the book.
Yeah, I like that they're really conserving the heroes that they have here, that they didn't even pick up the Byron first. For their side, BTK has very strong lineup. This first 3 picks, this is, as you said, you look for a tier list, and you can see everybody on S tier here for the first picks that they have.
And I like the way BTK is drafting. They cannot afford to pull any punches. Number one, this is a best of 3, 2 matches, and that's it, right? But on top of that, you're versing Twisted Minds here. This is a team that is the former winners there. You cannot afford to hold back against them even for just one match.
Yeah, nice ban on that though. Yeah, we were saying it a while ago. That could have been a good third pick there just because they could utilize the Celestial Melody to reset the Infinite Vastness or even the Unending Sorrow. And on the side of BTK, they're being very, very aware, being wary of what ACC could pull with that Guan Yu.
Absolutely, yeah. The Guan Yu gave BTK a lot of trouble yesterday when they played against AYLO Gaming. We saw that Fried Chicken there was actually stuck in lane where Guan Yu was roaming all throughout the map there. So BTK doing a really smart decision, removing these clash laners that are able to kind of play the map more, because that's their weakness, right? They want to force these one-on-ones, these team fights. They don't want to play against these rotation-heavy heroes such as the Mai, the Guan Yu.
Yeah, right now BTK have a choice here on what they're going to be picking on their side. I do believe that they could pick up a really good roamer here on their side. I think Diadea is still open, so they can pick that up. So they have a very safe one on their side, or they can even just put the Yuhuan on the roamer.
Yeah, they're still very flexible here coming into the final pick. They can either flex the Yuan if they need, or actually just go ahead and play a traditional mid laner. I really like how they save that final pick here to kind of adapt their composition.
Yeah, I like that they pick up the Mai Yin once they saw the Fatih, because we all know that Mai Yin is not going to die against the Fatih. She's just going to run away. And on the side of this, it might even have the mods for the bot lane, because they want to play the range in order for them to set up a good board on Shu. And also, it's going to be hard for Ogren and Fatih to go in whenever there's the presence of the mods.
Absolutely. So BTK right now is thinking, do they need a bit more firepower? If they do, they're probably going to put that Yuan into the roam position and pick up a traditional mid laner, like we see here with the Nua here, Hoon picking up the Nua. So they are electing to get that firepower there. If they decided we probably have enough, then they can go ahead and take Yuan as a more supportive mid laner and pick up another roamer there. But they are coming in here with the Nua. Annihilations will be coming out. We did see BTK play this yesterday. It was not quite able to take down the W though. Hoon actually got his win on Xiao Xiao of all characters, which was very interesting.
Oh yeah, I like this. You know what? I like this picks that we're seeing right out of BTK's side, because man, this is a good composition. I'm really surprised that they were able to get this on the first game, because on the other end, at least Twisted Minds were respecting some of their picks, but this is a good composition that BTK was able to get.
Absolutely. That might be a little bit of Twisted Minds kind of testing them a bit here, seeing like, okay, let's see what you guys can go ahead and do. We'll give you guys a little bit more of a flexible draft. We'll get our, cookie bread and butter heroes, right? We have the Yi Jing on the Highland. Let's go ahead and lock some of these in. And let's see what you guys can do with some of these meta heroes. Because like we were seeing yesterday, when BTK picked the meta heroes, they did okay, but they didn't necessarily really click, right? The game 2 in which they won, they had probably their worst on paper draft. So maybe Twisted Minds saw a little bit of that and they understand that, okay, BTK, they're not necessarily known for these meta picks. Let's go ahead and leave them open and let's see what they go ahead and pick up.
Yeah, I like this from their side though. Twisted Minds are giving them the option to do that. So that's a good thing for BTK, but Twisted Minds are just playing a composition that they're very good at. And I like that they even have a lot of openings that on the side of BTK they could utilize on the pickings, and they didn't even think about much of the draft except for the fact that they just want to play this. That's what Twisted Minds is doing here.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds always keeping some gas in the tank, and that's what we see from these world caliber teams. They understand it's not a best of one, right? We're gonna have to see what goes on if we have to play a game 2, a game 3. They have all those strategies kind of lined up, whereas BTK right now is going for the home run, picking in all their strongest picks.
Yeah, right now 4 people right here trying to go for that invade in the first few minutes, but right now triple play on the mid lane. This is what we see a lot of teams have been doing to just get more gold share for the game, but Shu already knows what they have to do, and that's to steal the blue buff.
Yeah, when you send 4 people into the mid lane there, it really shows your hand, right? Pei now knows he can go ahead and easily solo up that Azure Golem without much support. Usually it's very dangerous when you go into the enemy jungle alone, but they go ahead, they see everyone on BTK in the mid lane, so he kind of gets to go there uncontested.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit too late, right? When they start to go to the top side of the map to try and steal the Azure buff, it will be a bit too late because the clear speed of a Pei is very fast, and look at how fast he's doing it. Go to the mid lane, try to go to the top side, and he's already in an advantage just because of that.
Yeah, he should be on track to level 4 like right about now there, but gotta call it ACC there being, you know, the annoying Motsu there, just like in your solo queue game, sitting in the bush waiting to fire that cannon blast to steal your farm there and really try to annoy Zane there while he's left alone in the bottom lane.
At least they were able to take the fire beak here on the bot side. That is very smart. At least take something out of the jungle of Twisted Mind so that you don't really fall ahead. So this is good. Right now, Twisted Minds is just playing the map pretty well, like what you expect from this team.
Absolutely. Both sides, not too much action going on so far. We just see Twisted Minds. Pei is relatively accelerated here, being able to steal some of that jungle and clean up those minions as well too. Whereas someone like Hoon here is not going to be able to give up that farm to his jungler as much on a carry style mid like Nuon.
Yeah, something very easy to point out is that what Twisted Minds is doing, very small micro thing, is that they left the minion go forward so that the minions are going to be on their side more so that the other team won't be able to contest it. What a good flash from Fried Chicken, almost getting the kill and clean. And now Hailang is in position to go for another fight here. No flash for Fried Chicken, so that might be a kill looming, but never mind, not going to happen. Infinite Vastus also from Zane is also down.
They're called Bloodthirsty Kings for a reason, right? Fried Chicken was bloodthirsty there, almost getting the solo kill on the clean there. Just missing it by a little bit. He's forced to back up as now Hailang is there to go ahead and cover some of Mei Yin's bases here. A lot of action in the bottom lane here, but both sides mainly focus on getting these waves cleared and ensuring that they have their farm cleared. So, you know, no real invades can be coming out.
Yeah, one thing that you could expect from Demon Jia is that he's not going to be dying a lot. That is the good thing about picking the Demon Jia up, is because you could be independent in lane. Oh, wait, that's a good cannon blast coming in from their side with the board, but no, nothing is gonna happen. They just pulled the trigger right there.
That's a great board coming out from Hailang, but looking at their composition, there's not that much dive, right? The Mei Yin was not around there. It's really only Motsu and the Pei. They didn't have that follow-up like you would see in some other compositions. So even though they did trap 3 in the board, it was still a relatively, you know, fair fight where everyone's throwing ranged attacks at each other.
Yeah, now they're gonna try and take this fight. They're going to be clearing the wave, 13 seconds in the clock before the Tyrant comes in. Whoever clears this first will be on a better spot, but never mind because Fried Chicken is already down on the top side.
Oh no, speaking of solo kills, that looks to be a solo kill there. Clean takes it on Fried Chicken, and now as the 4 minutes come up,
what a good
Yuan getting dropped really low.
Yeah, good combo in that stun. The Cannon Blast to the Imperial Order. That could have been a kill, and Shark had to force it away. Now they have the board. Shark is going to be dead here for sure. No flash is going to work here on the board.
The Tyrant was left on 1 HP there for a second. I was getting a little bit worried it was going to start resetting, but they come back and actually smite it away. Mei Yin got a good amount of tower damage on that tier 1 tower in the Clash lane there, because it was a really good time that she went ahead and took that solo kill at that 4-minute mark. And ooh, Zane gets caught out here and goes down.
What a play from their side. One thing that I've seen here from Twisted Minds, it's so clean that whenever somebody gets stunned, the Imperial Order is always at the ready. Hoon might be in danger here on the top side. What a good drop kick coming in from Clean. And they're just going to be running away safely from that.
It's Twisted Minds' crowd control is amazing, and they're chaining up really well. As you mentioned, again, right there, the ultimate coming out onto Fatih, getting dropped down to 1. Everyone on the side of BTK is getting battered under tower. Uh-oh, here's the 1v1.
Yeah, you can see the 1v1 top side.
Oh, this could be... Ooh, that's just a flat-out solo kill there. There was no interference there, man. All right, that was just the Clash lane 1v1, and... Fried Chicken almost won the last one, but it was actually Clean that was able to secure it.
Yeah, it was crazy. He already had Axel Torment at that point, right? That's why you can see the damage just really, really high on that fight. Now, onto the top side. Good drop kick on Clean, forcing the unending Zoro, but here he comes on the top. And that kill happened on Hoon and Zane alone. Clean is going to be dead here, but at the exchange of a 2-for-1, they're going to be backing off. They have the world's mindful fried chicken. Doesn't have to take the tree blessing anymore. They're going to go for the chase down. Best player 1 is going to be knocked off with the taking liberties, using the Soul's backs off a bit. Not going to be able to get the execute. Double kill for Shanks.
Twisted Minds is doing such a good job of juggling their enemies here, right? Once they get low, they back up, and then when the BTK switches targets, they go back in. And we saw their best player 1 stuck in the wall as Ogren here, fighting down 4 people.
Yeah, he's being slowed down. He can't even back off. He was trying his best to back off, but he had to try and take the risk of maybe getting a kill. But Twisted Minds was spaced pretty well. That's why they weren't able to take it.
Absolutely. We're seeing Twisted Minds kind of start to walk away with the game here now. They're up 4,000 gold, and they're showing that, you know, we could win fights too. We're not all just about playing the map, right? We see Mei go ahead and try something on the Ogren here. Does not quite happen. He does secure it away. Best player known for his pretty good smites, as we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, I love it. I love that best player 1 is not lagging behind against Shu in this game, because you could see best player 1 is level 11, Shu is just 1 level ahead, so it's still a good spot to be in, especially if you're fighting against a Pei. So they're pacing pretty well here for BTK.
Absolutely. They can go ahead and shore up this gold lead here. It's okay, but no, look at that.
Yeah,
Yixing able to constantly catch out the Ogren.
Yeah, that is not good. They forced the unending Zoro. They got the catch of best player 1, and they're playing the map pretty well. They're playing in the middle of the first and second tower, and they're doing a good job at it.
Yeah, this is an opponent BTK. Oh my god, flash there.
Good force on the infinite fastness right there from Clean, and he is forcing a lot of ultimates here.
I gotta commend the reaction time on Zane there. I definitely would have died in that situation where Mei comes out of nowhere and Flash comes on in there, drops him down to like 1 HP, barely able to get that ultimate off.
Oh man, it's really hard looking at this, because right now Twisted Minds is just playing the map pretty well, and they're playing their combos pretty well with the single target crowd controls that they have, but BTK is trying their best to do something here, trying their best to get space, but right now the bot lane tower is going to get pushed again.
Absolutely, Twisted Minds is going and taking everything throughout the map here, showing you guys how to play this Pei composition.
Yeah, again, forcing another ult right there on that unending Zoro.
BTK side does have a lot of invulnerabilities with the Yuan and the Long, but they're able to bait it out.
Yeah, okay, the Candle Blast is able to reach it, and Fried Chicken is going to be down.
Even in competitive play, I'm sure they hate playing against the Motsu. Those cannon blasts are so frustrating there. Fried Chicken was just waiting. He knew he could not get out other than teleporting there, was just praying he would not get canceled. And the cannon blast comes in, cancels it there, and sends him back to base the long way, let's say.
Yeah, it is the longest way. He could wait for it, but now top side. Gonna be taking the tower again. Second tier tower is already down. 5k Goldie for the side of Twisted Mind. 6 towers are down in 9 minutes in the game. They're very, very much ahead.
Twisted Mind showing no signs of weakness so far. Still getting pushed down, getting some damage down. Wow. Ogren definitely was not expecting or respecting the damage coming out from Shanks there, as he able to just laser them down under his own tower.
Yeah, could go for the end here. Maybe try to take the fight for B5. Good use at the board, was able to take down 2. Fried Chicken in front with a Sacred Chi Blessing. He's trying to take down all the minions that they can, but in front is Clean. Clean is going to be dead, but in the trade of that high ground tower, it's not yet done though, because they have to clear the wave in the mid lane, and they did.
They do take 1 high ground and get a bit of chip damage down onto BTK's mid high ground tower. But at this point, they're starting to kind of choke them out already. They were already choking out all throughout the game. They're up 7,000 gold, but now they're going to get these objectives. They're up 6 towers. BTK need a miracle to happen here. They need to win a fight and turn this momentum into their favor.
Yeah, just in the micro sense, I think they're not going to be lagging behind, but in the macro sense, Twisted Minds are just playing this flawlessly so far. They're not giving any openings that BTK could utilize.
Yeah, they go ahead and take the Tyrant and then immediately run over to protect the Overlord. They're not giving BTK that trade. If BTK is able to take out that Overlord and get that summon to clear a wave, that will do wonders for them to kind of break out of the base here. But we're seeing, like in a lot of the games today, you can usually, if you're ahead, get your enemies into this position there where they're stuck in base. And that's exactly what's happening to BTK now. You see them all congregated around their middle high ground tower, whereas Twisted Mind just cleans up their jungle and farms everything.
Yeah, bot lane. Going to be the last push that they're going to be looking for, maybe. Minions are still up. Good smite on best player. Want to take it so that the push wouldn't happen.
But DRenji does not need minions. Look at this. He's still able to drop some poke onto the tower.
Yeah, damage is going to be there. Good use of that ultimate, force the passive out of Hailang. And they were able to clear the wave, so Overlord could be the next target here for Twisted Minds.
I think they're still under the effects of Primal Bond here, so they might play a little bit slow. They don't want to go ahead and be stuck there DPSing down the Overlord, especially with a Nua able to fire out some annihilation. But they're keeping all the lanes pushed, trying to steal as much as they can. BTK surprisingly able to secure their Azure Golem here, but it is in a trade for this enhanced Overlord.
Yeah, love the positioning here from ACC and Clean, because look at them. Whenever somebody is taking the objective, they're both hiding on the brushes so that nobody would be able to cross through. Right now, Shark might be in danger here, but not going to be able to use anything, not forcing the ending sorrow.
ACC is just able to get so much vision this game, always finding those cannon blasts into the bushes of the enemy side, ensuring that his team has absolute control of the map, knowing where all the enemies are. Because if you know where all the enemies are, you know where you can invest resources and where you don't have to, right? And that's just something that you rarely notice here on that roam position from more of those tanky heroes, right? The Motu able to have that range to reach out and see what's on the other side of the wall is definitely something, definitely a reason to pick the Motu.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason why the monster is very, very strong, especially in taking the early game space for the team. Bottom lane tower has been taken down, and that could be what they need. The Vanguard is going to be coming into the mid lane, and this tower is not going to stay for long. Could be the last fight. Twisted Minds are waiting to go for the push. The Shadow Vanguard is already coming through. Clean, what a great drop kick. And now everybody has been disassembled here from the side of BTK. In front is Fried Chicken. Force the flash away. They have to fight this. Taking liberties, was able to get the knock up. Nobody's dead yet on the side of BTK. Finding Sock to get over Morgan Zane is going to fall down. Not able to use anything else because it's already been expended at that point. Shadow Vanguard is up and running, but no HP. Not all of the members right here. Imperial Order has been used. Got the Son of Fried Chicken. They are going to be looking to finish this game. Shanks is still doing the damage. They might be able to end it right here, right now. No more minions. It's going to be there on the backline. Shark was able to flash away. They were still able to survive, but that crystal is going to go down, and game one goes to Twisted Minds.
Clean on that main with those drop kicks, absolutely splitting the team of BTK there and splitting skulls as well there. Perfect initiation onto the enemy team there. Pops the infinite vastness from the long, as well as going back and secure and kill on Nua, I think, as well too. Great initiation there. But the writing was kind of on the wall that game. Once we got into the middle of the game, BTK just kind of fell behind, and Twisted Minds are able to keep up the momentum, not showing any signs of weakness, and it was full speed ahead the entire game.
I'll be honest with you, that was nice effort from BTK, because Twisted Minds definitely one of the strongest teams that we have here, and they made the game a bit longer than expected. That's why right now Twisted Minds is also a bit of an upgrade, an evolution for Twisted Minds, that they're just playing it macro-wise. They're doing a really good job at it, and that's why it was hard for BTK to even get some space, get some towers down on the other side.
Absolutely. I think the little bit of difference between someone like Twisted Minds and AYLO is AYLO, they did play the map right. When it came to fighting, it felt like they were matched up with BTK kind of one-to-one. But yeah, Twisted Minds is showing that they can play the map, and when they choose to fight, they're able to execute as well.
Yeah, you can also see in this game the bloodthirst that Clean had the whole game. He was crazy the whole game. He was going to the backline, drop kicks one person, force the infinite vastness, force the unending sorrow, so that they could make sure that in the next fight, they could go for that kill.
Absolutely. And prior to the game, we mentioned this was a David versus Goliath matchup. And now I think BTK and all of you are starting to see Goliath is pretty powerful here. Going into game two, some things that are to know is that Twisted Minds, they still didn't expend a lot of these powerful picks. So draft-wise, they might still be compositionally a little bit ahead. I'm not quite sure what BTK needs to go ahead and switch up, but we noticed yesterday when they swapped off the meta picks and kind of jumped on those comfort picks that they're a little bit more used to, they had a bit of success. Maybe that is the adaptation they need going into game two.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what they need here for the next game. If they get Hoon on the Mai Shiranui, if they get Zane on that Marco Polo, I think that is definitely what they need in order to get a good punch against Twisted Minds. Because right now, Twisted Minds even saving up for the next game with this draft, and they still did well.
Absolutely. And yesterday we were joking about we should get Zane on the Marco Polo, but they actually banned it against him. Now, I doubt Twisted Minds is going to ban the Marco Polo, so maybe that's a pick that we see come out if they decide, hey guys, let's just try to play our own game. Let's not draft by the book, and let's just pick our comfort like they did yesterday, which they really did well with.
Yeah, honestly, right now, Twisted Minds, you can see this, that they didn't even really have the highest damage, not even reaching 100k, because the game didn't really revolve around that much. But what I like about what Twisted Minds did is that they were doing combos on the Yixing, the D-Renji, and the Wotsu most of the time. And it's crazy that they are able to juggle the crowd controls on one target.
I hate to call out my boy Zane like this, but if you go ahead and look at the damage, he actually ended up doing the least damage on his team, and that's because of how much focus they put on him in that early game, constantly diving him. I think at one point, you know, he went down back-to-back twice in a row. Every time he kind of shows up, Maying comes out of nowhere and makes him ult back into base. So because of that, he was not really able to do his job as a damage dealer there, and was mainly just running back and forth from base.
Yeah, it was really hard. But now, I think that's a good learning moment here for BTK in this game. This, as we always say, there's no losers, they're just learners in every game. So it's still good that they were able to get this experience against Twisted Minds. Maybe this could inspire them for the macro management once we go onto the other teams. But Clean, getting the MVP. We were saying it a while ago, he was setting up a lot of fights, so it's a very well-deserved MVP in this game.
Absolutely beautiful stat line there, 6-2-1 here. Very clean of my boy Clean here. But yeah, there is no losing, there's only learning, but it is match point here, and if BTK wants to take this match, they better stop learning.
yeah. If they're going to be learning here for the side of BTK, they need to learn fast in this series, because they need to right now. And they, you know what? When it came to the draft, it was not even a bad draft. BTK,
it was a great draft,
draft. It was a very good draft. I'm surprised that all these heroes got into their hands, but it was just on the macro sense of things, the way they play the game.
Well, that just goes to show, while drafts do matter in the game, at the end of the day, you have to draft right, and then you have to execute as well too, right? You have to make sure both of those things is possible. And execution-wise, is not that they executed poorly, they're against the KMW champions here, right? They need to execute absolutely perfectly to even have a chance.
Yep, that is the Goliath of this whole region. That's why it's gonna be definitely hard to win against them.
Look at that drop kick there. Ooh.
Yeah, the drop kick on the back line. It's crazy that Clean was able to do that a lot of times in this game. But again, everybody, that was just our first game. It was a great game. BTK had to learn a lot of things there, but you know what? Not really that bad at this point. They still have a lot of time here. I'm Dash, and I was here with Phil. We're just gonna be taking a short break. We'll be right back.
Surrender, I fight and never fail. can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, away. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
And we're launching onto game number 2 here, everybody. BTK would need to learn right here, right now. They need to evolve really fast if they want to win against Twisted Minds. But I'm just joking. They just need to play what they know. We're still going to be your casters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. What do you think they should do here, Phil, in order for them to win?
We're talking about a little bit of it prior, and as you just brought up, we want to see them go ahead and bust out their comforts, right? There's kind of drafting by the book right here, and these drafts are good, but these compositions might not be something they're as used to executing on, especially against a team of Twisted Minds caliber here. And we seen yesterday when they did pop off and use some of these more lesser known picks, they actually did really well. So that's what I like to see from them going into game 2 there.
Yeah, they need to think about it on this next game. They had a really great draft from game number 1. I'll be honest with you, it was a very nice draft for BTK, but it was still not enough. For everybody watching, Mirage City skins arrive on September 11th. Stand a chance to get a free Bang skin. You can see it here right down the bottom. You can see the trailers also. These skins are insanely good, everyone, so do check it out.
Dude, the Shangguan skin is awesome, but I'm a terrible Shangguan player, but it makes me want to give it a shot, you know? Because it looks so nice.
Yeah, a lot of my friends right here in HOK picked up the Shangguan skin, not even because they play the Shangguan, it's because it is a good skin, everyone.
And maybe we see, we're hinting at the Highland Shangguan. He did pick that as his hero behind him. I don't know if it's gonna come out yet. It's not a pick you really think about Highland, you know, when it comes to it, but it might be something new that he could bust out.
Oh yeah, that's true. Right now, they're not going to be, they are going to be changing sides. BTK is now going to be on the blue side, Twisted Minds on the red. I do believe that BTK wanted to go to the blue side so that they could make sure that they could pick what they want, especially that Mai Shiranui for Hoon.
I think there's a good shot if they get Team 1 here that Twisted Mind maybe lets them have the Mai there. I don't know yet though. We know Hoon is very strong on that Mai, but if you only have one kind of strong hero in your pool in a competitive place like the Kings Major West here, they're just gonna ban it out every game.
That's true. But one thing, they didn't ban the Marco Polo last game, so maybe, just maybe, they will be able to pull it out for BTK this game.
Hey, I would love to see some Marco Polo action going on here. Marco Polo is not the worst pick. You just have to find a good situation, go ahead and pick it, and maybe they can bust out the solo queue special here with Marco Polo and Yaria too.
Oh yeah, maybe Shark would also be allowed to play that, but you could definitely see Pei not being allowed to get picked here. The Dharma, very safe ban here for the side of BTK. They could definitely ban the Arlie again so that Twisted Minds won't be able to take it for the second pick.
Yeah, if they're not confident on that Arlie, I would definitely go ahead and ban it here, though, because if Twisted Mind bans the Mai here now, they're forced to pick up that said Arlie.
Oh yeah, right now we can see it. Luna getting banned for their
Come on,
side.
don't ban Mai. I want to see the Mai come out.
Yeah, I hope so. Okay, they banned the D-Red here, so that
should be it
for Hoon.
That should be
that's
it. Knowing Twisted Minds, the masterminds, this is probably a well-orchestrated trap they're going to spring here. But I still want to see it, though. And Hoon's probably definitely excited to be able to play the Mai for once here in the KMW.
Yeah, let's see. Right now, yeah,
there we go.
There you go. That's what we need to see. My Shernui for Hoon, very needed for BTK here.
While they did get the Mai, they do have to pay the blood offering that is given over 2 picks, with one of them being Arlie as well here, as Twisted Minds instantly goes ahead and snaps that up probably.
No, the Arlie with the Dongfei. This is not good. This is a bread and butter combo also with the Arlie Diadea, but the Dongfei is the second best combo you can do for the Arlie. And Dongfei by himself is even a good pick, so this is good.
Yeah, Zhangfei being able to protect that Arlie, and he has a decent matchup against something like the Mai, right? You have to jump in, and when you jump in on the Zhangfei, he's able to, kind of bounce you around with that skill 1 and that ultimate to keep the Arlie alive here. Now, BTA, this is what we mean here. They're playing around their comforts, right? Best player on the monkey. Look at him. He's smiling. He's like, I got my pick here. We have Zane on the channel here. Zane, I think, actually enjoys channel a good amount as well, and channel is, on paper, a really good matchup against the Arlie.
Yeah, you know what? Some of the other regions have been loving picking up the Chano because in the late game, Chano usually is the strongest. Usually is, other than the Lady Soon, if ever they're going to be fighting, Chano usually is good because of the leader stance. He could move around and be hard to catch while hitting everybody.
Absolutely, and in this matchup in particular, Channel able to, land those skills onto the Arlie, and Arlie, while it's able to shut down those projectiles, those dogs or the wolves, I'm sorry, that Channel summons are not projectiles, right? Those are not going to be able to get shut down.
Yeah, and that's a good thing about the Chano, and also the early game of the Chano is also pretty good against most matchups. But right here on the side of Twisted Minds, I like that they picked up the Agudo, just so they have a good pushing power in the early stages of the game, and usually has a better early to mid game than a monkey. So Agudo is a very good for the facing in order to transition the Arlie.
Absolutely, and then Zhangfei potentially could take the smite here too, and then if they do that, Monkey on the side BTK, he already clears kind of slowly, but then he has to deal with 2 junglers potentially invading his jungle too, and that is kind of the sort of pace and tempo that BTK is not really used to here in the KMW.
Yeah, I don't usually see a Sher getting picked at this phase of the game, but Twisted Minds are okay with it because the matchup between the Mai Shernui and the Sher is not very good for the Sher because she doesn't really have any way to defend herself from the jumps from the Mai Shernui.
But if there's anyone that I trust, it is Hai Lang. This is one of his signature picks here. He was one of the few players that actually played it in the last Kings Major West here, able to get all those picks. And yeah, she is relatively vulnerable, but if you see Hai Lang's playstyle when he plays these utility mids like the Princess Frost, the Sha, and the Yi Jing, he's always with his team. He's a secondary support roaming all throughout the map, and he's rarely off alone.
Yeah, Fried Chicken picking up that Charlotte. This is a very safe pick because we know that Charlotte, whatever you do against the Charlotte is going to do a good job at staying alive or at least not being very behind against the enemy. But Fatih, oh man, this is a good pick at least against the Charlotte because he can fight toe-to-toe against that.
Absolutely, both teams opting to pick a split pusher here, and Twisted Minds is going to fight fire with fire as they lock in the Fa Ti here. The lineups are locked in. We see Shark on the Liang Po. I'd say BTK has a pretty strong dive composition there. They can all go ahead and dive in and take out the sides of Twisted Minds. It all just matters about that crucial initiate. Is Shark able to set up his team and give them that time so that Mai can combo in, Monkey can jump into the Dream Roams, even someone like the Channel, right? He's one of those marksmen that can kind of follow up on initiation there, being able to use that ultimate, roll in there and just sprint in and fire off arrows.
Yeah, the most the person in the most danger here in the game is going to be Hailang, because we know that if they have a lot of dive, sure only has one flash and it's in a very big cooldown, so he's going to be the best target here for the side of BTK. That's going to be the weakness that they could use against them, but we know Hailang is also a strong shooter player, so it's going to be still a flip on what they are going to do here.
Absolutely. I just love that Shia pick. It's one of those picks that it wins a lot of games, right? But it's often the unsung hero. You're never going to top the damage stats. You're never going to top the gold stats there. But the utility that it provides, being able to pull the enemies and even double pull, triple pull the enemies there to displace and feed your carries, right? Like, they want to play around this Arlie. Every time an Arlie's picked up, that's your team now, that's your strategy now. So since they have the Arlie, they're picking up the Shia to go ahead and literally pull in enemies and spoon feed the Arlie.
Yeah, one thing good about this is that Sure is also doesn't really need a lot of farm. So that is he's probably going to be giving up a lot of that space and give it to the Arlie most of the time. And that's my expectation here on what they're going to do. But on the other hand, BTK, they have a very trusty draft. They have a lot of engage. They could move around the map really fast. So it here got the XP on the mid. Shark is going to be in danger. He was too far forward. That's why it's a first blood.
Absolutely, playing a little bit too aggressively here, gets caught out. When you're against so many range heroes such as the Agudo and the Shi, and even Fati kind of feels like a range hero, you got to be very careful as a melee there, because they can just kind of walk you down if they have any sort of crowd control.
Yeah, look at the damage here from Shanks. They were able to prevent the early game advantage of Moba Zane just by giving Shanks more. And that's the good thing about how players play with an Arlie, because she's very flexible. She can go to the mid lane, take some things, go to the bot lane, go to the top side in order for her to take more resources for the team.
This Arlie is just so supercharged. Starts the game in mid, gets those minions, goes bottom, gets those minions, then goes in the jungle with Agudo and gets those as well too. He's getting farmed from everywhere other than Clash Lane.
Yeah, right now, Twisted Minds, just getting everything. Look at the level advantage that we have against Moba Zane. It's just massive just because of what they're doing to feed Shanks everything.
Yeah, they're playing really safe here in the early game here. Hoon looking for a little bit of a catch here. You can tell when Hoon is on his Mai and a pick he's comfortable with, he's a lot more confident, right? Look at this. Yeah. He's playing around that bush here, trying to pressure out and harass the Arlie, not giving him a good time. It's about time Zane got a little bit of pressure here because he was stuck 2v1 for a while.
Yeah, what I like about what people are doing, especially Twisted Minds, is the triple lane setup that they're doing so that the gold share is much more efficient. So it's very smart, especially if you have basically two supports on your side, which is Hailang and ACC.
Absolutely here. And once again, Shanks, every time that farms up, he's there taking it here. Once we get into the mid game here, Twisted Minds, they're kind of just holding back now. They know they have the scaling composition, but once we get into mid game, that Arlie's going to be an absolute menace.
Yeah, and doing a good job at not giving anything to the side of BTK. But now BTK, what they need to do is find a way to put more pressure right there, put more gas right there, because Twisted Minds is just going to be scaling.
Absolutely. They need to go ahead and find something pivotal here, either before or right at the timer. They can't let Twisted Minds just go ahead and scale up like they have been doing.
Yeah. Right now, it's going to be hard here for the team. They have to be aware of this 30-second mark. They need to clear the wave on the mid lane at the 10-second mark before the Tyrant so that they have advantage on positioning.
It looks like Monkey does teleport into the mid there and get that cleared up. Both sides are, I'd say, relatively even here going into the first Tyrant. We have 20 seconds left. Arlie and Zhang Fei are at both entrances to the river here for the side of Twisted Minds. And I think something is definitely going to happen.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock here. They're going to be starting the wave clear on the mid lane, not pretty fast, but sure is just making sure that the bot lane is also pushed accelerated, because this is where they put most of their gold in. The fight is already happening. They got some knockups in. Hoon still has the flash to go for the knockup on the back line. Twisted Minds on the back. Everybody's in position here. So on the Tyrant fight, Tremor Smash is going to get used. The flash is not going to be hitting them right now. Very much shape onto the back line. AYLO is still pretty much alive. Best player 1 is being chased down by the team here. That's going to be a very dead triple kill for Shanks. And that's a big win for the team.
Fellas, Arlie might be online here, as Arlie was already super ahead, gets a triple kill at that first Tyrant. What was really tragic there was halfway through the fight, I think best player was just trying to finish the Tyrant. He noticed the Tyrant's getting really low, but then it actually reset and walked back and started healing up. And at that point, he knew it was over.
What an intense V1 on the top side. Great take on Fried Chicken. And this is what we were saying about the Charlotte.
Charlotte able to have that 1v1 potential here, and Fried Chicken kind of all series, right, was going for these 1v1s. He first did it with the Fatih versus Mayin, and now he did it with the Charlotte versus the Fatih, and he actually gets one back over on Clean. They should be 1-1 now, right? Game 1, Clean got one over on Fried Chicken with a solo kill. Now Fried Chicken gets his revenge.
Yeah, good job for Fried Chicken, and I'm liking this right now. We have seen even in the Tyrant fight, they didn't even bother. Both of them didn't even bother to go to the Tyrant because they are having an intense 1v1 on the top side of the map, and that's been showing for Fried Chicken here.
Look at that gold.
What?
Yeah, 5,000 gold to 3.5k on the side Mobile Zane, and it is...
Though. He might be dead here. Okay, that's a kill, and now topside tower's down.
And it is going to be extended. We're at this point where everyone's just playing Protect the Arlie. They're just walking around with Arlie. They know Arlie has all this gold and damage. We're just going to huddle around her. We have the Zhang Fei shield. We have the Agudo healing there, and this is just like a mobile death squad here that they're moving throughout the map with.
Yeah, going to the mid lane, clear the wave. They still have 3 minions to clear this, and it's not easy for the Maestro to win, even best player 1 to clear this out, but they were still able to do so. They're just trying to make sure that the jungle is not safe. Twisted Minds is going forward right onto the backline. We do have Hoon right there, and they were still able to take it, go for the steal on that Crimson buff.
Hoon landing a lot of skill 1s, but there's just so much sustain and shielding on the side of Twisted Minds here. They have the Zhang Fei shield there. They have the Agudo healing as well, too. So even though Hoon's kind of landing all these skill 1s, it just kind of gets healed back up.
Yeah, right now, good pull with the Silky Imprint. Strike is going to be dead. Go for the chase down. Shanks is super low. They're moving forward to the backline. Mobazane is going to pull down. That is some good pulls on their side. No, best player 1 has been pulled back to the team. And the triple kill comes to Shu. And this now, they're going to go for the chase down. At least push back Hoon. And that is a tower down in the mid lane.
Another triple kill for Twisted Minds. This is just showing when they choose to take an engagement, they know what they're doing, right? They have the setup. They only take these fights that are going to end up really well for them. Both the carries on the side of Twisted Minds getting triple kills in these fights.
Yeah, man, it's really hard to see because right now, with a 4k gold lead, some towers are down, but it's still just 1 on the side of Twisted Minds. The pull is already there again, and BTK having a hard time finding this great engages for their team fights.
I gotta call out this Hai Lang build. First item Succubus on the show. That has to be a nightmare for Mai. You were mentioning that Mai in the 1v1 is super scary. Now, not only is Hai Lang positioning perfectly, look at that. The Succubus first item, he has no worries about getting solo killed by the Mai anytime soon.
Bro, it doesn't need the damage. You can see here that Shanks is the one dealing the damage anyway, so might as well be the utility man. Bot lane, though, we have seen Fried Chicken take down the second tier tower, doing God's work for the team here because he's pushing. He's trying to take some attention out of the other lanes. Yes, he might die here in the top side, but no, never mind. Nobody's going for him.
He's making the Great Escape, kind of similar to the Mai we saw earlier, right? They're trying to cut him off. Uh-oh. No. The Great Escape might be cut a little bit short here. Yeah. And there's that Shia there. It doesn't matter what he builds. You don't need to build damage on Shia. No matter what build you have, that pull is always going to be there. That utility is always going to be there.
Yeah, knock up. Gorge mobilization has been used. Throws Furball in front. Not going to be staying there for so long. But this time, Twisted Minds is just taking everything on the hands of BTK.
Hey, stop
Absolutely here. Look at the 5-man push. Agudo, one of the best sieging heroes in the game too, as that tower just gets rinsed up and they go ahead and move as a unit. Twisted Minds, they're just flowing here. You see them flow from one objective to another. They're always kind of doing something, right? It feels like they have a game plan. After this, everyone kind of knows what to go ahead and do next. We're gonna go clear their jungle. And when you move in that flow, in that line like that, that's where you get these gold leads.
Yeah, and it's very smart that they're doing this, right? They are just taking as much as they can. They're not stopping. They're a well-oiled engine, and they are just finding ways. The timers are just right. The pull has happened again. The Steel Key imprint is there, but best player one had to use the Dream Roam to escape.
Zhongfei here jumping into the high ground here, getting himself in a little bit of trouble, but we see ACC really...
What a great kill from Shanks.
God.
And top side though, at least Fried Chicken, again, as we were talking about it a while ago, they're doing a death pull strat on the side of Twisted Minds and they're getting punished for it by Fried Chicken.
Absolutely, and I would say Fried Chicken, he's really keeping the team in the game here with these side lane and these split pushes here. And Twisted Minds, while they have a protect the early kind of composition, that means that everyone has to be in the same place at the same time. And Fried Chicken is exploiting that, stealing all these towers on the side lanes.
Yeah, they have the Tyrant now. At least they have the extra firepower on this next fight. 70 seconds on that timer. And they're looking to maybe go for the push 4-1 strat, 4-1 in positioning. So it's easier for them to transition if ever they need to. They need to.
It is so hard for BTK to hold against this Agudo, though. Agudo and the Arlie just being able to shred towers in about a second here with minions or even sometimes without minions here as Agudo is able to summon those jungle monsters.
Best player one now very low. That's a kill from Twisted Minds. And now that's it. That's good kills. And now they have a chance here on the next wave to go for that push.
Yeah, they like playing a bit slow though. It looks like they want to go ahead and do a similar thing of last game here, crack all the high grounds here before they make that final push in. I say that, but they have so much momentum in this push, they might just end it right here.
Yeah, might be the last fight that they're looking for. Twisted Minds go for the pull. What a perfect pull on Zane. And Highline again making the play for the team. Double kill has already happened. They're looking for the last one. What a good triple coming for their side. And this game is over. The crystal is down and Twisted Minds takes a 2-0.
Absolute dominant performance from Twisted Mind. They're showing that you cannot give a world caliber team Arlie, guys. All right, Shanks on that Arlie there was no time in the game I think he risked dying there. Twisted Mind played around that Arlie absolutely perfectly there. They have the ultimate weapon in Arlie, and then they have Highlang in the mid lane, the ultimate utility, right? Funneling all these kills, grabbing all these heroes into the blender that is that Arlie. That composition was just played perfectly by Twisted Minds.
Great catch on that Succubus Cloak call out here, Phil, because it was very important in the game, because we all know, we set it up in the drafting phase that sure is going to be a vulnerable target, especially with that Maisha and Nui on the other side. And picking up a Succubus Cloak on the first item, that is a very smart play for Highline.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show where their headspace is at, right? Highlang knows his role so well. He knows he's there not to carry, not to do damage. He's there to pull the enemies into Arlie. The game plan is going to revolve around Shanks this game. They give him all the farm, right? No one else has to worry about doing damage. They have the ultimate weapon in Arlie on their team, right? So everyone else played their job, did their role. ACC was the bodyguard, right? And then we have Highlang, the fisherman, fishing the enemies in here. Fatih, I'm not really sure what he did. He was kind of just around there that game, it felt like. All right, he got solo killed once. He was there to get solo killed so that Charlotte wouldn't take out the Arlie there. But amazing performances there, and I really like that they just all knew their roles so perfectly. And it takes another level of player to just have no ego, pick the utility, pick the supportive character. You know, even though Highlang's known as one of the stars on the team, this is a game he's gonna go ahead and take the back seat. Shanks, you're the star of this game. Do your job and carry.
That's true. I love it. I love this dynamic they have going here for the team. Highlang has been always the star, but this time being the utility man for the team is something that they need because they already have a lot of strong players. So it's good to just pull back, just let the other players shine. But on the other hand, BTK, one good thing that I've seen there was Fried Chicken playing pretty well, clearing the wave in the mid lane when everybody else in Twisted Minds was pushing on the top side just so they could have that second wind was very smart. The reason why the game took that long was because of this guy.
Absolutely. Fried Chicken really keeping BTK in the game. I'm not too sure who they got the 1 kill on. It was the 1 kill BTK got that match was the solo kill from Fried Chicken there. Yeah. You really cannot fault the guy there. He did all he can there. He took all the side lane towers there, right? When he was given an opportunity, he took the 1v1 there, has the sole kill on the side of BTK. Afterwards, when they go back to the drawing board, all right, when they're going back to the coaches, he could say, hey, I did my job, guys, all right? I did my job.
True. 104k damage on Shanks this game. Almost all of the damage that we had this game was all because of him. And as you said, he's the ultimate weapon, and he was this whole game.
Absolutely. And Hai Lang there on the Shig, while he was giving away all his resources, we saw throughout the game there that he was matching Hoon there in resources, if not a little bit ahead the whole time. Even at the end of the game here, he has 6.6k gold and Hoon has 6.2k. And that was just all from assists and supporting, because every piece of farm he had, he'd gone ahead and gave it to a teammate.
Yeah, and that's very smart. I've seen it a lot of times before. You pick a hero in the team that you're gonna put all your gold on, and that's the smartest way to play. Accelerating your win condition is what's important here currently, especially if you have an Arlie. Arlie is just too strong, which is why you won't pass the opportunity to just give him everything in this game.
Absolutely. Hai Lang is the mid laner we all dream of. When we're popping off in the game, you know, you're 5-0 on Lamb and such, you want a Hai Lang on your team there to go ahead and support you and help you out. And look at Shanks here, though. We already alluded to it, all right? We're giving Twisted Minds Arlie. We are going to be in for a treat here. 8-0 for 44% of the team's damage. Shanks doing almost half of the team's damage as 1/5 of the team.
That is crazy. That is a crazy performance right here from Shanks. You don't usually see a lot of players get 44% damage dealt in a game. Usually you see 20, maybe even a 30 to 35%, but not really a 44%.
That could be a record here, you know, that's one of the highest there too. Even really good games, people do get that 30%, but wow, look at that 1v1 there, Fried Chicken, showing that he is mechanically gifted here on that Charlotte, able to take that 1v1, showing that BTK, they know how to play their heroes, right? They all know how to play mechanically. It's just that when you meld it all together and play the map, you know, that is the next level of Honor of Kings.
That's true. And the macro, you can definitely see here how Twisted Minds have been playing, especially this. The pulls from Hai Lang have been very sneaky, right? They clump together. A lot of them clump together so that they don't see Hai Lang throwing the Silky Imprint whenever. So that's why he always hits it.
Yeah, and I say both games are for BTK. They had to really play the floor as lava. First game, they had the Motsu, right? Fishing for cannon blast all throughout the game. And if he hits them, it usually converts to a kill, right? A lot of times. And this game, with the show here, being able to, you know, land that and pull people there. You know, Twisted Minds kind of giving them a lesson in positioning here, showing them, hey guys, you got to be able to position at the highest level if you want to compete at the highest level.
Yeah, and they were able to do that. That is a good learning experience for the side of BTK this side. But again, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into match number 3 after this. But again, don't go away. We're going to be back.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Kings Major West League. We are back here to match number 3. We have shown you 2 games already, or 2 matches already. We're still going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil to be with me and to watch OG again in this day.
Speaking of Goliaths, we got back-to-back Goliath matches here, right? The number 1 and 2 seed, or number 1 and 2 favorites here for the Major West League, Twisted Minds and OG are going to be playing. But before we get into that game here, guys, check out the Mirage City skins. They arrived on the 11th, which is 2 days ago. That means they're here now. Make sure you guys go ahead and get on that and get yourself a chance to get a free Fang skin.
Yeah, everybody has been asking me, is it worth it? Yes, it's worth it, everybody. The Mirage skins are so good, especially the Shang-Wan one. Everyone who is not even playing Shang-Wan wants to get that skin. So get that skin, everyone.
Absolutely. I need him to make some skins on my heroes, guys. I recently got the Honor Pass skin on the Miyu. I'm happy about it. But look at Shang-Wan. It has all these crazy effects and then like a little digital cat and all that. Can we give Miyu a nice flashy skin, please? Or maybe Zhang Yu here, guys. While I'm on the broadcast, I gotta just give them a shout out real quick.
Shout outs to everyone out there. That is also one of my wishes. I want to get like a good, other than the Motsu skin that we have, I usually use the Gold Scorpio one. And the Diadea skins, I need more. Please give me more for Diadea.
There we go, a little bit of a skin break here, but we're getting into match 3. We have OG Esports versus Boars Gaming. Boars Gaming, unfortunately, not able to take a win yet, right? Yesterday, we saw them come up a little bit short versus I think it was Twisted Minds, and now they're going to be playing against OG Esports. When we were mentioning how teams are getting the tough games out of the way, Boars Gaming is getting all the tough games out of the way here. They're playing all the veterans. They're playing number 1, number 2 favorites here on the Major West League, and let's see if they actually adapted and learned enough to go ahead and try to take a match or 2 and win the set here versus OG.
Yeah, one thing that's hard about this too is that they fought against AYLO a while ago and they lost 2-0. It was also one of the longest games that we had so far. But again, everybody, let's take a look at the teams that are fighting. Let's go with OG first.
Here's a look at OG Esports here, Dream OG. Honestly, I love their intros there. Half of them were really dynamic, and then I think Wen and Dao Dao were just so nonchalant about it, right? We have Muchin here with the action pose, and then Wen's just like, hey guys, what's up? Like, we're right here. So here's a look at the composition for the side of OG. We have Keke in the clash lane, Dao Dao in the jungle, Wen in the mid lane there, Muchin in the roam position, and then I like to call him the silent assassin there on the marksman role.
Oh yeah, and this team OG has also had a great showing from the last KWC. We've seen them also play their hearts out in the Kings World Cup and also play second. Was able to get into the KWC being the winners of the last call. So are they looking to get the first place slot, or do they want to fight against East and the WKS after this? But again, everybody, let's take a look at the next team, which is Boars Gaming.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Boars Gaming. This team needs a lot of things in store needs a lot of things to adjust from the past game, because we've seen them a while ago against AYLO Gaming, but this time it's against a bigger monster. 3005 on the clash lane, Weiss on the jungle, Mac on the farm lane, Red QT on the mid lane, and Phasma for the roamer.
Absolutely. Boars Gaming not really able to get their footing yet so far in the Major West League. We did mention they're one of the newer teams here, right? So that is understood. And this is, I think their shot at going ahead and making it into Group S is really low now because of their current record. So maybe use these games to go ahead and learn from your opponents, learn from their drafts, and take these, adaptations to go ahead and move them over into Survival Week.
Yeah. Right now, Boars Gaming, as you said a while ago, they're fighting all the strong teams. It's not the easiest way to get in there for the Group S, but right now, they need to do a lot of things, a lot of adjustments in order for them to at least get a good placement once they go to Group A.
Absolutely, and they do get side selection here against OG, and they opt to choose red side here. So maybe that's part of their strategy here. We noticed that drafts in the past, they like having the Dharma and the Mai together. Actually, they like these dive-heavy compositions. And when you want to get multiple powerful picks, you often have to opt to go into the red side and not ban out any strong picks yourself so that they're open for when it goes back on your end.
Yeah, you usually sacrifice at least one of the stronger picks whenever you go to the red side. Sacrifice one of the stronger picks, then pick that other two that is going to be open, or pick the two that is going to be a composition that you're going to be circling around to.
Absolutely. In day one, we saw a lot of focus being put on the Liang, and we're not seeing as much here today as we seen it. I think it got banned once or twice potentially, but it never ended up getting picked. But OG is one of those teams that kind of pioneered the Liang pick. They brought it out in last KMW. Teams didn't really know about it, and ever since they started playing it, teams have been picking it up slowly, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna bust it out here today unless Boar has something to say about that with their bans.
Yeah, they could have the Liang Princess Frost combo here if ever. Somebody on the side of Boar. Okay, good ban.
They heard me. They heard me there.
Calling it out, and here it is. At least now OG has an early pick. That's why they banned the Chano. So it might be hard for them to counter it.
Wow, that draft is masterful there. Look how happy Muchet is here once he got the great news. Oh, you banned my Liang? Okay, An gets to go ahead and use Arlie here. They get to pick up Arlie, and as you mentioned, two of the picks are pretty strong against Arlie. Both Pei and the channel gets removed. So Boars Gaming is staring down OG Esports' Arlie now.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a challenge, as a reaction from the side of Boars Gaming, just for them to have like a good laning phase against the Arlie. And J is always a good safe pick whenever you're facing against anybody at this point.
Absolutely, one of the best blind picks here. He's kind of good into every hero. I would say in the Arlie matchup though, Arlie, if they are mechanically gifted enough, which I know definitely is, they could shut down that ultimate while it's in midair.
Yeah, right now, Diadea, the best combo you can get when you have an Arlie on your side together with a Dharma. Another power pick has been opened up in Kanta with a Dharma. I'm pretty scared for what he's gonna do in this game.
I'm surprised Boars Gaming didn't actually opt to go for the Dharma there. The Dharma would have been a decently solid pick against the Arlie, and you get to remove it away from your opponents too. But they instead opt for the Mei Yin. We saw Mei Yin do really well earlier today on clean here, and it looks like Boars Gaming is trying to replicate that level of success.
Oh yeah, right now with the Matsu for Boars, I think it's a good pick. I do believe it's a good pick against the Diadea Arlie, because whenever she uses the Heart Link and you hit a Cannon Blast, you hit a 2-for-1 basically.
Absolutely here. But Boars Gaming, I'm noticing from all their draft after watching them play twice already, they're similar to, kind of BTK in the sense that they just pick, even them against AYLO Game, they just pick their heroes that they want. They don't really care about the meta and such as much. So Boars Gaming, their drafts, they look like best of 5, best of 7 style drafts. That draft to me does not look like a best of 3, no holding back kind of draft here. Whereas the side of OG, as I mentioned before, they took a page out of AYLO Gaming's book, or AYLO Gaming was taking a page out of their book. Arlie, Diadea, Dharma, just all these top tier picks in their individual roles.
Yeah, and I like that. OG really knows how to utilize these top picks on their side, especially they fulfill very different things. Arlie Diadia, the combo, usually you see bread and butter, usually wins the lane and has a lot more dynamism because they can move around the river pretty fast. The Dharma, they can pick up the Ogren so that the Ogren and the Dharma have it. At least somebody is going to start the fights for the Ogren.
Absolutely. Gan and Mo gets locked in here. Gan and Mo Motsu, that's actually a really great combo.
Yeah.
That Cannon Blast setting up the Gan and Mo here. And Arlie, while it is relatively mobile, all you need is to land one good Cannon Blast, one good set of blades here, and that Arlie will go down. As we see, Wen kind of feeling himself here, hovering the Kong Ming here, recently did get buffed. It is likely to be a Kong Ming mid as Agudo is being hovered as well. This is one of my favorite picks as well, too. The Kong Ming mid. Oh, man, I love watching this.
Yeah, especially against the Maestro Nui, right? People have been picking that up. The Kongming against the Maestro Nui because you know you could wave clear, outface the Mai just because you have stronger wave clear. And also, against the Ganonmo, this is also good because both of them have very decent wave clear, so they're gonna get to roaming pretty fast.
But you know why the one reason Kongming mid is so strong? And that's because they recently just brought back the JJK Gojo collab, which I missed out on for such a long time. Let's see if Wen goes ahead and breaks it out for this game here. But that's why I've been playing it recently, and I'm very excited to go ahead and see Wen pick it up. I truly believe Kongming mid is, in competitive at least, probably more viable than in the jungle.
Yeah, this anime crossover skins have been very beautiful, and I've been loving it. Even the manga crossover skins that we have from the past month, it has been really great. And I'm seeing a lot of players using them, and especially this one for their team. We have seen the picks for both of our teams, OG versus Boars. It's another David versus Goliath matchup.
Absolutely. Here, let's go ahead and see how they navigate this. Boars Gaming, they were just never really able to get a grip on any of these games and get a foothold. I would say just try to switch things up, right? Like what they've been doing kind of has not been working. Maybe switch things up, be a little bit more unpredictable, and that could kind of catch a very experienced team like OG off guard. Because if you play them very traditionally, that's kind of their wheelhouse, right? They have all this experience. They know how to play traditionally. But if you can surprise them, do some a little bit more cheesy stuff, that could be their answer to OG.
Yeah, if you're like Genji on the other side, on the east side, they're very experimental with their draft, and that is one of the things that some of the teams here, the new teams, could do to win against them. But everybody, this is game number 1 of match number 3 for today. OG versus Boars. This is gonna be a good match, a learning experience for Boars, or maybe they could find a win here.
Absolutely. And then the official gaming phone for Kings Major West is going to be the Realme 15 Pro here. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands it. Ready to level up. Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, Realme, very good. The players also are using that phone, our official phone, right here in the tournament. And that's why I'm saying no, because I saw Dao steal the Crimson buff.
Oh man, I didn't even get to see. I was busy talking about the best gaming phones on the market. And speaking of you know, sponsors and pop-ups here, check that out, guys. CD key for you guys here to claim at home and get yourself some dragon crystals.
Yeah, again, everybody, CD key, you can see it right there in the lower left. Go to community, you can see city key, then lock that in order for you to get the rewards here. Right now, we can see both of our teams also, or rather, oh, Weiss is trying to go for the steal here. Maybe, just maybe, he would be able to go for it. Dao still takes it. Oh no, that is not good. Right now, they're trying to take the fight here in their face. Mac is a bit too far forward. He has to flash, he has to use it. Right now, the fight could be over. Right now, Muchen goes in for the flash. Pops them in with the passive, and that's going to be the first blood coming in for OG.
Boars Gaming there had the numbers advantage, but Dao, after securing that red, got level 4. He's the only one on the map there with that ultimate, and he leveraged it very well. They're chasing down the side of Boars Gaming here. I like that Boars Gaming is playing proactive. A big issue yesterday was teams are playing super reactionary, and they're trying to play proactive. It did not quite work out. You know, they got punished for it, but we're on the right angle here.
What a great drop kick there from 3005 right now, but the Cannon Blast was way better because they got at least a bit too do on their side. The truth from Keke was able to surprise the side of Boars.
So OG doing a great job of kind of shoring up their weaknesses and showing up exactly where they need to be. Boars Gaming trying to, you know, force aggression and kind of take OG by surprise, but when they have such good vision control, they kind of know where the fights are going to end up going here, and they're sending people to the right places. We see Wen here with the Kong Ming just farming up right now. Not going to be the strongest time here for Kong Ming, but he did not end up going the Gojo skin there. Actually, he ends up going one of the other good skins here. Kong Ming has so many legend tier skins or whatever. I think. So that's another one of the strong ones.
It's so good. It's so good. The skins that we have, but never mind. This is way better because Dao Dao is going to fall into the hands of Boars Gaming, and now they're going to punish him by taking his jungle.
There we go. Weiss here getting the kill on Dao Dao. This is some of the most aggressive monkey play I've ever seen, and it's actually working out here.
What a great Destiny encounter from Mu Chen, and was able to hit them with a passive to knock them back a bit. Haka is moving forward with a true back drop them forward onto that wall, gets the kill. Dropkick, is it up though? No, 30-05 is going to be sacrificed to OG, and that's a kill again for their side.
Wow, Keke not really known for his Dharma, right? He's known for the Guan Yu, the Charlotte, these kind of other picks. But his Dharma is amazing too. Look at that beautiful timing on that roam. Comes in exactly when they need him. Knocks two people into the wall and single-handedly turning that fight.
Yeah, what a great turnaround. Just getting that flank on their side was pretty important. And now this time, 5 seconds on the clock. We do have the Tyrant coming up, but on the top side, we do see both of our junglers having a bit of a tussle, so OG could be there a bit earlier.
Wen has kind of lane swapped with the Arlie this game here. He's the new kind of bot laner here, having Arlie move around the map, get that mid farm, get that jungle to go ahead and get farmed up. He's mainly side laning, and it looks like OG opts to give the Tyrant. They don't send anyone there outside of Wen, and it looks like for that Tyrant though, they're gonna try and trade this Clash Lane tower.
Yeah, you know what? That's a very smart trade that they took there, because this tower in the top side with 30-05 not getting any space here, and Kaka just being allowed to move around now, that is a good trade up, because you need the Dharma on those team fights.
Absolutely, that definitely opens up and frees up Keke to move around the map and, you know, set up these ambushes that Dharma is really deadly at. When you start taking towers and less of the map you get vision of, you don't see when people sneak into those bushes, right? And if there's a Dharma in a bush setting up an ambush here, when you're trying to leave base or do anything, it just ends the fight before it even begins.
Yeah, that's why it's pretty important for them to open up things for Kaka. Now, trying to chase down Weiss. Not enough crowd control to actually do so, but the top side 30-05 actually got a free tower.
They're making things happen here. The Mei Yin is just split pushing here, and
Distant encounter though, that is going to be a kill. That is 2 in exchange for nothing for OG.
OG is starting to walk away with the game here. They're up 6 kills and 3,000 gold. Here's another tower for them here. That Agudo is just amazing at pushing down towers. We've seen it earlier today. Agudo, Arlie. Teams like picking them together to go ahead and have the late game power of the Arlie as well as the pushing and sieging potential of that Agudo.
30-05 was in danger. Dao Dao was tanking up a lot of the damage there. What a good punish from the side of Boars.
On going a little bit over-aggressive there, overconfident there, and Mac catches him with that ultimate under tower, and his fate was sealed there.
Yeah, that was a good ultimate. That was a good Imperial Order, and even if the Cannon Blast hits there, that could have been the death sentence that they needed. And he took like 2 tower shots in the face.
I think we're starting to see Boars Gaming's kind of win condition here. If they're able to land that chain CC with that Cannon Blast, with that Renji ultimate here, and set up for maybe a Dream Roam on top of that as well too, with Ganemo dropping some damage, they are able to dispatch almost any hero before they can even move.
Yeah, so aggressive Dream Roaming. Gonna be hitting 2 people. Teleportation circle, they're already here. Tower in the mid lane is already sacrificed. It's dead. And now Boars is just gonna back off.
OG is playing so well throughout the map there. This is one of those things we mentioned about OG. They're able to do so many things at once, right? You see them pushing bot lane, pushing top here, stealing your jungle. There's too many things to react to at the same time. And unless you're ready for that high pressure, high tempo situation, a lot of teams are not ready to plug all those holes in the sinking ship that is their team.
This is what we were saying about the Cannon Blast and the Heart Link. Once you attach to somebody and you get hit by the Cannon Blast, that's a 2-for-1. And now, Kake's in a good position. Go, the Truth Magi is going to be hitting 2 people. And again, setting it up for the team.
Keke is just able to find all these amazing Truth Mantras. I don't think he's hit a Truth Mantra on one person this game. And what I mean by that is they have all been at least doubles.
Oh man, multi-man Truth Mantras every time for this guy. Now that is a high ground tower in the bot lane taken down. Mid lane is going to be next.
Yeah, they're just moving systematically through the map here. They have that rhythm we were talking about earlier, right? They take out the bot high ground and move directly into mid. They kind of have the waves synced up on time here as well, too. It looks like if they're just kind of moving with the waves, but trust me, managing all this and making sure everything lines up is an absolute art.
It's so hard. It's so hard for Boars to even fight this out because we've seen them struggle against AYLO when it comes to the macro. What more for OG? OG is just way cleaner than how AYLO has been doing it. They're not giving any openings. The side lanes are always cleared. It always is pushing to the side of Boars Gaming.
And versus a team like AYLO, Boars was able to force those team fights, you know, and kind of hold on. But against OG, they're definitely not weak in the team fights either.
Yeah, and they're not even taking the fights. They don't even want to take it unless there's something like an objective in that lane. If there's no objective in that lane, they're not going to risk taking that fight.
These aren't even fights. They're just assassinations. Keke comes out of nowhere and just insta-kills 2 people. There's no recourse there. He just kind of just goes and then gets what he needs and gets on out of there.
Definitely. Now, OG on the top side. They're trying to push them back with a Destiny encounter. They're using everything, even the Radiance is to pull them back. Flashing forward with the pink inside the box is not good. Right now, super low HP onto Dao. Using the Gorge Mobilization to be able to get back a bit. That's a good pushback. Pumping the brakes on their side. 30-05.
Wow.
Flash on the wrong entrance though. And he had to back off. Right now, Keke is in front, taking a lot of the damage. They already got the kill. And this might be it. Double kill onto their side. And that top side is not going to stay for long.
Absolutely. An is just playing so well here on that Arlie. Always just testing his limits here, going in and out of these fights. And that looks like it could be it here.
It could be it. 30-05. Last man standing. Trying to defend for his life. But no, the Crystal is not going to survive an An. And this is it. That is 1-0. Giving it to OG.
Everyone going ahead and chasing down 30-05. They're on just like, guys, I'm gonna get us out of this game here. Let me go ahead and take the Crystal. They did, I think, end up at the very end there, get that kill on 30-05 there. A little bit of KDA padding on the side of OG there, but really quick game.
Yeah, strong performance from OG. We have seen them before, and the macro is just so clean for this team. They're not even taking the fights that they know they don't need. And usually, as you said, it's just assassinations altogether for them.
Absolutely. If I could describe OG's gameplay in one word, it would be tempo. They really know how to dictate the pace of the game, and they're always like, not only are they always one step ahead, they're one step ahead doing like 3 different things on your side of the map. It's so hard to keep up with how you can go ahead and manage this wave here, make sure your buff does not get stolen there, and that art they have where they can flow together and push all these waves and come together and fight for these objectives is so hard to deal with. Not many teams know how to deal with that.
Yeah, and you can see it. You can see that Boars Gaming was struggling when it came to the macro. They were trying to defend here and there, but OG was always on top of things most of the time. And that is the best thing that you could learn from teams like this, from OG Twisted Minds, how they play the macro. It's a very big learning experience for the new kids in the block.
Absolutely. I love the aggression from Boars Gaming in the early game there. They knew they were up against a fierce opponent, but they did not let that waver them and scare them. They still played aggressive, and they actually caught Dao there in the early game. So that kind of paid off a bit. Definitely not. OG was not ready for that level of aggression from Boars there, but they are versus the kings of aggression themselves, OG Esports. So they were not able to keep up there in game 1.
Yeah, and remember, for just history for everybody, during the last season for Spring, OG was the strongest in the group stages. In the ranking week, they didn't have any big losses on their side, and they were at the top. But in the end, it was just Twisted Minds on the playoffs that actually defeated them.
Absolutely. OG there, while they are number 2 in the last Kings Major West League, they got themselves a slot by facing the runner-ups of the East as well and taking them out, right? So they are champions in their own right for that. And if you look at actually the match records, OG Esports only lost 1 match in the Kings Major West League. That's why we always mention that OG and Twisted Minds. Sure, Twisted Minds did win it all, but they only won against OG once. OG has won every single other game against every single other team. But they did lose the one that really mattered, though, the grand finals.
Yeah, the upper bracket finals, they also won that. They sent Twisted Minds right down to the lower bracket. It's so, it's just really hard to see that they lost in the end there. But let's take a look at this. OG versus Boars. It was just really hard for 3005 to even find those openings because OG weren't giving him any openings that game.
Absolutely. And here we're starting to see the limitations of a bit of a newer team. Their hero pool are not quite as strong there. And they're picking up these drafts, as I mentioned, that they're comfortable on these heroes like the Mahin, like the Monkey, the Ganemo. But these are not tier 1 picks. If you are playing against a team like OG and they all pick tier 1 picks against you too, it is so hard to go ahead and play that game.
Yeah, and they even saved up some of the tier 1 picks on this one because they even pick up the Agudo, they pick up the Kongming during game 1 because they're kind of expecting that, hey, what if this reaches game number 3? And that's the champion mindset that we have here for OG and even Twisted Minds during our past match.
Absolutely, they always save a little bit of gas in the tank just in case they know they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket, right? They know when they kind of have enough firepower to go ahead and are able to have a good shot at taking that game, and they're able to hold back in case it does need to go the distance. Even though if they assume or think they're against an opponent they are gonna go ahead and beat, they have that respect for them to go ahead and have game 3 in mind. But MVP here is Keke on that Dharma. We were mentioning he was going all throughout the game, making lots of plays, not much damage, but when he hit those truth mantras, he just killed them so quick he didn't get the chance to do damage.
Yeah, 404, and this guy was able to get a lot of big truth mantras in the game, and it's crazy that he was able to pull off like 3 of them in this whole game. And right now it's going to be a bit of a challenge for Boars Gaming. You know what? It's also challenging that they played 2 matches already. So right now they might be a bit tired compared to how they were during their first game.
Absolutely. Gonna have to have a little bit of fatigue there, but stamina is very important on being a pro player here. They're getting a lot of the tough matches out of the way as we're mentioning here, but Boars Gaming have yet to put a game on the board here.
Yeah, they need to find one at least on the next matches, and we talked about how they're fighting against stronger teams, so at least they're putting it away first so that the next game they would have a better chance. So good learning experience, then use it against the other teams after this.
Absolutely. This is only day 2 of the rankings week. We still have 2 more days after this here, but we are going to get ready to go into the game 2. Look at these highlights there. They're just all OG highlights. Look at the plays. Look at that. Every single time he sees an opportunity, he does not hesitate on the Dharma, instantly dashes in, flashes with that ultimate and knocks. As I mentioned, all of them were minimum 2 people, I'm pretty sure. Like I said that as a joke, but looking back on it, it was actually true. They were all minimum 2 people.
It is true. But again, everybody, that was just our game number 1. We still have a lot of things in store for us. We still have game 2, maybe even game 3. But before that, we're just going to be taking a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the pad. It's time we did. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, going
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely fight, there's one question pieces you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down. Follow my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the jungle, find a way to the pad, it's how we did. Go, live from how can we go?
We the Kings, it's an honor showtime.
Welcome back, everybody. It's again a David versus Goliath matchup. OG versus Boars. We've seen game number 1. They already lost one. A good learning experience here for Boars Gaming, but will they be able to come back? We're still gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil, and I'm very excited. Phil, what do you think about game number 2?
Well, there's definitely been a lot of learning here coming out today, right? A lot of lessons being doled out here. We've seen 2-0s prior, and OG is looking to make this a 2-0 as well. Boars Gaming, they just have not been able to find their foothold. This time they're switching up the strategy a little bit. They actually choose to go blue side. We saw prior they chose red side. They're adapting a little bit here, going for that first. Quite sure what they need to pick up here. They seem to have their own strategies, their own comfort that they want to go ahead and pick up. But I'd recommend, like, you still got to play the meta heroes at the end of the day.
Yeah, you always need to find a way to pick up heroes that you know and also could fit the composition pretty well, or could counter the other side. And we're seeing OG, look at Keke just smiling it out here on the venue. They are very confident, and they know that they could take down Boars anytime.
The OG, even against teams they cannot take down anytime, they always have that confidence, right? That's why we love watching how OG plays. They always play super aggressively. If they're winning, they want you to know it. They're in your base. They're making these dives happen. They're making these plays happen here. The players and coaches are coordinating here, trying to think of a game plan here, as you see on the Boars Gaming side, to defeat OG here as draft goes ahead and starts up.
Yeah, Boars is going to be starting on their side. You can see the picks for everybody watching and just tuning in today for HOK Esports. We have a global ban and pick system that we are doing here. Whatever you pick during game number 1, you cannot pick it again, but the other team could pick it up.
Absolutely. We're not going to see too much of that come into play here in the rankings week, as they're all best of 3s. But later on, when we get the best of 5s and even best of 7s, you're going to see almost 30 heroes banned out potentially in these latter games.
Yeah, you can see the effect of it once we go to their to survival week probably. So this time, Leong and Arlie are going to be put away here. Boars have been loving banning Leong because they are really afraid of facing it.
Absolutely here. Muchin on the side of OG as one of the strongest Liangs. Like, as I mentioned in the first game, he kind of put that pick on the map, right? And he pioneered that pick. And I think it's a great job of removing that away from OG there, not letting him have Muchin on that playmaking support there. As OG goes ahead and just bans their first 2 picks from last game. They banned the Arlie, they banned the Idea. They can't play it, so they're going to make sure the enemy team cannot play it either.
Yuhuan has been picked here by Boars. Very flexible pick. You could put it on Red Cutie and even on Phasma. So it's a very good starter if you want to see what the enemy team wants to pick.
Absolutely. I'm starting to think that maybe the Dharma is not something in their pool here on the side of Boars, because that could have been a great time to go ahead and pick up something like Dharma. But actually, they don't need to worry about it. I just realized OG already picked it, but there's a lot of strong picks available. Boars always throws me off with their drafts. So I'm never ready for what they go ahead and pick up here, but it looks like they're drafting a little bit more traditionally, picking up that Pei, picking up that Dolia here, so that they can. But if they do pick these picks now, that enables OG the possibility to ban out that Dharma in the second wave of bans.
I was not ready for that. I was thinking that they could have picked up the Mai Shiranui for Red Cutie. That could have been.
Oh yeah, Mai is up too. We just forgot about Mai.
Mai is open, and I'm like, wait, they're gonna pick the Dolia against that? So OG could actually pick that up. OG could pick the Mai Shiranui, but no, they don't even opt for it. They go for the Sakir for Muchin.
OG might go ahead and ban out the Mai and potentially the Dharma here we were mentioning here. Byron ban actually going out on OG. They're not really worried about the Dharma or Mai, it seems.
Yeah, they're not even afraid of it. They're probably ready with something to pick up here. I do think there's a possibility that they could just pick up the KK's favorite, Mulan. Pick up the Mulan, just show them how it's done, and they're going to be done with it.
You know what's a pick on KK I really missed? His Guan Yu. He was one of the few players that played Guan Yu in the last Major West season, where not many teams kind of played it. And we see Guan Yu got that little bit of a mini rework where the horse can eat the bush now, right? I would love to see Keke go ahead and bust that out.
Yeah, and a lot of the other regions have been picking
Boars
that up.
does not want to see it though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Guan Yu is now out of the picture, so we're not going to be seeing that this time. And OG do have one more thing. They do have the Mayin, but the Xiao Xiao has been picked by OG.
We saw the Xiao Xiao getting picked up yesterday by Hoon from BTK, and it won. So far, Xiao Xiao is 100% win rate, if I'm correct here. And OG looking to keep up that statistic.
Yeah, one thing good about the Xiao Xiao, if it's against a Luna, against a Pei, the Meteor Storm is just really good against that. Because she could just pop it, pop the ult, then wait for anybody to get close. And that's a big circle that you have to be aware of.
And any heroes that love itemizing into something like that Splendor is going to be great against the Pei, right? The Pei in the late game is going to want to try to go for these quick burst combo and assassinations on you. Once we get later into the game and Xiao Xiao is able to itemize into something like that Splendor, they're able to turn on that ultimate Splendor, and then Pei is just going to get melted by that meteor shower.
Yeah. Sun Tzu for the last pick for OG, just so they could go for that rotation. They have a lot of setups here for the Luna. That's what you need.
They're doing that combo, the Xiao Xiao Sunset combo, where you go on the Sunset and Meteor Storm and ride around. That is going to be devastating if they pull it off. And if there's anyone that can pull it off, it is going to be Keke and Wen on the side of OG Esports.
I definitely want to see it. I want to see that combo being used. Then for sure, whoever gets hit by that boat, they're for sure dead. They're not going to stay alive.
I love playing that combo there in ranked. If you guys ever play Sunset or Xiao Xiao, grab a friend, load up that combo. It's just so fun. Anytime you land that boat, you never have to worry about firepower because Xiao Xiao is able to melt everyone. You can actually kind of go tank Sunset if you want, right? Because Xiao Xiao just has infinite damage on her Meteor Storm basically, and you can use Sunset just to move around the map. So there's a little bit of a combo for you guys to try at home here. OG, I noticed in all their draft after watching them for so long, they love these two hero synergies, right? They love the Princess Frost Liang. Right now, they're testing out a new one here, right? New season, new combos here with the Sunset and the Xiao Xiao.
Yeah, I love that they're doing this for OG, that they have the two-person synergy, which also has like a half synergy to the other picks that they have. Like the Luna needs somebody to set up the fights for her, and having that crowd control and good wave clear from Wen and Keke, this would really help them do what they need to.
And you can also potentially have Muchen get on the boat, charge up that skill 1, and hit one of the craziest drive-bys there if they land that skill 1 and boat on someone with insane burst damage.
Yeah, it's very scary here. Right now, one thing that they could have done in the early game was invade the Luna, because Luna doesn't activate until level 4. If you invaded the Luna, that could have been a good starter here for Boars Gaming.
Absolutely, and Luna's one of those junglers that has a very telegraphed clear. Oh, we see a skill 1 flash.
Flaming bomb first blood comes in for OG. What a good starter for Muchen.
It's not just Keke. Everyone on OG has that immediacy. You see that the second they walk and misstep a tiny little bit, no hesitation from Muchen there. Skill 1 flash, immediately knock him up, notices that he is in kill range and pulls the trigger immediately.
That was pretty scary. Even Mac had to flash away, but it was not enough because An also went in with a flash, riding the wind, flaming bomb. You're dead. You're not gonna stay alive from that.
Hey, we were talking about those anime crossover skins there. Oh, let's actually go over this first. Like, Keke had that new skin there, you know, the anime crossover sunset.
That is a good skin. You know what? When Sun Tzu uses the ultimate with that skin, it looks very massive.
He's like a mecha. He's like a mecha dragon or something. I don't know what it is, but it looks sick.
Honey Sweet Breeze with the knock up. KK needs to flash away to safety. He got away with that.
And Wen also has the anime skin, so this is not only synergizing their heroes, they're also synergizing their skins as well too. Double anime crossover combo for side of OG.
Yeah, that's true. Double anime crossover from both of them. Guys, if you do have it, try and take those skins. Those are very, very good skins, very well made. And even the skins that we were talking about a while ago, the Mirage skins, you can also go for that.
Absolutely. We see OG once again kind of stepping away already, you know. There's not really a team that can really go toe-to-toe with OG in the early game. They always just find a way to just pull ahead. Even if it's only 1 kill, they're ahead about 1,000 gold here at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, not going to be hitting that with the mulberry power. Muchen is looking for another engage here. Once they get the flash, that is where they're going to start. Right now onto the mid lane. That's a kill for OG.
There it is. That's the boat we're mentioning here. Bati comes in too little too late here as Red QT gets taken down. I'm not sure if he was able to use his ultimate there or he just got chain CC'd and killed so quickly that he was not able to. Because that Sunset is able to knock you up. The Xiao Xiao is able to knock you up with the skill 2. And then the skill 1 comes out from Sunset. And they have actually a crazy amount of juggling and chain CC on side OG.
Yeah, Wen also knows. And even the top side, 3005, even pops the flash, pops the Sacred Tree Blessing. Not surviving Dao Dao.
And man, OG looked dominant last game, but they somehow look even more dominant this game here. Last game, Boars was able to go and push into their jungle, but
on the bottom lane, what a good setup there. Right on Mac, not even able to react with a flash.
They have all this crowd control, and then when someone is stunned up, they're gonna get, oh man, it just kills everyone. We don't even have enough time.
Yeah, they're just killing everybody right on the map and even stealing the jungle camps here from Boar. And this is not good when you're playing Pei.
This is not good. I didn't even notice Boar's side had Pei there. They're able to dominate the early game so hard, even against the likes of Pei here. We were mentioning earlier, maybe go ahead and invade that Luna, right? Luna has a very telegraphed clear. She needs to start that Azure Golem there, but Boar was just not really able to take it to OG, whereas game 1, they had that aggression. They were not afraid. This game, it looks like they're playing a little bit more afraid.
It was so hard. It is gonna be hard for them, especially that Wen is hitting all those Honey Sweet Breezes. And the Blossoming Fan clear is just so much that every lane is pushed, and it's so hard for Boars Gaming to find space to even set up a kill.
Absolutely. It's called the Honey Sweet Breeze, but it is very bitter every single time it lands onto the side of Boars Gaming here.
I'm doing used though. They don't even use the set sail to just push him away and not able to react from that.
Did you notice on bait that he intentionally walked into the Fati here, letting him land that crowd control, giving him that, you know, that hope.
All sealing the path here for Boars Gaming. They were trying to go for the top side, but they sealed the path. They can't even defend their own tower on the top side here.
This is looking real rough. 5 minutes in, 5,000 gold ahead. This is the OG that we know and love here. 1,000 gold a minute.
Set sail here. Good knock-up right there onto the back line. Good. Flash forward here from 30.05 to get the kill. And here comes the set sail. Comes in from nowhere. Got the U-turn and was able to get the hit onto the back line. Red QT doesn't have any ultimates, but it is still going to be a tower mid lane.
They thought Keke was going home there with that set sail on 1 HP. He busted a left, came right back in, and takes out Pay. They're not letting them take out Wen for free.
Crazy use of that set sail. And now with that, OG has been able to take down a lot of towers just from that opening that they got there. No towers on the side of Boars. 6k gold lead. Mu Chen just getting information here so that nobody from Boars would be able to react on this take, this jungle invade that they're doing.
OG up 6,000 gold here now. As we were mentioning, 1 gold a minute. They're trying to build that 1,000 gold a minute, actually. They're trying to build that gold lead. One thing about OG, though, that we like to mention is that they play really confident, right? And that means sometimes they can maybe give windows for their opponents to capitalize. If Boar can go ahead and capitalize on some of these kind of overextensions, a little bit of these limit test kind of, plays here, maybe they can go ahead and get back into the game.
Yeah, you have to be scared here. Boars drops the Radiance, got some slow on the members here, got the knock up on Phasma, but not gonna be continuing on that battle. So far, they're just trying to use the Mournful Tempo as a space taker, and a fight could happen anytime here on the mid lane.
They're just moving around the map, waiting for the enemy team to rotate, right, and follow them up, and then that's when they want to catch them with that set sail during that rotation there.
Waiting for timing. Goes in with a Yumu with a knock-up on the Honey Sweet Breeze, almost taking the kill there. The wave is still very much open. The Meteor Storm has been keeping everybody back away, and they can't even pump the brakes here on the side of OG because this is open. We should take it.
7-minute high ground here, definitely really early. I'm surprised we don't see Keke and Wen actually combo their ultimates too often there. They opt to actually prefer to split them up. Maybe they don't want to put too many of their eggs in the same basket.
With the knock-up right there, Honey Sweet Breeze to even follow through. And KK got them as a surprise and on. From the backlines he goes, and Mac falls through.
That's just another beautiful example of no hesitation there. Keke playing Sunset like it's a Dharma. The second the enemy missteps, instant flash skill 1 onto 3, sets up that knockup for his team here, and this looks to be it.
Might be it. Last push that they're going to be doing. Honey Sweet Breeze got the hit again. Unstoppable comes in. Force the infinite fastest, but they want to end this. The cannon minion is alive, and that's OG with a 2-0.
Man, those plays from Keke all match here. No hesitation at all. The second, the frame, the pixel, the enemy team missteps, he is there with that skill 1 flash. And I thought he was just kind of standing there aura farming, to be honest, you know? Well, Keke does that sometimes. He just stands behind the tower, you know, chilling out, waiting for the enemy, seeing what they do here. And then they had another thing coming. They were trying to engage on him. You don't engage on Keke. Keke engages on you. Sets up a beautiful 3-man knockup for his team there, and they were able to follow up immediately and close out that game.
Well, he kind of aura farmed though on that last fight.
He still did aura farm, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, he was aura farming and he was waiting. Whenever he gets an opportunity to go in, it's always there. What I like about these teams that are very strong is how they chain the skills together. After the wave render, there's the Honey Sweet Breeze, no movement. And that's a very dead person, not even able to react with a flash.
Absolutely. And we were joking about, like there's no losing, there's only learning here, right? But these are some of the best games to learn. If you get punished the millisecond, the frame that you misstep, you're going to be able to build that margin of error and slowly close it until you don't have it anymore. Going forward, Boars game is going to be, okay, against Sunset, if you even think about walking in that range, in that certain situation, we're going to get engaged on here. So that's something that they can definitely learn in the future there. And that's just going to come with experience, right? Knowing what the kill distances are, the kill ranges are, the engage distance of all the heroes here in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, it's always important to be learning all of these things for the players though. So I am kind of hoping that they will be able to do so this time around for Boars Gaming. As we said, it's always a learning experience for these players that they're fighting against the strongest teams, and they did already. They fought against 2 of the strongest teams that we have here in the Major West League. So now it's time for them to unleash their wrath on the other teams.
Absolutely. They took 6 back-to-back lessons, okay, let's call them, all right? So now when they get a chance to play against some of the new kids on the block, they are going to go in there armed, like I said, with that knowledge, right? With those lessons under their belt.
Yeah, they're a little bit more pristine as we go and move forward. But taking a look at this, everybody, OG versus Boars, you could definitely see that OG had all of the advantage in this game. There's only 1 kill that we've seen from Boars.
What I'm surprised about is Wen actually did not have that many resources there. He gave a lot of those resources over to the other carriers of the team here. Only 4,900 gold on the side of Wen there, and he opted for a utility style build. Anti-heal first item on the Xiao Xiao, understanding that his team has enough damage in the Luna, the Long, and the Sunset. He doesn't really need to be there for the damage, just gonna provide that utility there.
Yeah, and even with the utility items that you said, Venomous Staff as the first item, he still had the highest damage in this game. Even if
that damage to gold ratio is very impressive. That's over a 10x damage to gold ratio. He had among the least resources and was able to output a lot there. So that has to be noted here on Wen.
Yeah, that was definitely a potential MVP for Wen in this game. Or KK could also take it again for OG.
When you have Keke on your team, it's really hard to get the MVP on him there, especially if your playstyle is like when playing for the team there, being a team player and funneling the farm to your carries of your team. But I think he does have a good shot there, right? As we mentioned, that gold to damage ratio, especially in, the ranked matches when you're getting the letter grades and stuff, they really do look at that, how much you die, how much damage you're able to put out with your gold. And that is the statistic. If you want to get more of those SSSs, that's a statistic that is very important for the mid lane. But there we go. Yep.
There you go.
He does have Keke on his team, right? All the stuff we just mentioned don't really matter. It goes out the window. All right. So if you guys are in a solo queue match with Keke, doesn't really matter what you do. He's likely to still get the MVP. But if you are not, you could use some of my tips there to go ahead and get yourself a little bit more letter grades and those SSSs.
Bro, this guy is the 1v1 master, and we've seen him win almost all of that. And that's why this guy is very scary, especially on all the global leagues that we have here. So right now, this guy for the team OG, KK is still the star of the team currently.
Absolutely. But OG, they just have so many stars on that roster. They're all star players as well. And another thing I want to mention, in the rankings week, we have seen quite the hero pool come out from Keke. He's playing a lot of different heroes, and he's demonstrating that, he's not stuck to those 1 or 2 heroes. He's able to bust out the Sunset and play in a carry role and carry even on that pick that kind of, fell off a little bit in the meta.
Yeah, I think one of the good things about the Sun Tzu is that he's really, really good at just setting up fights for the team rather than just carrying. And being able to do these kinds of movements from KK. Look at this.
Oh, look at this.
Forming, then go in.
Man, that was such a sick play there from KK. Legit just standing there menacingly as the enemies approach. And it just shows you, do not approach KK.
Yeah, you shouldn't. He is asking that question every time. Oh, you're approaching me, as he says every time. Yeah.
We gotta wait for a time where Keke busts out the Lubu, and then there's the lore adds up. Do not approach Keke. Do not approach Lubu on the bridge there. But that is gonna be match 3 here. We have one more match coming up. Do not tune away here, guys. It is gonna be BTK versus 9Z Globant coming up right after this.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain, the more that nothing stays the same in time. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Another match for the BTK fans because they're fighting against 9Z this time. We're still going to be a shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Phil. There's a lot of adjustments that they need to do for BTK here, Phil. What do you think should they do to win against 9Z?
Absolutely here. 9Z, we haven't seen him much. This is their first game of 9Z on broadcast, so there's not much research we could do for them, right? They played off stream day one. They actually won versus Level Max Gaming, and Level Max Gaming was a team that beat BTK in the open qualifiers there. Yeah. So maybe that's a little bit of a foreshadowing for what is going to happen here in the future. But BTK, while they have not gotten a match win on the board, they were able to take a game from AYLO Gaming, so they've been performing better than some of these other teams that were not able to even win one match.
Yeah, for all the watchers out there, Mirage City skins arrive on September 11. Actually, it's already here. And stand a chance to get a free Bang skin. So for everybody watching, they're very good skins. So get them. They're going to be great. And Shangwon has one of the best ones out there on the Mirage City skins that we have.
And Hoon plays a little bit of Shangwon. I've seen him streams the Shangwon a little bit. Maybe he can bust it out here for this game. We don't really know. They've been playing like kind of spicy picks. They've been playing everything here, right? They played the Xiao Xiao here, and now even OG is taking a page from their book, busting out the Xiao Xiao in the most recent game here too. So very excited for this match here though. 9Z Globant is another one of those veteran teams from the Major West we were talking about here, and they're definitely nothing to scoff at here, and they're going to be very tough opponents for BTK.
Yeah. One thing great about whenever they bust out something like that, I think Xiao Xiao is a very good pick, especially against a lot of the assassins and engagers that we have. And some of the other leagues have been picking up on that. And that's why it's good that these teams are able to scream each other even over regions. That's why they can bust out picks like this.
Absolutely, that cross-pollination is what builds strength in the community, the scene, and in the players there. But 9Z Globant, we were mentioning a little bit off-stream here, they're known for having one of the deadliest junglers here when it comes to assassin junglers. We saw them play a really good Jing, Luna, Fade when he was a little bit more relevant in the meta. We've kind of seen assassin junglers take a bit of a backseat. We haven't seen any Jings yet, right? We see Luna being picked up a few times here, but I would love to see if 9Z Globant kind of makes a splash here in the Major West with those more traditional assassin junglers in maybe even a Lamb, right? We saw Lamb in the last Major West too.
Oh yeah, so I hope we see that, the Lamb Lubang combo. I've seen that from some of the other regions. I am surprised that I'm still not seeing a Han Shin. Maybe on a best of 5 we're gonna see it, but on a best of 3 some teams don't opt to go for it because it might be a bit too risky when we pick some assassins like that in the game.
Yeah, very risky and one of those hard to execute heroes, right? The Hanshin, he has so much mobility, and when you have so much mobility and presence and pushing power all around the map, you got to make up for it somewhere else, or you're going to be really squishy. If you do not pilot your hero perfectly, right, you're going to get taken down, and that's kind of the fragility in that pick.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see here. I hope they would be able to do that. Currently, we're still waiting for the players to get ready on our games, and they are definitely going to be here in just a bit. So far, we have 9Z off-stream match. Just a bit of a backgrounder for everybody. They were the 3rd placer from the last Major West, so at least that's something that they could go for. They were in Group S, so these guys are good.
Absolutely there. And now while we have a little bit of time, let's go ahead and talk to the audience a bit, right? We know there's a lot of BTK fans in here. There's a lot of Honor of Kings fans here. There's a lot of 9Z Globant fans in there. What picks are we going to try and see here? We were always talking about how we want to see BTK pick that Marco Polo, right? But now against 9Z, I want to see them play something like the Fade. We haven't seen the Fade in so long. It got that rework. It's able to basically guarantee a secure on any objective with that ultimate in sealing them in Jade here. So those are some picks that could potentially come out. You know, I talked some things into existence with Boars Gaming's bans here. I'm hoping to maybe talk some things into existence with the picks here going into match 4 of today.
Yeah, and one thing that I've seen a lot on the other regions though is that people have been learning a lot of things. So before that, everybody, let's learn on who is going to be playing on the side of BTK.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah, cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here's a look at BTK's roster here. I think we've said here in day 1 here, they're able to take a game off AYLO Gaming. BTK has surprised a lot of people here. They have Fried Chicken in the Clash lane, best player on the jungle, Moba Zane on the marksman role, Shark on roam, and Hoon there rounding out their composition. Can they pull out some more surprises here versus a team that is projected to be the favorites here?
Yeah, for a very, very new team who has been playing for just a few months, this team has been grinding every day in order for them to get in pristine form before they go to the Major West. But so far, that grind hasn't been helping them out because the experience that the other teams have is just making sure that the macro play is just way better than what they can do. But I do believe this is a good learning experience for BTK, and they might be able to pull some very nice punches. But before that, let's take a look at Nicey.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, 'cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
9Z Globant from Argentina, La Violeta. With this roster that they have, we have Win RJ on the Clash lane, Sick on the jungle, Leffy on the farm lane, Moon on the mid lane, and Kapusiba on that row.
What a great roster here for 9Z Globant. We have not seen them yet. That's the first time I think we saw their team intro, because this is the first match they played on stream here. Yesterday, they did play off stream against Level Max Club there and take that 2-0. So they're looking to pile another win under their belt.
Yeah, and I know that BTK has been trying their best to win against Level Max Club. I had some inside information that we had. They know how to fight against Level Max Club now. So maybe against 9Z Gaming, that one against them, it's not a surefire thing that they could win against BTK.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, right now they need the secret sauce to beat 9Z first, right?
Yeah.
I think they're not going to... Oh, they're actually playing Level Max Club tomorrow, final match. That is going to be a very interesting revenge grudge match here happening tomorrow. As you see, 9Z opt to choose red side. So we're starting to see a lot of teams, when they get the choice, they going ahead and picking red side there to take 2 of those priority picks away instead of 1.
Yeah, right now we can see the teams getting ready for the drafting here for both sides, and it's still pretty early for everyone out here, because right now 9Z BTK already fought a while ago, so this could be a very taxing one, a very taxing game for them, because they already had their first game.
Absolutely. Here, BTK is in, again, kind of a rough spot when they're game 1, right? We mentioned that they don't really prefer to play that early. So if they're team 1, it doesn't feel good to ban the early either. So maybe that's why a lot of these teams are going ahead trying to exploit that hero pool weakness on the side of BTK by choosing second pick, making it so that either, you know, we're not going to ban early, you guys got to pick it, or we're going to go ahead and take it. And then if you guys take it, you're not that comfortable on it too. So that's the other dimension onto draft here, is not only knowing what heroes are good in the meta, but knowing what heroes your opponents are comfortable on.
Yeah, right now Luna is also getting banned. They respect it. You've said it a while ago, Phil, that Sick is a very good assassin jungler, so the respect that they have for this guy is just massive. So I hope we see some lamb action, or maybe even some Jing action coming from Sick.
Yeah, Sick, one of the strongest Jing players here. And look at that. As I've mentioned there, they're giving over the early. Will they take it? And BTK takes the bait here.
Okay. They actually do. They pick up the early here for Moba Zhang, so I hope they will be able to pilot this pretty well. But 9Z has a lot of openings. Maestro Nui, Diadia, the best thing to pair with the early has been also taken by 9Z.
I think I would have liked the Mai pickup a little bit more, you know, because Zane is pretty comfortable on something like the Channel, right? And Channel has a great matchup against Arlie. And then that way they can go ahead and get Hoon, one of his favorite picks here, with that Mai. But they kind of did it in a little bit of reverse here. They picked the Arlie, which is not as proven on their team currently. But here's a look at their second set of drafts here. They do pick up the Zhangfei, the next best thing, as you mentioned earlier, along with the Agudo.
Yeah, Agudo, they have a lot of pushing power here. Like what happened from match number 3 or match number 2, in where they give everything to the early. That could also be done here by having the Agudo, by having the Zhangfei for their team.
Now, here's the thing that we were seeing that composition played perfectly by Twisted Minds. Is BTK, one of these newer teams, a little bit less experienced, able to pull off a kind of not so traditional strategy, right? These guys are ladder players. They play peak, they play ranked, where that strategy does not come out too often. Are they able to switch up and adapt and pull out that funnel kind of strategy and get Mobazane super ahead on this early?
I like that in the major wets, whenever they see an early, they don't really, especially in the first phase of the picks, they pick the D-Rinjit, not really the Chano, in where we have a bit more of an advantage, because D-Rinjit is just such a good safe pick, as we have established from the past few matches, and it has been doing really good on those matches.
Absolutely. I think the DRNG pick here is great into something like the Zhang Fei, right? We see they already established the Mai middle here, and Mai is not necessarily known for outputting that much damage. So they might kind of struggle to cut through something like the Zhang Fei, but that's where DRNG comes in with that ultimate shredding the resistances and durability of Zhang Fei to kind of make up for the lack of damage of that Mai. And there's the fade I'm talking about here from Sick. We were mentioning he's great on these assassin junglers. He might pick the Jing, he might pick the Lamb, and we willed Dash. I was talking about it. We willed it into existence. We willed the fade into existence here.
That's true. You were talking about it a while ago. I was surprised that they actually pulled it off. The buffs on the fade has been really good, and being able to pilot it pretty well is hard, yes, but being able to secure objectives a little bit easier is a big advantage, and seeing it on Sick, I want to see this play out.
Absolutely, and Fade is one of those heroes that are feast or famine here. So either he's gonna super pop off, or oh man, Neza coming out as well too. Another hero. Oh, look at this. Game 1 draft 9Z. Drop a thumbs up for that draft here, because this is a spicy draft coming out from 9Z.
Please drop a thumbs up on the chat, everybody. This is crazy. 9Z picking up a Neza. I also talk about a lot of the some coaches on why when the Neza should be picked. It's when you have like something like an Arlie, because you could use the ult in order for you to pinpoint where the Arlie is. You could get to the backline pretty easily and just cause chaos there.
Absolutely, and if BTK opts to go for this funnel strategy we're mentioning, and they're putting all those resources onto Zane, onto Arlie, the Neza being able to, you know, guarantee get on top of Arlie and disrupt her in a fight and potentially even take her out is going to be a big liability there for the side of BTK.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but I love this. 9Z being very bold on this draft that we have. They are getting ready and going to show who BTK, who's boss. But I like this development from BTK, right? Picking up the Arlie. That is a lot of guts for Mobazane to pick it up against 9Z.
Absolutely, but they're playing it by the book here. We've noticed BTK game 1, they always kind of draft by the book, right? And then usually game 2 is when it goes out the window, where they're like, all right, man, that's not going to work out, all right? We're going to do what we want to do now. But game 1, this is their game 1. They're playing it by the book. They're listening to the coach, right? They know Arlie is the #1 pick there, so they go ahead and pick it up. But let's go ahead and see how this plays out.
I want to see how they play. I want to see how they learn from Twisted Minds from the last game. BloodThirstyKings, I know they have a lot of fans watching and want to see them win. Maybe with this one, they might be able to get a good punch in against 9ZG on this first game.
Absolutely, and 9ZG taking a little bit more of a non-traditional draft there, right? These picks are less proven here. The Neza with Execute there in the Clash lane. Not often do you see Execute in pro play, so that's very interesting to see the Execute Neza coming out. And then we see Shark with the stun Zhang Fei here. He actually really likes going stun on the Zhang Fei. He's the only person I see actually play that common skill there on Zhang Fei.
You usually see like a Prison Sprite, a Prison Sprite heal or smite.
Yeah. I think Prison Sprite is probably like the better version of stun, but stun has that immediacy, being able to immediately hard crowd control down the targets. So maybe that's why he goes ahead and prefers that one there.
Yeah, I hope it is going to be rewarding the team here. But as we see here, usually whenever you have an Arlie, from the past games that we had an Arlie, everybody goes to the mid lane, goes to the Clash lane, get the teleportation circle, then go back to mid. So they are just accelerating the Arlie as much as they can and giving her all the resources. And I like that BTK learned this from the Twisted Mind game.
Absolutely. BTK showing that they could adapt and learn a thing or two from some of their opponents here. And Zane is definitely getting farmed up this game. Got all the farm mid there. And then now gets this teleport sprite to go ahead and maybe goes back middle here. Yep, catches another wave. As the side of 9Z setting up a lot of pressure here bottom with the D-Renji and Diadea against the Xiao Xiao.
Yeah, I like this. I like this development from them. 9Z are just letting Sick get the resources and get the mid lane as much as he can. But it's going to be way harder when you're playing a Fade, right? Compared to Agudo, in where you can put your body forward, the Fade needs to be on the sides and wait for the minions to get close to the turrets before he can clear it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's not able to have that kind of safe initiation in that furball, right? He has to kind of put himself in danger if he wants to get into the thick of things and do that damage.
Oh yeah, let's see if that's gonna work out for this. I think somebody's setting up something here. They see
here we go.
Right? They know that Boba Zane is waiting on the side. He has been blocked, and that is aura farming with that first blood.
Man, they had to have seen Sick there in the wall, right? Zhang Fei was in the bush there, but that might again go back to inexperience. They don't know that Fade can just kill them there. Fade just Fade didn't know Arlie was there, right? But once he made an educated guess and identified that, jumped right in, gone ahead and comboed Zane there. And that's the thing we were talking about in draft here. When you play this funnel strategy and invest so much in your Arlie, it really hurts your team when it goes down.
Oh man, the hardened Jade Mark is just so hard to deal with. Let's take a look at the Sue play again.
Yeah, he sees that. He had to have seen him in that wall there.
He tried to dash too. He hit the wall. That's why he wasn't able to dash away. Which is very unfortunate though for Boba Zane. But right now, they're trying to put more pressure. 9Z got that opening. That's not good.
That is the MOBA Zane Arlie that we've heard tall tales about here as we are heading a little bit into the Tyrant here, coming up in about 40 seconds. 9Z have a little bit of an advantage, about a 700 gold advantage here. BTA is doing a good job of keeping up. They have to ensure that, you know, their prized possession here, Arlie, that they're investing so much in, is able to stay alive.
You know what? What I'm waiting for is a Skyfall. I'm waiting for a Skyfall from WinRJ, and when he joins the fight, that is when everything's gonna go crazy. Go for the knock-up right here on the mid lane. Best player one. Oh, no, you can't move anymore. That's another kill.
That is that hardened Jade Mark there. I think it is the name, right? That's the correct name.
Yep.
From Sick there, being able to lock up any target. It is not just heroes. After the rework, he can also do that to objectives and secure Tyrants, Overlords, without anyone being able to steal their kill, either a teammate or an enemy.
Oh yeah, that is it. 9Z just gonna be taking the Tyrant here. Best player one is not in position to contest it. And you can't even contest it. If you're fighting against a Fade, you can't even contest it.
There we go. There's another situation there. He was able to lock up that Tyrant with that ultimate, and it gives the enemy team literally a 0% chance to steal it. Because once that Jade is on that target, no one other than Fade does damage to that target there. So he guarantees that Tyrant.
And we trust the players that they know the timing, right? So for sure, it's not going to be stolen by the other team. So BTK,
oh, the timing is generous too with Fade. He does a lot of damage with that ultimate.
Yeah. It's very easy to get to the execute threshold, right? That's why. And now, 9Z already, even if you don't see it right now on the map, they're already establishing their advantage in this game just because of those skills, those objectives that they have taken. And Fried Chicken on the top side might be in danger here. Okay, he was able to get out.
Yeah, he was able to get out here, sniffs out the Fade being up there, but we see Fade teleport bottom here. Uh-oh. We've seen this before. We see Arlie under tower, half HP. Are they going to make a push here? No, they opt to just go back and farm.
Yeah, Skyfall has been used. They have the ultimate already. They got the stun on a lot of people. Best player one was able to spot the Blood Rage, but no, he's not going to survive that. On the front is Hoon. He survived. And that's the hardened Jade Mark to end the kill. Killing spree comes in for 6.
Man, Fade is just such a stylish hero. He's locking you up there, freezing you there. Oh, and there's another one here. This is the tempo that we know 9Z is able to go ahead and perform when they play assassin junglers. Sick. We were mentioning him, known for his assassin play. He's able to dictate and run the game on these assassins.
I love it. I love to see assassin junglers, honestly, and they are very, very flashy, everyone. 3-0 on that Fade, on almost a 2K gold lead against Best Player 1.
And he's going full damage Fade as well, too. We've seen some Fades build a little bit more conservatively with the Giant's Grip, the Blood Rage, and the Blazing Cape, but that is not sick. When we say Assassin, he plays Assassin there. Axe of Torment into Master Sword, full damage.
Oh man, even going Master Sword, he is just gonna go full damage. And there you go, the Master Sword, you called it, here it is. So now, nobody's gonna survive him whenever he dives.
Absolutely here. A lot of pros have transitioned over kind of to Frostbar there, you know, because it's kind of like a better item than the Master Sword. But Sick there is gonna try to do some sick damage with that Master Sword. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to be tanky. He's here to assassinate his targets.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's gonna be dangerous. Sacred Tree Blessing got to slow down. Imperial Order is not gonna hit. There's some damage coming in. He needs to get close. Fried Chicken trying to get close. There's some healing coming in. Rampage comes in, and Sick was still able to take the kill there in the end. These are readily outbursts with RJ onto the back line. Boone is gonna be the target. He's gonna be dead, and Nova Zane is in front, trying to get the space onto Leffy, but he's not letting him happen. When RJ is just being a wall in front of Zane. Zane is gonna be dead. Shark is gonna be next here on the chopping block, but he's still gonna be surviving that.
I thought when Zane was coming in that he was going to clean up that fight, but Neza was there to keep him distracted and actually solos him out there and does not let him clean up the members of 9Z. I'm so surprised no one went down there on the side of 9Z.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be tough here for the side of BTK. Even though it's not as dominating as what Twisted Minds did, 9Z is slowly establishing the map in their favor, and they are really just ahead when it comes to macro.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning Fade's one of those picks that, you know, is feast or famine, and he is feasting right now, and when he is feasting, it is really hard to play the game. There's so much kill range. You were talking about kill ranges in the game prior. Fade can jump all across the map. He could go from bottom to mid in like a second with his wall jumps here. So you have to be extra careful where you stand.
Fried Chicken, left alone, Imperial Order. Oh, he's not even going to be able to hit anybody when RJ is going to come in from the back. Was able to push it back away. The damage is going to be there. Yes, Leffy and Moon are dead, but in front is Win RJ. BTK is doing a good job here. Was able to fight back, but here comes the start of the show. He's going to be taking everybody down one by one, but at least Best Player 1 is keeping the team alive, and the double kill comes out. Best Player 1 is trying his best, but he's not going to survive this. A 4-for-4, at least BTK was able to fight back.
Absolutely, 4-for-4, you know, while BTK is behind there, they're down 5,000 gold, taking a 4-for-4 against a team that's up 5,000 gold to you is really impressive there. If they can keep doing some of these kind of trades here, they can get back into the game.
You can see the respect coming from Sick, right? Sick knows that whenever Sacred Tree Blessing gets popped, you know that they're not going to win the fight. That's why after dashing, he just goes out against Fried Chicken.
Yeah, he just baits it out, man, and that's the hallmark of a good assassin player, right? Knowing when to weave in and out of the fights, baiting the opponent's cooldowns, dodging them, and taking opportune times, and ooh. Oh,
nah.
Neza didn't even get the chance to arrive there with the Skyfall as well there. He was late to the party.
That's true. He's not even able to get there. And now, look at this. It's a 4-1 strat that 9Z is doing. Putting a lot of pressure on the top side so that Sick would be able to push in the bottom. He's not going to get killed anyway because he can run away, but Best Player 1, that is a kind of scary spot to be in.
Yeah, this is a strategy you guys can maybe adopt in some of your games at home. If you're a really strong hero like the Fade, when you're really fed, you know no one can 1v1 you. Tell your team to go 4 in a lane, and then you go on the opposite side. Ooh. If they send 2 people after you, your team wins the 4v3. If they don't, you win the 1v1, right?
They're taking both objectives, so that is a very cheeky play. Tyrant has already been taken, and now the Overlord is down, so they got double objectives here.
Absolutely. When you're so ahead, you're able to just take both objectives and sync it up. You're only hindered by that primal bond there if you take it out, and then you have to damage down the other side of it. So usually teams are going to kind of DPS them at around the same time and take them at the same time. So that
Day with his Skyfall onto the back with the Hardened Jade Mark. That's going to be a free kill. Fried Chicken's going to be next. They have 3 on the board already, and that was a fast engage here for 9Z.
I think a little bit of what we're mentioning in the draft here is coming together here. They have a composition that is all about investing in that Arlie, but it's so hard to survive, right? He's against the Neza that can just target him down from like anywhere on the map, really. He's against a super fed Fade, a Mai. While, you know, we joke about Zane's Arlie a little bit here in the KMW, he has really tough games where it's not easy to survive as Arlie.
Yeah, honestly, 9Z is just so ahead that right now, I'm rattled out for the floor, and of course mobilization, what a good combo coming in from the side of BTK. This might be what they need, and that's enough. The 2 kills is enough to push them away.
There we go. BTK holds on from that push, taking a nice 2 for 0. But look at the side of BTK. Where did all their towers go? They're down 8 towers to 9Z Globant here. And as we've seen earlier today, once you lose all your high grounds, it feels like it's, oh man. There it is.
That was so fast, man. I didn't even see the damage. Like, what was that? That was crazy. Oh no, Zane, you shouldn't take that. He's gonna be dead. Oh no, he actually took the fight, and now he's gonna go in forward. 6, trying to move forward, gonna get the damage. Hardened Jade Mark is gonna be killing one person, please. And that's good enough. This is gonna be the ace for the team. Sacred Tree Blessing was used by Fried Chicken, but he's gonna go. He doesn't care. He's just gonna go for the kill.
Moon steals the Penta there. Sick diving into the enemy's base there to try and you know, secure it there. They're 9Z Globant, but they're playing super bloodthirsty.
I'm gonna be mad if that was me. My Penta just got
I would also be upset.
Oh, bro, Moon is gonna be dead here. Crystal is gonna go down. And 9Z, what a dominating game against BTK.
Man, 9Z sending day 2, it looks like. Oh, what did that mean? What did that mean? I'm not too sure there.
That's small effort, bro. That's a small effort, as he said.
You know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But yeah, 9Z doing a extremely impressive performance there, busting out a bit of their comfort picks here, right? You know, going for some fan favorites here, busting out the Fade there, and putting on such a masterful performance there. And wow, I don't even know what BTK can do after that. It's just the tempo. The 9Z is one of those teams similar to OG. Once they get the lead, they do not give you room to breathe. They don't give you anywhere to go. They're in your jungle. They're in everywhere. We saw the Xiao Xiao. The Hoon tried to just leave base to clear minions. Nope, immediately gets taken out.
And you can definitely see that they were trying their best to get something here, right? OG versus Twisted Minds. You can see how they are playing this for their side. They're trying their best to... OG and Twisted Minds are much more macro-centric, but 9Z, you can see them just playing a bit more aggressive, a bit more on the team fight and the kills, because this game, they had tons of kills this game if you're going to compare it to OG and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, absolutely. 9Z there, you know, like I said earlier, they play these assassins, right? They play all these highly mechanical heroes, so they know how to take a fight. They don't need to play the map, right? They will take you on a team fight, and that's what they did. And they know their heroes really well. They know their kill ranges really well here, right? And they're kind of exposing the knowledge gap there in BTK. We were looking at earlier, they saw Fade was there, right? But yet again, they kind of just stood there waiting for him to jump in, and he was like, okay, I'll jump in on Arlie there. I'll take him out there, right? So that shows a little bit of the inexperience of BTK not really knowing those ranges here. And 9Z Globant, being the assassin players, the opportunists that they are, went ahead and capitalized on that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that 9Z is playing like this. They're playing very aggressive. They're playing very kill heavy compared to the other games, because right now that is what BTK needs to know. Not even just the macro things, the micro things, also the kills, the team fights. You can see team like 9Z is also a good learning experience for them, especially when it comes to the team fights.
And that might be a record here for at least this season of Kings Major West League. 12 kills on Sick there in a 10-minute game, 12-minute game, I think maybe. He was averaging 1 kill a minute there. The Neza with a good stat line too, 4-2-10. We were highlighting that it had a pretty interesting build. I'm looking at it now. That's pretty interesting build. Blazing Cape, Frostscar, Ominous into Pure Sky with that execute, a little bit bruisery, right? His job was mainly to dive in on that Arlie and give her a tough time, and he definitely gave her a tough time. He had the slow from the Frostscar, the Ominous reducing her attack speed, as well as, you know, the base damage from the Pure Sky there to go ahead and chunk her down.
Oh yeah, 115k damage on that Fade. Bro, he was dealing so much this game. And I'm not going to be surprised because they're getting a lot of kills in this game to drawing board.
Absolutely sick on the fade here, just handing out fades all game, left, right, and center. 12 kills. Let's see what they go ahead and pick up in game 2. We were seeing in their hero intro, or their team intro, I'm sorry, he had that lamb behind him here. Maybe we could see a little bit of the lamb come up, or the Jing, you know, all these assassin type high tempo junglers that he's known for.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited to see some assassin junglers be picked up here for the side of 9ZG. It's gonna be great to see some assassins being pulled left and right. A Jing I want to see. Even the lamb, no, anything, any assassin that he pulls up, I'm okay with.
We might be able to will it into existence here, Dash. All right, what are you looking to see? Maybe, you know, they hear us and they go ahead and pick it in the game. I'm not too sure here, you know, but some of the things we were able to call, which is really nice.
Yeah, right now, we could definitely see something very interesting, maybe even Hansen for Sick, but that is just us theorizing what they will be able to pick up here. But I like this. BTK learning a lot of things. 9Z just dominating, showing them that they are veterans at their own right here in the Major West.
Absolutely. Now, if they actually pick the Hanshin, that confirms it, you know? That confirms that the casters are doing a little bit of coaching here. But MVP, none other than Sick here. If you get that stat line and that amount of damage in a game and you do not get MVP, something is wrong. But it is right here today, and Sick gets MVP for game 1.
12-1-3, and you can see the highlights here, everyone, how he played this game, especially their first ever kill. That was a statement for the side of 9Z.
Yeah, and then we saw Zane there. I think you mentioned he bumped into the wall there with that dash, right? Maybe he could have gotten out, but Faye does have that knock up on his skill 1 as well too. But maybe he would not have been able to get away. We don't really know.
One thing that I've seen also on these games, I think Shark really had some great unbridled outbursts, but one of the problems that I've been seeing for them is that Shark is having a hard time getting vision for the team, especially when you're fighting against a Fade. You need to get more vision, more space for the team so that they can move forward. But this was a scrappy fight that I thought in where BTK could actually come back from this with a 4-for-4 from there.
Yeah, that was a great job. They were down 5,000 gold and still took a 4v4, but they were not able to really do much from that momentum here. And the next few fights here, oh, look at that. Look at that. Before Hoon can even move, the skill 1 on Fade knocking up, and during that knock-up duration, Hoon was encapsulated in Jade.
Yeah, this was also a crazy play. This was the game-ending play for them. A steal on that pentakill, but it's okay. It's a quadra kill already at this point.
Look at Sick dive into base there to try and get himself that penta. He wanted it for sure there.
He was thirsting for that, and he wasn't able to get it in the end. But it was still a nice try for BTK, but 9Z, what a dominating performance. This is what I like whenever I see Assassins. But again, everybody, that was just game number 1. We still have a lot, or rather, game 2 or game 3 in store for us for today. We're just gonna be taking a short break. Don't go away.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood, rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you
is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 is underway. We're still going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil, and we're very excited to see what is going to happen for game number 2. Will BTK learn from their mistakes from the last game, or will this be another 9Z game?
Well, after the absolute clinic that 9Z put on them here, this is going to be a match point for the side of BTK, and they need to really switch things up, like switch everything up, because that last game, nothing went their way at all. They were able to win, I think, one fight, but it all crumbled up after that. Fade was about to get a pentakill on them here. BTK choosing red side, which I think is very important here, because BTK, they have that, as we mentioned there, that Arlie weakness, right? And second pick is much more comfortable with banning out the Arlie, whereas last game, they were first pick. They were put in a spot where they had to either ban Arlie on first pick, which you don't want to do, or pick it, which seems like something they don't want to do either as well too. So 9Z kind of cornered them in the draft there.
Yeah, it's just so hard for them that this is happening. So I hope they would be able to change things up here for the team, because currently this is going to be such a challenge for the team right now with whatever is happening. But for now, we're waiting for them to set things up. We're waiting for them to get ready, and we're waiting for the draft to happen here for the team. So let's see if they would be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit while it was on the break. We're taking bets on what picks are coming out here, right? It feels like 9Z, they're kind of feeling themselves in the draft here now. They picked the Neza, they picked the Fade, and it worked out really, really well. So maybe this game they pick up, one of their signature heroes. Their Sick had that Lamb behind him, right? I'm calling a Lamb pick this game.
Oh yeah, I hope to see that. I hope to see that. You called the Fade a while ago, Phil, so maybe the Lamb.
I'm going 2 for 2 here, Dash.
Yeah, it's
I'm calling the Lamb now.
Let's see if that Lamb actually comes out here for the next game. Right now, 9Z, we do have the Mai and the Arlie getting banned for both sides, so at least they're getting ready here for the team. They already recognize that the Arlie could come out and Lefty could just dominate them.
Yep, the Arlie does get banned out by the side of BTK. They do not want to deal with that anymore. They played it in game 1, and they do not want 9Z to play it here in game 2.
Right now, Dharma also is down. 9Z, are they going to be setting up a trap here? What is
probably
here?
Probably the most standard set of bans I've seen all tournament here, right? We have the Mai, Dharma, Arlie, Pei. Very cookie cutter style bans, very by the book. Let's see what 9Z opts to pick here. And
that's another
you know
by
what
the book pick.
They picked the Yuan. Now, this is a really good pick, I think, because they want to play those assassins, right? And who do assassins not want to play against? Someone like the Yuhan that's able to go untangible with that ultimate and avoid their combo here. So they're removing one of their counters that they know BTK likes playing as well too. They know Hoon has played a lot of that Yuan in the past.
Yeah, I like that BTK also recognizes that, right? Which is why they pick up the Long with the Celestial Melody from the Doya, so that the Long will be pretty safe. Mobazane will not be dying a lot because he has a lot of ways of getting in and out of the fights.
Yeah, Long, one of the most consistent marksmen here, able to just fly away in that ultimate anytime they're in danger. But we just realized Luna is not banned this game, and that's another one of 6 signatures here as Luna gets locked in. Okay, no Lamb this game. Okay, I went 1-1. But in my defense, Luna was not banned, guys, okay?
Yeah, that's true. They had to. They just had to. They just had to pick up the Luna on their side here just because of that. And the Yixing is also there. I like that they're also picking up a lot of the things that could be detrimental for the Luna to perform. So the Liang could be banned here on the second phase for 9Z. Oh, never mind.
They already have their roam pick, yeah. But I'm looking at the side of 9ZG. They have a lot of magic damage already. You know, we haven't talked much about itemization today. We talked about the Succubus earlier, but we might have to see that Succubus come back out for the side of BTK on the Monkey and such. A lot of magic damage on the side of 9Z here. If they can go ahead and build that Succubus and have a strategy built around, you know, diving or dispatching the marksman on the side of 9ZG, that could be a really streamlined way to go ahead and play these team fights.
Just seeing the 3 picks here that they have, yeah, a Succubus Cloak is perfect already just because of the first 3 picks from the side of 9Z. But BTK, what are they going to be picking here? They need to have something good on the Clash lane because Monkey doesn't really have a good early game. So he needs to get a little bit more time. But having a Charlotte is a good touch, but I could have preferred a Byron more for BTK.
Yeah, for sure. I think after the game we saw earlier, Fried Chicken really likes that split push potential that Charlotte's able to bring to the table, right? Even if his team is struggling in some aspects, he's able to apply pressure on the map relatively solo, independently of their team. And oh my gosh, Zhang Yu's being hovered here.
Hey, yo, bro!
Yeah, they're trying me right now. There's no way. Zhang Yu gets locked in here for the potentially final match here. All right. If you guys are wondering why I'm giggling like a schoolgirl right here, that's one of my favorite picks. All right. Top global Zhang Yu, guys. By the way, you can't see, but I'm correcting my shirt right now.
They wrap it in a red ribbon, sent it to you. Here's the Zhang Yu, Phil, so that you'll be happy today.
They do not know I exist, probably, but I will take that though, and I will go to off today thinking that Zhang Yu pick was in my honor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for 9Z. BTK are gonna be going with the Garden Mo for the end there. Celestial Melody just resetting that ult is gonna be very strong too, so I hope they will be able to get them, but it's still hard to hit those couple of blades.
And we were talking about BTK Marco Polo all day, and we have Marco Polo in a BTK game, but it's not them playing. It's 9Z actually busting out the Marco Polo.
Yeah, we're gonna show you how it's done. Maybe that's the message of 9Z here against them, because Marco Polo as one of Mobazane's favorite picks. But right now, he hasn't pulled that, right? All the games that we've had for BTK today, they didn't pull out the Marco Polo.
That's their secret weapon there. Maybe they're saving it to bust it out in the survival week, or maybe after this game if they go ahead and take it to game 3. BTK definitely a team that is capable of taking it to game 3. We saw them take it to game 3 versus AYLO Gaming on day 1. Final match as well too. Coincidence? I don't know. But 9Z here, match point versus BTK.
Yeah, 9ZG versus BTK. This is a game that everybody's looking forward to, especially Phil, because we have a Zhang Yu on the win RJ. So this game is going to be intense, everybody. This is the last game of the day, or maybe we can have a game number 3 if BTK pulls a miracle in this game number 2.
Absolutely. We do see best player on the Monkey there. Speaking of top global, I'm pretty sure best player is one of the highest, if not the highest, global monkeys here in the global stage here. So that's one of his most consistent picks. Hoon on the Ganamo, not a pick we've seen him play yet, but I'm very curious to see how he goes ahead and does with it there as one of these damage style mages.
Yeah, one thing that they should learn here for BTK is that whenever somebody picks up the Luna, you should find a way to invade, because Luna level 1 is so weak. You need to invade her, because once she gets to level 4, she's gonna be good already. She can really be independent after that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we mentioned, you know, Luna's clear is kind of telegraphed. She usually starts blue, but she didn't do it this game, but that means her clear is relatively slow. You can go ahead and just take that blue and really hinder and slow down her level 4.
Oh yeah, and now with this level 4 already on Sick, so the problem has been solved for the side of 9ZG. No invades have happened, but also just thinking about it, Monkey together with a Dolia, not really the best when it comes to invading. The level 1 to level 2 of a U1 is also very good, which is why I do think that's the reason why they did not go for the invade.
I would say invades don't always need to end in a, a kill or a buff. You can send someone like the Dolia just to harass the jungler, The Luna has a really slow clear, and then, Dream Roam stops.
Has been canceled. That is good, bro. New Moon is not available. First Blood comes in for best player 1. When RJ does have the flash, uses the ultimate right here, will be able to run away, but they can dive him for sure. This could be a double kill, and that's good. BTK starts with 2 kills.
Beautiful Dream Roam there coming out from best player to cancel that teleport. I'm sure Sick was already looking and thinking about what he was doing on the other side of the map here, so probably got caught a little bit off guard there by that Dream Roam canceling that there, and that led to a pretty good fight for the side of BTK.
Right now, we're seeing this a good start for BTK. This is a flip of a script for the team and very important, especially comparing this from the first game. At least they got 2 kills.
Yeah, they're already up 1,000 gold here, so they just need to go ahead and keep this up and keep this momentum going here. Don't let 9Z go ahead and get back on their feet, because they will not let you guys get back on your feet if they're in the same situation.
Yeah, they're not going to be hesitating here. Right now, BTK is going to be waiting for the 4-minute mark and are going to be setting up the Tyrant. So far, both of our teams are going to be going for that second clear on those junglers so that they can fight on that Tyrant.
Absolutely. We have 50 seconds up until the next Tyrant. BTK has a really impressive gold lead here now, going into the Tyrant up at least 1,000, almost 1,500 gold here. If they can play this fight right, it will set the pace for the game and help them cruise into a good mid game here.
Yeah, best player 1. It's too far forward. Dream Roaming's in front. Lefty was hit, but no, this is not good. Taking Liberty is going to be there. They use the healing in order for them to survive. And best player 1 still stays alive.
Best player 1 looking for that counter engage there. He knew he had that reset from Shark there, right? With the Dolia, so he goes ahead and jumps in and knows he can still Dream Roam out if it needs to. Moon did use the board to go ahead and trap him there, but he's just so tanky, especially since his game is relatively accelerated from that double kill in the Clash lane.
Yeah, no Celestial Melody for Shark, but Nova Zane already has his ultimate up. Right now, Sick already starting with the fight though. Still has the New Moon on his end. Best player 1. Oh, what a steal! Still was able to take it in the end. Right now in front, Fried Chicken fighting against a lot of people. The Hegemon Slash is not enough to get the kill there.
He even committed the flash there, but it looks like Fried Chicken was just a little bit out of that sweet spot, because if you hit that sweet spot, it does so much damage there on that Zhang Yu. But we were mentioning earlier, almost all the games we see them play best players, some of the best and most accurate smiting here when it comes to those objectives. I've not seen him lose a 50-50 yet.
Zeba, very dangerous. He can't see it, but the other team doesn't see it too. Hoon, that could have been a free kill.
Yeah, Hoon just opting to go back into mid lane, getting his farm up. He's not been involved in too many fights this game here, the Ganimo. Usually you want to involve yourself in these fights and getting some kills.
Oh, he's going to move forward, but a great cancel with a Guard Your Grave against Lefty. Cancels the ult right there and then, and nothing, no kills is going to happen.
That was absolutely perfect timing from Hoon there to cancel that ultimate. Leffy was in his ultimate there and even tried to purify it, but it was too late. Hoon already canceled it.
Force the Unending Sorrow, Flaming Palm could have killed him, so he had to use it. With RJ, doesn't have any flashes still, but he can move forward. Oh no, they're gonna move. This is not good. Nova saying that is not good. They're gonna get stunned. Force the Infinite Fastest away. Freshly forged on the hands of Hoon. Not gonna hit anyone. In front though, mid lane. Passive positive, and no kills are gonna happen just yet. Sick, not gonna finish them.
BTK really showing out this game. They're up 2,000, almost 3,000 gold here. This is the momentum they need, and it is happening here. Great job on the side of BTK here.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. 2K gold lead, almost 3K. And so far, 9Z hasn't been going with their aggressive movements like last game.
Yeah, the Luna is not quite able to, maneuver around the map as quickly and as kind of unhindered, kind of as that Fade being able to jump onto walls. There is definitely another really quick hero around the map, but it needs to set up those enhanced attacks with that Moonlight to reset those dashes, and doesn't quite have that, mobility that they used in that first game.
Yeah, right now, Leffy needs to get a good Fever Barrage whenever it comes to those big fights, and Moon needs to get that hit on the board. It's not as easy compared to the last game. They need to hit a lot of their ultimates up in this fight compared to that. That's why they're kind of struggling on starting these fights. Win or J.
Fried chicken here.
At the back, fried chicken at the back. I think this is going to be it. A kill is going to happen. And that's it for 9Z.
I gotta say, he held for a really long time though, but best player jumping in 1v4?
Yeah, this is a 1v4. This is not a fight that he wants to take. It might be a bit too late for the team. He doesn't have any members right here. So that is a 2-kill for free for 9Z.
A bit of miscommunication potentially coming out from BTK there. I don't think jumping in 1v4 is what you want to do out here on the Monkey. He was so ahead, and they go ahead and give that right back over to 9Z, and just like that, the gold lead is almost equalized.
Yeah, I think the pressure is just getting into them. That's why they opt to go forward. 30 seconds on the clock for the Tyrant. I hope no more mistakes happen for BTK if they want to win this.
Absolutely there, but he was so tanky there though, the Monkey. You saw even in a 1v4, it took them so long to take him out. They had to expend ultimates on almost every single person there. But now next time they take him out is going to be a little bit easier now that they've cashed in on that shutdown.
Yeah, they should try. 15 seconds. Minions are still not in the middle lane. They have to clear it on time, because it's a bit off time compared to the last Tyrant, so they need to clear it first. Here it comes, the board a bit too advanced. Shark got caught up into it, and that is very ironic. The Shark got caught in the net, but it's still alive.
Almost taken out Shark there. We're seeing some really tanky Dolias so far here in the tournament, right? They're able to survive a lot of punishment being trapped there. Oh, I thought for sure Shark was going to get taken down there, but he did not.
Yeah, very alive. On the top side, we do have Sick, so we're not going to contest that Tyrant.
BTK taking the second Tyrant here. Again, great objective control this game. A little bit of a mishap in the Clash lane made it so that they lost their gold lead here, but they're still doing a great job controlling the objectives of the map.
Love what I'm seeing here, Phil. I love this upgrade from the side of BTK. At least they're playing it well. So far, you can see it. Even with the kills that they have, 9Z is still in an advantage, but that Boars out of the way. One more wave breaker, but Shark is still gonna stay alive.
Sick is just so brutal on all these assassin junglers here, chasing you into your towers and making sure he tries every avenue before he goes ahead and goes back home.
Wait. On the mid lane is where they go. Look at the map. They have half HP on the top side, so that wave should be covered for the side of BTK. But for now, 9Z is playing a bit too safe, right, compared to the last game.
Absolutely, but I would say their team has really explosive engages here, right? The Zhang Yu, once he gets that, skill 1 flash onto multiple members, being able to displace people and chain it with his ultimate here, Marco Polo is able to come in as well too. So while these fights are not as skirmishy as game 1, I think once they do line up and click together, it's going to be team wipes coming out.
Yeah, look at what they're doing here, right? What they're doing here for the side of 9Z, they're just making sure that the side lanes are cleared, and they are not letting BTK go away from the mid lane. Here it comes. Time's being taken. Sick was able to move forward. No more dream roaming for this guy. Never mind, it has been resetted by the Celestial Melody. Shark is left alone onto the back line. The fight is happening in front, and that is a kill already for Sick. Trying to go for the chase down onto the back. Shark could be their next target. That freshly forged wasn't able to hit. Infinitas has been pulled, and this is best player 1 in front of everybody, but Sick on the back line was able to execute Hoon. They're moving far forward. They got the damage mode, but Zane is also going to fall down in front. 3-for-1 has happened, and they are going to go. They want more. They want the tower on the mid lane, and the Celestial Melody has reset yet again. Best player 1's ultimate.
Absolutely there. Wow, what a great fight. Sick getting we saw mid fight there, 8 limitless moonlights there, but he effectively dashed almost.
Go for the steal. What?
Ooh.
We got the steal, and best player won. That is a good play, but now the punishment is gonna happen. One more kill has been given to the side, or rather 2 for 9Z.
Best player won, best smiter won there. I was saying he does not miss those smites, and he delivers once again. One of the most consistent smites in a player I've ever seen, actually.
Oh man, Tyrant is gonna be taken. Right now, no smite for Sick, so it would be scary. Maybe. Okay, never mind. Nobody's gonna go.
Yeah, best player was not around that time. He was taken down, but if he was around, he would find a way to go ahead and secure that one too.
Yeah, he's gonna put his body forward, gonna sacrifice it for sure just to take that Tyrant.
Yeah, but this game's definitely a lot closer, but 9Z is starting to actually, on top of they were behind, but now they're actually in the lead by 2,000 gold.
They put the Shadow Vanguard. Oh, bot lane. Okay, they have the Shadow Vanguard on the bot side of the map. Look at the gold here, everyone. We can see that Leffy has a 1k gold advantage already on that frigid charge. So once he goes in, everybody needs to be scared. BTK has the right idea here that they're going to the bottom side of the map because that's where the Shadow Vanguard is.
Absolutely, there's the Zhang Yu flash.
What a good setup, and now the board is going to come in. Everyone's going to move down. What a good ultimate from their side. Best player one is not going to survive that. Only Moba Zane was able to get out.
Killing spree.
Beautiful engage there coming out from Zhang Yu. Skill 1 flash connecting onto the back line there and repositioning himself to land that ultimate on the remainders of the side BTK. This could be it here. There's 4 down. It's only Zane left to hold against everyone.
Could be the finish. They got the stun on Zane. They got the slow too. This could be the end. As we said, 10 seconds before they stay alive. This is the end. 9Z just found one good fight, and that's it. This game is over, and 9Z is gonna put a dent in the record of BTK again. They get a 2-0.
Man, that was the explosiveness we were talking about there, right? They were not taking as many small fights and early game kills as we've seen in the Fade game, but once they all clicked together, and we saw them click together at the end there, board comes down, ultimates all sync up, Marco Polo, Zhang Yu, instant team wipe on the side of BTK.
Yeah, what a game. BTK, they almost got my support there in that game just because of their first few kills, because I thought that could have been it for the team, but it was a bit too late in the end there. That was a nice effort, but 9Z was the better team today.
Absolutely. They played a great job in the early game, able to get themselves ahead here. They just, once they let their foot off the gas, is what we're noticing here, right? All these strong teams, they are able to go ahead and, they're not invincible. It's not like they can never get behind. We've seen OG even get a little bit behind, Twisted Minds get a little bit behind. It's how they go ahead and play it moving forward and go ahead and come back. And that's what we saw out of 9ZG. They got a little bit behind early game. They played it calm, cool, collected, waited for their opponents to go ahead and make a mistake and start to reel them back in, and then they got to the point where they went from being the team that was behind to being the team that was ahead.
Yeah, that's true. It was a very good game for the side of BTK, but in the end there was some balls that they dropped that were very unforgiving, which is why the goal gap just really lessened once it gets going for 9ZG, once they saw just one mistake, and that was it.
I would say the turning point was in that clash lane there, right? Fried Chicken was forced to hold against a 4v1, so him dying there was kind of understandable, but he bought a lot of time, I had to say. He played that fight really well. He took out the minions and made it so that, it was really hard to take him out. During that time, BTK needs to either come and respond quick enough to force a fight, or push a tower and do something in that time. They kind of really did neither. They didn't come and respond up and help him, and they didn't really push a tower there. And then after that, we saw best player one. I'm not going into 1v4, a little bit ill-advised there, as the side of 9Z Globant kind of split up and triangulate, and then poke the monkey there to death.
Yeah, one thing that I really found great, at least for best player one in this game, is the steals, right? He was stealing objectives left and right. He was securing it for the team, which is good, at least. So that's good development here for the team. And also, as you said a while ago, when the 1v4 has happened, I thought they're going to be pushing waves, because it was too late, because best player one was already there. They could have pushed something, and that could have gave them a bit more space.
I think it was a bit of miscommunication potentially, right? Best player jumping into 1v4, thinking he has the team to back him up there, and then his team probably seeing him take a 1v4 is running up to try and assist instead of go ahead and taking those objectives. And because of that, they end up doing neither, right? They didn't win the fight, they didn't get any objectives there, and that was a big turning point that gave away that lead that they worked so hard for in the early game.
Yeah, really good effort for BTK. 9Z was just a better team here. They already won against Level Max Club. Both of our American teams have been taken down here by this team, 9ZG. And you could definitely see this team is good. They have all the reasons why they were the third place team on the last Major West. And they are showing it here that they have the bite to their gameplay.
Absolutely here, 9Z welcoming the rookies here into the Kings Major West League in style. 2-0s all around for BDK and for Level Max here. And they're doing with these, you know, these unconventional picks too, you know. They have a bit of showmanship. They want to put on a show here with that Marco Polo, with that Zhang Yu, the Fade, the Neza. These picks that no other team are willing to, you know, bust out and experiment with here on the Kings Major West League. They are willing to go ahead and give those picks a try.
Yeah, they are. And I like that they're really experimenting here on what they can do next for the team. The next step is should we be prioritizing on the draft? What should we be picking on the side of BTK? I like that they're going for the meta picks. Even on their game against Twisted Minds, they were going for the meta picks, but they need to put them on the right places, on the right drafts. That's what I think the next step is for BTK here.
Absolutely. I feel like the jungle and clash side of BTK, they kind of have their picks in lock, right? Fried Chicken, very solid on the Charlotte, the Fatih, the Byron here, and then best player, very good on the Monkey and more tanky junglers like that. Ogren, if he gets a chance to go ahead and play it. But it seems like the bot side of BTK is still a little bit lost, right? We don't really know what Zane is known for there in the bot lane, if he has any picks that he's really, really comfortable with here. He's playing the Long here and there, the Chano, the Arlie even, but it seems like he doesn't quite have his pick yet here, whereas some other members of his team have already kind of identified those.
Yeah, and Six still getting the MVP here. We didn't see them almost half of the game. He was farming. Almost half of the game he was farming. He was securing the side lanes. But when he was needed the most, he was doing his own thing on the enemy backline.
Absolutely. He was able to just connect so many of those ultimates. If you guys don't know, Luna can reset that ultimate if she hits a target with Moonlight, and we saw the 8x limitless Moonlight there in the fight, and he still kept doing it up to almost 20 there resets of that ultimate on that Luna, and that's what makes that hero so devastating.
Yeah, and right now you can see it, Luna, especially when you don't have an option to go for Liang next, you're just going to be having a hard time against her. I saw some other teams doing this. They are okay fighting against a Luna whenever they can pick up a Flowborn tank. So that could be something that they could put in mind for best player 1. He needs to learn the Flowborn tank if he is fighting against assassin junglers.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning earlier about itemization. I would have loved to see a best player here and Fried Chicken pick up that succubus a little bit earlier. Look at this, even in 10 minutes in the game, best player does not have that succubus. When you're against a Luna, a Yi Jing, and a Yuan, you want to have that magical resistance.
Oh, you know what? That is a good point there, Phil, because you don't really need a lot of armor in this game, because Leffy is dealing true damage anyway. So you could have picked up the succubus cloak so that he can survive a lot longer in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. He's focused on building those core items there, getting his Pure Sky and Blazing Cape. But if you don't itemize defensively there, once Luna gets into the mid game, it just kind of shreds through you there. And he was not that like tanky, massy monkey in the front line that we're kind of used to.
Yeah, I was expecting that they will be doing that in this game, but we have seen it. It was great. At least we're seeing them gonna try to evolve here. Maybe their only chance is to survive the surviving week for the side of BTK, but you know what? Still a good learning experience. There's no losers here in HOK. There's just learners.
Absolutely, and if there was a time to learn, it is going to be in the rankings week here. No one's going home. It's just depending on how well you do, you're going to be put in Group S or into Group A here. And the difference is in Group S, you have a lot higher chances of making it out of Survival Week, which is going ahead and being next week here. So it's not like these games do not matter. They don't matter as much. So if you have to lose, do it now, because next week, if you lose, you're going home.
Oh yeah, you have to be. You have to lose now. Day 3, day number 4, we still have it for tomorrow and for the next day. So at least now they did everything that they can here for both of our teams. At least everybody has played already, so they already had their chance to show what they got against the other team. Maybe they are hiding some strats here. That's what I'm thinking.
That's something we saw a lot last season, right? Since these games don't matter as much, teams kind of, they're a little bit softer in these games, right? They don't have that fire under them, that risk of being sent home. They're kind of maybe saving those strategies out for when it really matters. Look at Twisted Minds, for example, the Masterminds. They've never beaten OG once. Up until when it mattered in the grand finals. They beat them one time, and because of that, they were able to win the Major West League, and that's how the format is structured here. So sometimes it could, maybe benefit you to hold your cards a little bit closer to your chest, right? While we're still in the progressing through the circuit here.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest stories from last spring, but while I'm saying that, today's matches, everybody, these are the records. It's an 8-0 for today. 2-0 for AYLO, 2-0 for Twisted Minds OG, and even for 9ZG in this last game.
Absolutely, 2 O's all around, an 8-0 kind of day here. It's feel like an 8-0 kind of day, right? Because the games are really close here for a lot of the matches, especially that game 1. We saw 2 Tempest Dragons come out here, and here is a look at the record so far to the rankings week. OG with a pristine record of 6-0 here, followed up by 9ZG here, 4-0 along with Twisted Minds here. Those are, it makes sense, right? These are all the veteran teams, OG, 9ZG, Twisted, and AYLO Gaming being the top 4 position here because, they've been here before, they've done that before, they have a little bit more experience. LM, BTK, Boars are still getting situated here. But it's interesting to see that LM, I think they're going to play their final match off stream here today here. And depending on how they do, they might take that 5th spot. BTK might take that 5th spot because they do have that 1 win for tiebreaker.
You can definitely see that the new kids in the block are still learning and are trying their best to get up there on the rankings, but experience speaks for itself, right? That's why you see all the teams that already have experience be able to get to the top 4. But now, for tomorrow, here is our schedule. September 13, we do have Twisted Minds versus OG. That is gonna be the highlight of tomorrow. Ooh. Boars versus 9ZG, AYLO versus Twisted Minds, and LM versus BTK. This is also a good highlight for everybody for tomorrow's match.
Wow, some great matches tomorrow. Unfortunately, I will not be casting tomorrow. I don't recall who's casting. Dash, are you on tomorrow? Because these are some...
It's me and Kin tomorrow.
Oh, you and Kin are going to have a lot of fun tomorrow because these are action-packed matches. I'll be cheering on in the crowd here for whatever team picks Zhang Yu. I doubt it will come up again tomorrow here. But yeah, Twisted... Second game, yeah. Twisted Minds versus OG here. That's going to be our 2 favorite teams here from the league facing off against each other. And I guess you can say BTK versus LM, the 2 underdogs, right? Facing off against each other. We were mentioning earlier, that is a bit of a rivalry match, a grudge match, because in the open qualifiers, it was LM that knocked out BTK there to get that slot from the open qualifiers.
Yeah, this is a revenge match for both of them, for LM and BTK, and that's it, everybody. You saw everything, what happened today and what's gonna happen tomorrow. It is gonna be an exciting day for everyone. I'm pretty excited myself for what's gonna happen here. But Phil, any last words before we end this show?
No, I just love all the games going on here. I'm going to be tuning in tomorrow, even though I'm not casting, to watch all of them and watch you cast as well here. Big shout out to all of the viewers here watching, making this possible, and all the players for putting on such amazing performances so that we have this content to go ahead and watch here. But yep, that's going to be me signing off here for tonight. And Dash, take it away.
Yeah, and that was it, everybody. It was a very, very nice day for today. Thank you very much to everybody who will watch and tune in from the start until the end together with us, with Phil here. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. I was Dash, and I am here with Phil, and we're going to be signing off. See you guys tomorrow.
the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now